Hello everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today, we will take you through the top MongoDB and React JS full course. We will see the various database operations and React components that will increase your in-hand knowledge of MongoDB and React JS. MongoDB is a NoSQL document-based database management system, and React is a front-end JavaScript library. It is an open source and a leading web application framework of JavaScript. By the end of this full course, I can assure you that you will have a brief knowledge of MongoDB and React.js. But before we begin, let me tell you that we have regular updates on multiple tech videos. So if you are a tech geek in a continuous hunt for the latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any update from Simplilearn. So without further delay, let's get started. Let's go through the agenda for this full course. First, we'll see what is MongoDB. After that, we'll see how to install MongoDB on Windows machine. Moving ahead, we'll see different CRUD operations performed on MongoDB. Moving ahead, we'll see how to connect MongoDB with Python. Then, we'll start the React component. We'll see what is React.js. After that, we'll see advantages and disadvantages of React.js. We'll see features of React.js, components of React.js, React props and state. Then we'll see how to connect React.js with Node.js and some projects of React. So let's begin.
So what exactly is MongoDB? It is a document-oriented NoSQL database. It was initially released in August 27, 2009. MongoDB replaces the concept of rows of conventional relational data models with something called documents. It offers developers the flexibility to work with evolving data models. Since it's document-based, MongoDB allows embedded documents, arrays, and represents complex hierarchical relationships using a single record. It is also schema-free, which means that the keys defined in the document are not fixed. As a result, massive data migrations can be ruled out. But you must be wondering, when there's something like SQL, why is NoSQL or MongoDB used? There are a few reasons why MongoDB is widely used. First up is flexibility. MongoDB's notion of documents that can contain sub-documents nested in complex hierarchies is really expressive and flexible. Flexible query model. A user can selectively index some part of a document or a query based on attribute values, regular expressions, or ranges. Next up is native aggregation. Native aggregation allows its users to extract and transform data from MongoDB and either load them in a new format or export it from MongoDB to other data sources. It makes it extremely compatible. Lastly, as mentioned earlier, the schema-free model. Now, applications get the power and responsibility to interpret different properties in different ways. Now that you know what MongoDB is and why exactly it's used, let's have a look at the characteristics of MongoDB. Firstly, it's a general-purpose database. Now, MongoDB can serve heterogeneous loads and multiple purposes within an application. Again, it has a flexible schema design. Document-oriented approaches with non-defined attributes that can be modified on the fly is a key contrast between MongoDB and any other relational database. Next up is scalability and load balancing. It's built to scale both vertically but most importantly horizontally. Using sharding, an architect can share load between different instances and achieve both read and write scalability. When it comes to load balancing, this happens automatically and transparently to the user by the shard balancer. Again, we have aggregation framework. Now, MongoDB offers an extract, transform, and load framework that eliminates the need for complex data pipelines. Native replication. Now, data will get replicated across a replica set without complicated setup. Security features. Both authentication and authorization are taken into account in MongoDB. Next up is JSON. Now, JSON is widely used across the web for front-end and API communication, and as such, it's easier when the database is also compatible with the same protocol. Lastly, we have MapReduce. Now again, MapReduce is an excellent tool to build data pipelines, and MongoDB uses MapReduce readily. Now let's quickly have a look at the working of MongoDB. Data is stored in documents with the help of key-value pairs. Now the data is stored in the BSON format. At the back end, MongoDB converts JSON data into a binary format known as BSON. MongoDB also makes provision for nested data. Now all of these documents are stored in a collection. These collections hold multiple documents, and since MongoDB is schema-less, the documents in one collection need not be similar. Now again, these collections are stored in the entire MongoDB database. As mentioned earlier, MongoDB makes provision for nested data. This makes fetching of data extremely efficient when compared to other databases. Now you must be wondering where exactly MongoDB can be applied or used. So let me help you with that. Several areas of technologies use MongoDB as their DBMS currently. Some of them are Internet of Things, mobile applications, real-time analysis, personalization, catalog management, and content management. Now all said and done, let's look at some of the companies that use MongoDB currently. Companies like Toyota, SAP, AstraZeneca, Adobe, Verizon, Cisco, Barclays, and Google, among others, readily deploy MongoDB as their database management system. In this video, I'm going to help you install and set up MongoDB on your Windows system. You will have to navigate to the official MongoDB website. And here, you can see software. So go ahead and click on Community Server under Software. And you can see that the current version is 4.4.4 and the platform is Windows, and make sure that the package is MSI. Alright, now go ahead and press download. So this could take a while. Alright, so once it's downloaded, go ahead and install it. Now since it's already installed on my system, the installation process will be different, but you just need to follow the steps there and finally install it. So once you're done with the installation, you can go to your C drive, and here you can click on Program Files, and you can see that MongoDB is installed. And inside of it, you have the server folder, and then you have the 4.4 folder, and then you have the bin folder. Right? So here you have the application, that is your Mongo and the MongoD applications. Both are executable files. Now the MongoD file or the application is the daemon process. Now this is the background process that makes sure you retrieve the data from the database, access the data. So it does all the background tasks. So after the installation, now you need to create a path to this file. By doing this, you don't have to always go to the bin folder and then execute the file. You can directly execute the file on your command prompt, right? So for that, let's just go to our environment variables. But before that, let's just copy this path, right? And here under the user variable section, click on path and say edit, and go ahead and just paste it, right? I've already pasted mine, so just go ahead and paste it and click on OK and say OK, right? So now you've created the path successfully. Now let's head to our command prompt and run the Mongo file. So here you can just directly type Mongo since the path has already been created. So just go ahead and say Mongo, and here you can see that your Mongo server has been generated, and with this you know that your MongoDB has been successfully installed and your server is up and running, right? So just for confirmation, let's see if there are any databases and how much space they've occupied. So you can right now just type show DBS and when you click on it, it says admin, config, and localhost, and all of it is 0. So with that, you have successfully installed MongoDB on your system and it's up and running. All right.
In this particular tutorial, we will be learning what MongoDB is all about and their advantages and some practical demonstrations. So let's get started now. So here in MongoDB, we would like to discuss about what is a MongoDB. So as we know, the MongoDB is known to be a traditional document-based database, okay, which stores the data in a document. Okay, NoSQL means it doesn't say like no to SQL. Instead, it says not only SQL. That means it is not only SQL, but it is supporting the other approaches too. Okay, so the document based, when you talk about it, actually represents the typical hierarchical relationship using the single records. That means how the records are related with each other. So that's how exactly it represents. And it is a pure schema free environment, so that you really do not need to have a schema before you go and develop this program. So it is a pure schemaless environment. Due to that, it is giving you far more better flexibility when you talk about completely unorganized environment. So what is NoSQL? So here's the idea about a NoSQL. So it is completely into the non-relational database. Like traditionally, if you see any non-relational database, you talk about typical NoSQL, it's purely into the document base. Here, NoSQL does not use any tables like in rows and columns. A traditional RDB based approach, if you see, there they are using a complete table structure, like they talk about columns, they talk about rows and all about. So here in NoSQL, it stores the relationship data in the documents. So the different type of NoSQL databases are available, like you talk about document based, you talk about key value based, you talk about white column based and graph based. Different options are available for the NoSQL, but the one which we are using at MongoDB, it is a purely document based database. Now here we would like to go ahead with some demonstrations, like talking about like how MongoDB installation works and the other aspects. Okay everyone, so now we're going to start working on the first option called MongoDB installation. Okay, see, MongoDB installation is very simple. If you open a website and go for this website name called MongoDB download. If we talk about MongoDB download, you're going to see the official website called MongoDB community download is available. When you click here, so you can see it is taking the current version to 4.4.6. macOS, it by default detected my platform. However, you can select, depends on which platform you have it. And after that, you will be clicking on this download. Okay, so it will get ready for. If you are from Windows, I would say in this Windows, you can select appropriate option. Like two options are available. You can talk about MSI or talk about zip. My recommendation is you can stick to the zip portion, because it won't start any MongoDB services behind the scene. That is really helpful, because you really do not want the MongoDB to be there running unnecessary, even if it is not required. My suggestion is to stick to the zip file. So here, once the MongoDB is there, so you will be seeing there are two files available inside the MongoDB folder inside the bin. So once you download the zip, you will find two different type of files are available. Let me mention those. So inside the bin folder, you will see two files. One is called MongoD. Okay, the other file which is available called Mongo. MongoD is to basically start the MongoD server, and the Mongo is actually the client which will connect with the MongoD. Clear? So if you are in Windows environment, so once you are inside this bin folder of your zip file, you will get the MongoD. So you have to double click on this. It will start a new command prompt. So you do not need to do anything further. Just minimize this command prompt and go inside the bin folder again and click on the another binary file called Mongo. So it will get start as a client. Okay, since I am using the MacBook, here the concept is little different about how MongoDB can be used. Okay, so this is just a basic way of how the Mongo is being used into your code. Okay everyone, so now as we are in the MacBook, so here to start MongoDB we have a very special way to start with. So here I'll start with my terminal, and here I would like to paste one very simple command to start my MongoDB database, that is called MongoD, and after that you have to say --db path. It is the place where your database will be starting. And one more important thing I forgot to mention, like MongoD would not start automatically inside your Windows machine unless inside your C drive you have to create a new folder name called data, and under this you have to create a new folder name called db, because automatically when the MongoD starts, it looks inside the C drive data inside a db folder. There your all records will get stored. So do not forget, whenever you're trying to use the MongoD, so you must have this particular folder structure in place in your local machine. Otherwise this is not gonna start. Every time you start your MongoD without this location, it automatically terminates. So to avoid those, make sure that you have this DataDB folder ready with you. However, you can also change the location of this particular folder structure, for which we will discuss it little later on. But as of now, we can see I'm giving my location that is called --db path /datadb. I hit enter. You can see now my MongoDB is starting now, and since it's stuck, so I have to start the new terminal now. So here I'll open another tab and type Mongo, and the moment I type Mongo, now you can see it is now connected with my MongoDB, and now it is ready. That's the first thing you need to remember. Okay, now to check which other databases are available to you, so you can just type show DBS. So it will show you the number of databases which are already there inside your existing newly installed MongoDB. But you can go back and create new database too. Here you can see some databases are already present. However, you go back and create the new databases into your system. And to create this database, we have a very simple option available here, name called use SimpliDB. If I say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates this database and take you inside. Let's see. Now you can see you say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates, though it is not there, but automatically takes you in while creating those. Okay, so that means you are in current database name called SimpliDB. So if you're not sure which database you are in, so you can just type DBS or DB, and it will show you that your current database is SimpliDB. That's it. So your database is set, and we are all good to go ahead with our next level development. Hello everybody and welcome back. In a previous videos you have seen like how to create a database and how to identify whether my database is there or not. So if you remember, previously we have created our database using use keyword. So if I just see my databases which we have created last time, so how we can check this out? We can say show space DBS. Okay, so you can see we have got database list, but we do not have any database which we have created last time is registered here. That's quite surprising, because when we have created our database, it should be listed here, but it is not. Let's do one more time. I'm saying use SLDB, and I'm saying switch to SLDB. Now when I say once again show DBS, so I still don't see my database is listed here. There is a reason. The reason is, according to the MongoDB rule, unless we have minimum one record or collection stored inside my MongoDB, it really can't show in the list. Now I want to tell you about a few important things. Now, here when we talk about called MongoDB, in this MongoDB, compared to the relational database, here the table, which is actually in RDBMS it is called, here it is called collection. Okay, DB is still called DB here. Okay, that means the database will be still called database, but row, what you use this word in a traditional RDBMS, here it is known as called document. If you remember, I told you like it is a document based database. So here every single record what you try to insert, it is not called a typical row, it is instead called a document. So every table is called collection and every single row it is called document. That's what exactly the difference is. Okay, now here once it is ready, we will go ahead and talk about our next feature now. Well, we have to basically go and create a new collection. Okay, so what you can say, db dot create collection, and here I can pass my collection name. I can say demo collection. So once it is done, I can see it is collection is created. In typical language I can say the table is created, and now when I try to see same show dbs, I can see my database is now listed. Okay, that's how exactly it works. So the very simplest way of how we use in my code. Well, in our previous examples we have seen like how we can create a collection, and we can give the name, and I can see the details are listed when I say show dbs. But there's again another alternative option available where you can just do that without even saying db.create collection. Well, if I want to create a collection, I really don't need this particular functionality called create collection. I can directly use this statement name called db.sl student dot insert, and here we would like to add the property like a name, and here we can say admin. Now what is that meaning is, when you say db.slstudent.insert and I hit enter, you can see this uninserted one, and surprisingly when you try to say press enter, you will see this SL student is not a collection which we have created earlier. So what this line does, this line not only create the collection for you, but also add a record inside with this property called name, because that is a MongoDB, and MongoDB is always following the JSON based structure, and due to that it goes with the key and value pairs. So db is a predefined keyword, SL student is a collection name, insert is a command through which you are trying to insert a record. Now to check how many collections are there. Okay, so we have one property called show collections. When I say show collections, I can list down those number of collections, or else I can say tables in a typical RDBMS language which are there added in my system. So SL student, in which I can see the record is inserted. So if I want to confirm, I can simply say db.sl student.find. Find is a function through which I can list down those number of records which are added. I say find, and you can see that the records are received. At the same time, when I say db dot the name called demo collection, okay, db.democollection.find, I'll find no record. Reason because this collection was created, but there was no record which was inserted in. But you will see when I write this command called slstudent.insert, it not only create a new collection for me, but also insert the record into my table, also called a collection. That's where exactly it is giving you the advantage when you want the collections to be created along with the data. This is the way how you can really do this. Clear? But whenever you talk about db.create collection, many people always think about what is the significance of having this db.create collection. Look, db.create collection is having its own significance. We never recommend this technique, okay, to create a collection, because when you create a collection, you always bring some restrictions, some terminology which missed out whenever you talk about this line. So having this db.create collection, you can also offer some additional capping which is not possible when you use db.collection name.insert. So you might be thinking what those cappings you're talking about. Let me try to brief you. When I say db.create collection, and here we are providing the first name called suppose student. Okay, when I say student, so after this is student, additional parameters what we can pass is this. When I say capped colon true, what we say capped colon true. So you are enabling the capping. After that, the next parameter I'm going to pass, that is known as called size. In this size, we are providing the size. Suppose I'm saying 5 to 4, and also we are saying 2880. That is the size of 5 MB, and here we are giving call max colon 5. What exactly that meaning is? See, the meaning is very simple. Whenever we try to bring this create collection option, so capping true means you are enabling the capping. So what does that meaning is? It is trying to say in this particular collection name called student, maximum number of documents can be either 5 or less than 5. Clear? And the collective size of documents cannot be increased to more than 5 MB. That means you're trying to say either by adding the total number of 5 records, the collective size of 5 documents will reach to 5 MB, okay, or else the maximum number of 5 documents can be stored. So whichever fills earlier. You may have a total number of 4 documents which are pretty heavy and they reach to the size 5 MB, and beyond that the next document won't be added, or else you can have the 5 documents which has not yet even reached. So any option will help you to achieve this. So that's where exactly you can offer the capping, but this is only possible when the user is trying to say db.create collection. This option is not possible when you're trying to use this. So that's the benefit of having this db.create collection, and this is what we always recommend. Well, now we would like to talk about our next feature here inside the same MongoDB. So we now know how to create a collection, how to create a database, and how to switch from one database to the another database. Now we will tell you like how to insert a document. So far we have already seen how to insert a document inside the MongoDB. Now we would like to also show you how we can insert the documents using multiple techniques. So remember one thing, MongoDB comes with two different types of documents. One is called relational document and second is called embedded document. Mostly while working with MongoDB, we always recommend you to use embedded documents because that helps you to scale up your application without any hurdle. Okay, the embedded documents means what? That means the I would say the parent record as well as the child records both stores in the same location. Fine. So how exactly that is? Let's take a look about this example. Here we would like to insert some records by saying db.start student. I do not have a student collection, but I'm just telling you db.student.insert. Here we would like to add some records. What I'm trying to say, the registration number. I'm just saying 1, 2, 3, 4. You can give anything. Now the next one we will talk about called name. This name we can say student1, followed by the next one. I'm talking about which course the student has registered, so we can say course. Inside this course we would like to say the course name. So let's say course name. We are giving the course name called MCA. Okay, followed by another property called duration. Okay, I'm giving this duration is called 3 years, like that. After that, this curly braces is closing. That means, see, the idea is like you see the course is an embedded document, because from course you have got few more properties like in course name and duration. I'm closing this and starting the another property, and that is called address. Okay, sorry, let me remove from here and from address. And address we can say one more curly braces, and inside this address we can say city. I'm giving the name called what? Bangalore. The another one we are using that is called state. Let me remove this state colon KE. Okay, and the third property we are using that is known as called country. Here is saying IE, that is called India. So it is closing here. Okay, and it is closing here. So the inner document and outer document both are closed. Hit enter, and now you can see the records are inserted. One thing you might notice, the course and the address, these two are embedded documents and they do not have any primary key of its own. Instead, the course and address both are directly dependent on the student object or the student database. So I will say student have the registration number, fine, and the primary key. So the primary key will be associated with the most outer document, and the inner documents are directly associated with them. And now when I try to say db.student.find, you can see now the records are fetched. I can understand many of you are thinking every time while adding the record we do not add any object ID, and here you might have observed and there also you have observed. Then what exactly that ID is? Now let me brief you. This ID is nothing but a unique primary key your MongoDB has offered you. That means MongoDB says whichever data you are inserting it, so by default with every single document MongoDB will associate this by default property called underscore ID, which you can't even ignore. However, you can override. I haven't provided any underscore ID as a property because this is a predefined property associated with every single MongoDB document. If you want to override it, you can override from this value to any value, because if you do not pass any value, this value will be automatically provided. That is a typical hexadecimal value. However, if you want to override it, you can override the value of underscore ID, but you can't change the key name. Let's try with some another record. So same record, if I try to add, let's go. I'm using call student2, and here I'm saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here if I want to override it, I can just say underscore ID colon. Now I can give the value called what? 101. This you need to remember. So I'm overriding this value with 101. Now adding it, now the records are added. Now let me call find. Now you see this time the records when I fetched. So in this record, the first record contains a default underscore ID. In the second record, it is the one which I have provided. And remember one thing, in MongoDB, you really can't offer any property other than underscore ID as a primary key. Here there is no concept of having the like in composite key which you used to do in traditional IDBMS. Here you have only underscore ID, and this is the only property which you can override it, else by default the new value will be given to you. So this is the first way of how the insert document has been done. We'll be telling you the another ways where the other documents are also added. Okay, so in the previous examples you have seen like how we can add the records, but I also tell you there is another alternative options are available if you want to insert the records in a bulk. That option is also possible in MongoDB. How we can do? Let's try to understand. Here we would like to use one very simple concept called var my emp equal to, now starting with a typical object like this, and after that I'm adding this, and within this I'm adding the first property called emp id colon 1. After this, okay, now you can see it is not understanding, because that is a challenge when we talk about call the logical part, because you go with multiple lines, it is not supporting. However, you have to follow the same lines now. emp id 1, and we just give the second property called emp name. So emp id, just remove this, I just say emp id, and I say emp name colon admin. Okay, adding it here. So first record here, again I'm adding another one that is called emp id colon 2. Okay, and now colon manager. Okay, again colon 3 and colon QA. Add it. Okay, and this curly braces is closing. After this, your square bracket is also closing, and once it is done, you come down and say db dot new emp dot insert. Okay, and here you pass the name of the object called my emp, and you can see now it is telling you n inserted 3. That is known as called bulk insert, where you're inserting multiple records in a single shot. See how easy it is for you. Okay, now you simply use db dot, the collection name is what? Your new emp dot find, and you can see now all 3 records are inserted with its default object ID. Okay, so that is a really nice idea to have the ID to be provided. Okay, remember this statement. So you understood finally how we can add the records in a bulk. Going forward, we will also talk about which is related to your update as well as delete in your upcoming demos. Okay, but here that is the first thing which you realize it, how we can perform those kind of operations in very simple and straightforward manner. Okay everyone, so now we have got 3 records with us, and in case if I'm planning to perform update on any of my records, how will I do this now? So we have a predefined functions available name called update function. Let's see how this update function can really work. So we use this statement name called db dot, what is my collection name? which is known as called a new emp, okay, dot update. Okay, so what I will do, I will say db.newemp.update here. Okay, now when we talk about called update, we have a statement available. Okay, what is that? That is called emp id. We have called emp name. So we say wherever the emp id is this, I want to change what? The name. How can I do this now? Very simple. To perform this, what I would like to do now, I want to basically add few more records to give you some more better idea. You can see now here we have a call admin id name. So I just do one thing. I just change the IDs 1, 2, 3. I just say 4. I say 5. I say 6. Okay, and I call this. Again, the 3 records are inserted. Now let me try to call find. Now we have total number of 6 records are available, where admin is repeated, manager is repeated, QA is repeated. Now let me try to update the record. Okay, now I want to say db dot new emp dot update. Here I would like to perform the property like in what? Name. I say emp name colon. I say admin. Okay, so I just close that and I use another curly braces with $set. Set means you want to set the new value. Here we are giving emp name. Okay, what I want to do, I say wherever the name is admin, change to what? Admin new. That name I want to change it. Close this and run. Now you can see it is saying n matched 1 and the record fields are updated like this. Let me check. Well, here I will see the value called admin new is updated, but I have one more admin called admin. It is not changed, and that is something which you need to notice. What you need to notice is like when you try to perform update. So what MongoDB does, it starts from the top, find the first record, change the value or modify the value, and come out from the loop. It doesn't carry forward its search process for the next level of results, and that is something which is I really want to do that. So in case if you are planning to change those values multiple times, so what you need to do, let's take a look. Here in the similar example, here we have a call name admin, second property we have a call manager. Let's try to say managers are repeated twice, so we just want to change to new underscore manager, and I want to update multiple values. So what I will do here, I will put comma and say multi colon true. Okay, saying multi-colon true, that you want to say, hey, I want to update multiple search or multiple repetitions. Hit enter. This time you can say it is saying and match to and modify to. That means 2 records found and 2 records are modified. Let's check. There we go. We have got new manager is updated in both the location. That's something which is really awesome, because this is how you try to perform the multiple changes. Well, in our previous examples, you see like how we can perform the update part, but we have a one more beautiful feature available inside the MongoDB, and that is called how exactly we can perform upsert. Clear? Let's talk about upsert. Upsert is a combination of update and insert. Let me try to show you one magic here. Here, when we talk about called update part, you see now. Here, we are trying to say this point. Yeah, you see about multi-true we have used. Now here, this multi-true is we're trying to update, but let's talk about something called manager2. Enter. Now you can see it is saying no records found. Clear now, no records found. But there's one concept available named called upsert. Upsert means if I try to perform upsert, it means if the records are not available, it will insert the record. I want to show you one simple example now. Here we are using multi-true. Okay, so as I can see, we're using something called name and we're performing this update part. So in this update part, we are using this $set new manager. So here, rather than using multi-true, we are saying upsert true. When I say upsert true, so what happened now? They say n matched 0 and up inserted 2 and modified with id this. That means when I try to call this find function, you will be seeing now we have a got the another record has been added. Are we clear now? As a new record. So upsert does what? Upsert says like if the records are found, I will update it. If it is not, I will insert it. That means if I try to call the same thing, manager2, fine, it is added as a new manager. Now if I just try to say not manager2, I will call QA, and here we are saying emp equal to new underscore QA. And now you can see it is saying n matched 1, n upserted 0 and modified 1. So it is clearly telling you like, hey, I did not find any inserted part, but yes, I matched one record, I found one record, and the one record is updated now. That is very, very beneficial feature when you really want to perform upsert. So that is a advantage of upsert. That is what's called update plus insert. Very important feature that depends on the requirement. If you want to add, you can certainly add this. So the way we have tried to add this upserted part, we can also try to perform the delete part also. Okay, so MongoDB also helps you to perform the delete part. And how you'll be trying to add it now? Let's try to understand. Here in my code, if I want to perform any delete part, I have this statement name called db dot, the option we are using it, that is also called collection name emp, new emp, sorry, dot, we have an option name called remove. In this remove, we would like to offer the property. Okay, and what we're talking about now here, let's try to add the ID here or the name which you would like to import. So I want to say like emp name admin new. So we just say p name. Okay, and then name is called what? Admin new. Okay, emp name admin new. When I say remove, you can see it is removing the first record. So you can see now the records are removed. Fine, because there is only one admin new is available. Okay, now in a similar way, if I try to remove the property called new underscore manager, new underscore manager, hit enter. Now you can see the 3 records are removed. So it's not like update which removes only one, update only one record. It can also eliminate more than one records at the same time. That's the benefit of remove. So now you can see we have already implemented some records. As I seen earlier, like we have performed the delete part now. Now when I try to say db dot new emp dot find, 3 records are available with me, 3, 4 and 6. Now when it comes to insert part we have seen, update part we have seen, delete part we have seen. Now it's time to basically fetch the records. So find function we've already seen, but in find function we also have some conditions, so-called queries. So in case if you want to limit the number of records into your application, you can also do that. Let's see, db dot new emp dot find. Clear now? So in find you can also pick up the specific records too, like when I'm saying dot find, and here we can just say name colon admin. Sorry, here to put curly braces. It says there is no record with a name called admin because it is an EMP name, not a name. So let me change back to. Now I can say it finds one record. So like that, you can also apply a condition, okay, into your code. Now, in a similar line, if you really don't want to offer any condition, okay, but you want to limit the number of records to be shown, so you have this function available name called limit 2. 2 means only 2 records. Now you can see, though I have 3 records, but it is only showing me 2 records because I have limit those number of records into my code. Also, we can perform sorting in case if you want to perform the sorting in ascending and descending order. That also you can also do. So here, rather than saying limit, we just put this option name called sort, and in this sort, on which property you want to sort it, that also you can mention. So we can just say emp name okay, and using ascending order or descending order. So you can just say -1. That is called descending order. Hit. Now you can see it is showing in a descending order. Now if I just say -1, if I just say 1, now it is showing you in an ascending order. So you can pick up the specific property behalf on which you can tell it should be either on descending order or ascending order. So that option really works very fine. Okay. So that's like how you can perform the queries. But remember one thing, you can also search the records based on their embedded columns too. Because if you see in our previous records, we have some records added. Okay, that is, let me try to say show collections. I will call SL student and student. Okay, db dot find. Okay, you can see we have records which are embedded records. Now if you want to search the records based on their embedded properties, like I'm talking about address, there's one property name called city. Fine, so if you would like to pick up those records, these are also possible. So how you can do this? Very simple. So you say db dot student dot find. Okay, so inside this find you can provide the specific properties, like my outermost property name is called what? Address. So we are using this option called address dot city. So we say city. Are we clear? Colon, I'm giving the city name called what? Bangalore. Clear? Let me close this, and that's it. Okay, so we have to start passing another curly braces here. Hit enter, and you can see now I find 2 records because both the records belong to what? Bangalore. So I'm getting this city Bangalore with me. That's really awesome. Like, you can also pass the city accordingly. A part of that, we also have the other details also, okay, in which you can have the conditions based on less than, greater than, or whatever values you would like to make it is available and possible. Okay, so that's how the conditions are satisfied. So suppose if you would like to pick the users, are we clear, where the range which you would like to consider, so those are also possible. Like you can see, we have this property name called what? EMP ID 3 and 6. I just want to pick up only those records whose ID is greater than what? 2. So what I can say, db dot new emp, okay, dot find, and inside this find we can say the property. Okay, so what's property we're using? emp id. We are saying emp id here, colon, here we'll be using $gt. gc stands for what? Greater than, colon, we're giving the value called what? 1. Fine, close this, run. You can see you have received 3 records, 3, 4 and 6. In case if I just look forward for higher than 5, you will see only 1 record. So greater than, that's called GT. Okay, same option, if I just say LT, you can see we have found 2 records. So less than, greater than. Okay, so that's how exactly you offer it. Okay, and also you can provide the condition so-called limit. As I can say find emp id the way we provided. So here I will not use less than. Okay, instead I'll be providing another property. Let me show you what. So here in emp id, whatever we have taken, so let me try to take the property called find, and here we're providing emp id, and then, and we're using another curly braces, and we're using $in. Is very important property, $in, colon, here you provide the details. I'm saying inside, so the property is 346, we are saying 3, 6. Close this, and you can see we got 2 records which matched with 3 and 6. That's the benefit of having this. Okay everyone, so in our previous example we have already seen lot many activities. This time we are trying to offer you something very interesting feature, and that is known as called working with indexing. See, MongoDB is one of the most popular tool, and one of the reason why it is very popular because it is having the facility of having indexing. Now what exactly the index does? So friends, main job of having this index is to basically give you the concept of like how one particular document, which is huge document, in case if you would like to perform any sort of indexing inside this, how you will be applying this. So to apply indexing into my code, let's try to understand why index is really required. Without indexing and with indexing, how you'll be making a difference into the code. So to make it happen, we would like to insert some records to confirm. Okay, so what I will do is in step number 1, previous records, if I see, I have got 46341, depends on what earlier records we had it. So we had a call new emp. So db dot new emp dot find. So we have total number of 3 records are available. So it's okay, we can have this 3 records with me. Now let me try to apply indexing. without indexing, if I want to find the result, what outcome I'm gonna receive. So to know about how much time it's gonna be taking, if I have got large number of records with me, I'll be using this statement name called db dot, the name is called new emp dot explain, and here I'll be using one predefined functionality called execution stats. Execution stats. Okay, now here after the execution stats we'll be using dot find. We'll be using the first property here. Okay, and what user would like to find it, that you need to basically offer it. So we are giving the name called emp name colon, giving the name called QA. Okay, let's close. Okay, now when I pressed hit enter, execution stats is a predefined functionalities which will tell me when the query was executed, what exactly the query plan was. Hit enter, and now you can see a lot of details are available with me. Like you can see parse query, winning plan and everything. One thing you need to remember, by default here when I try to run, it says and return 1, advanced 1, need time, total, everything it is showing me. But one important thing which you will see here is total number of documents scanned. So it is telling me total number of document examined is 3. Clear now? And return 1, that means one result is returned and the total number of documents examined is 3 in order to find this record. Just imagine a use case here. When I say total number of documents examined 3, in case if I have got millions of records with me, that means to search the record, it will examine all the millions number of records to search the result, which certainly gonna be taking huge amount of time. And that's where exactly when you try to search the record, fine, when you have no indexing is available. Okay, so you need to understand one important thing is, by default index is applied on your underscore id. db dot new emp db dot new emp dot when I say db.newemp.get index is a predefined function, it tells me like, hey, by default index is applied on underscore id. That's a fact, because by default index is applied on underscore id, not on the other properties. So I need to identify which of the properties are required to be get indexes. MongoDB advantage is it is supporting multi-column indexes, and that's what exactly we would like to see. So let's see in our next demo. Now we will try to apply indexing on our own property. Okay, so to apply the index, what we need to do, we have to say db dot, certainly we will be talking about called collection name called new emp dot create index. Here you have to pass two things. Number one, on which property you would like to apply. Okay, and it has to be ascending or descending. So I'm trying to apply on emp name, and I want the index to be applied on ascending order. Okay, so here colon 1, hit enter. You can see now it is telling me like number of indexes before 1 and number of indexes after 2. That means earlier index was available only on one particular property, now it is applied on 2 properties. If you want, you can check. Now you can see there's another property is added called emp underscore 1. Now if I try to execute a similar query which I executed earlier, QA, now you'll be seeing there's a different statistics altogether. Here if I see in my code, see, it will tell you total document examined 1. See, now earlier the number of document examined were 3, but since this index is applied, now it is telling me the total number of document examined is 1. So performance is certainly improved. So to search a document, it won't be searching the complete collections. Okay, rather it will search what? Only that particular column in which it is actually applied for. So that's the benefit, in fact, I would say, when you will be using these kind of indexes into your code. Okay, so hope we all are clear and understood about this concept. So let's go ahead and get this implemented into our system. Well, this is the first way of how the index can be applied. So you can also apply index on multiple properties. Clear? So that we will show you one by one how it is. Okay everybody, so we have already seen in our previous example how we have applied indexes in our existing MongoDB application. So it is also a possibilities where we want to also apply the index on other number of properties too. As you can see in our existing database, okay, an existing collection. My collection name is new EMP, which contains two different properties. One is called EMP ID and second is called EMP name. Just now we have applied index on our EMP name, but in case if I want to apply index on EMP ID, I'll be using the same technique. Okay, let's try to apply index on the same. So first of all, get indexes. I'm having this index applied on two different property. Now we would like to say db dot create index, and here in this db.create index we can just, I will say db.collection name. So our collection name is called new emp dot create index. First parameter is certainly the name of which property we are applying. So here we are saying emp id, and in this emp id we will just offer it has to be ascending or descending. Let me decide descending order. So we are saying -1. Okay, now let's press enter and check the status. Okay, now you can see earlier indexes which we have created, that was 2, and now it turns to 3. So it is very clear that index is improving. Now let's check this out. db dot new emp dot get indexes. Now we have a total number of 3 indexes are available. So you can apply index on n number of columns if you want. Okay, at the same time, the way we have created the index, in case if I want to drop an index, so we can also drop. So what we can do, db dot new emp dot drop index, and in this drop index we have to provide which particular index we would like to drop. Remember this point. In case if you're planning to drop any sort of index, so you need to provide which index. So you should have that particular index name. Okay, so here we are providing my index name. So it should not be I would say the traditional name called emp id. No, it has to be emp id underscore -1 or emp name underscore 1. So this should be the name. I'm saying emp name. In case if you try this, you see it is saying index not found with the emp name, because internally it maintains with this name. Let's try this out. We say emp name underscore 1. Let's try, and now you can see new index was 3. Okay, 1. Okay, now you can see we have a call emp id and underscore id. So now we have only 2 indexes left. There's no emp name anymore. This is how exactly you can drop the indexes. So it is very simple and straightforward way of how in MongoDB you can perform your activities. Hello everybody and welcome back. In the previous examples of MongoDB, you might have considered we have used lot many operations. In our last video, we have seen how to utilize indexing into our code. Now in our next journey of our MongoDB, we will see how aggregation works. See, in MongoDB, aggregation plays a vital role, and aggregation comes with so many handy functions with MongoDB which will help you to perform and to apply some very simple code snippets into your ongoing I would say the requirement, which can make your query so much seamless. Now we will see how this aggregation really works. And to work on an aggregation, we have taken some default database name called AggregateDB, and here we have a call student as a by default collection in which we have some set of records are already added. Now, if I just want to apply aggregation, now I would like to tell you about what exactly the aggregation is. See, ideally when you talk about call aggregation, okay, so aggregation is nothing but a call aggregate. Like RDBMS, if you see, we have a call aggregation there. So in a Unix command, like you talk about shell pipeline, means the possibility to execute an operation on some input and use that output as an input for the next command. That means the output of one particular execution becomes an input for others. So MongoDB also supports same kind of concept in aggregation framework. There's so many type of functionalities are available which we will see one by one into our next code. Okay, now here we want to confirm about a few important things. Now here let me try to bring some of the important well-known, I would say, the functionalities of our aggregation framework. First we use a term name called $project. The project is basically designed for select a specific fields. $project is designed to select what specific fields from a collection. We used to talk about called what? Match. The match is responsible to filter out the operations. Are we clear now? It is designed to filtering out the operations. You talk about $group. Talk about $group. So it does the actual aggregation. Fine. We talk about call $sort. Okay, it basically sort the document. Okay, like that there's so many operations are available which we will see one by one in our aggregation behavior. Now my first example, the one which I want to execute, I have a call student record with me which contains a student name, okay, the section and the marks and the subject, on which subject the person or the student is appeared. Now here my first requirement is we want to filter data based on a section A, because students belong to the different sections. As you can see now, they belong to the different sections, section A, B, C, D. So I just want to filter the data based on a section A. Okay, so for filter out, I would like to use $match. Let's see how it works. So I just would like to filter out only those students who belong to the section A. So how we would like to use it now? I will say db dot student dot aggregate, and inside this we would like to use this square brackets and then curly braces and then use $match. With this I would like to use another curly braces and I say section A. Okay, and I close this, close this, close the square bracket, close this. Okay, so db.student.aggregate, aggregate should be always associate. Match is known as the aggregate functionality, section A. Hit enter and you can see now it lists down all those students who belong to the section A. Okay, very simple and straightforward example. Now we would like to use the second example. So we want to find out all the records where the section is A and we are using AND operator, marks is greater than 80. There are so many students who have different marks like 70, 90 and whatever. So we want to use both the conditions together. So how are you going to be using this now? Remember, not only the section A but also marks who are greater than 80. So similar thing, we have a call match. Okay, after this match we are starting this curly braces. Okay, so after this match we would like to bring AND. We say dollar and again colon. Again we are starting this square bracket now. Okay, we talk about what? Section A, number 1, and after this the first curly braces we would like to use marks. We say marks colon, and once again they would like to start curly braces, and here we use dollar GT, that is called what? A greater than colon 80. Okay, all are closed. So you see, like here we have got this square bracket and round brackets. So what else is left? So we have a call 80, we are using another curly braces needs to be closed here, and then square bracket. Okay, and followed by again curly braces, again curly braces, again square bracket, again round brackets. Okay, let's see where it has gone wrong. So we're using this db.student.aggregate, we use this square bracket, then curly braces, then we use dollar match. Okay, after the dollar match we are using another curly braces, and we have a call AND operator. After this AND we have a call this square bracket, then curly braces, section A. After section A is getting closed, we are using another curly braces, marks colon dollar GT. Okay, and we are using what? Colon 80. After that we are closing this and using two more curly braces, square bracket in this. Okay, so this where exactly you can utilize that. So db.student.aggregate, and like this it will be able to get it now. Okay, so in a previous example that was the only missing point was after this this dollar match we didn't apply this curly braces. That was the only missing point which was there, and now we have applied. Another code is giving me this outcome, and I have only one user who's scoring greater than 80. Well, that was the first thing which we have it now. Along with this, I would like to go ahead and talk about few more things. Now, I just would like to bring selective fields, not all the fields. Like as you can see, we have a call student name, section, marks, everything I'm getting it. So I really don't want to bring all the properties from this document. I would like to selectively take specific property. So let's talk about how we can use this. So we'll be using project. You remember about project is responsible to select the specific record. So I just use this statement name called db dot student, okay, dot aggregate. We're using it now. After that, now square bracket, then curly braces. Now we are trying to say dollar project. What we would like to use? Dollar project, and colon we are trying to use student name, okay, colon. Okay, remember one thing, 1 means I want to, 0 means I don't want. So whichever property will be enabling it by giving the 1 as a digit, that means it is expected to be displayed. So I'm saying 1 comma, I'm saying section colon 1, okay, and I'm also looking forward for marks colon That's it. So now you can see now I am once again picking up only those like student, section and marks. Now if I go back and remove some properties, like I only want student and section, you can see I have only student and sections are used. Here if I just use this statement name call underscore id colon 0, now you can see only the names and sections are visible, id is not, because I really don't want id. By default id is shown, but if I say it's 0, that means the id will not be visible here. So like that you can select the columns or the properties accordingly. That was the one way. Now the other thing I would like to use, what if you want to find out the student name, section and marks from student? Once again, we want to find out the student name, section and marks from the student collection where the section is A. Okay, so here it will be the combinations of match as well as the project. How we can use this? Let's take a look towards my implementation. If you see the previous one, what we have used here, you remember about, we have used this statement called aggregate match. Okay, so now we would like to go back and utilize, after this $match, this is a curly braces, I'm giving section colon A. Okay, section colon A, and after this I'll close this. Okay, and close this again. Again I'm opening it up by using this option called project, $project. We're picking up the project right now, and here with this colon symbol we can use again and say student name, colon, we are using 1 comma section colon 1 and 1 marks colon 1, and now closing this. Now you can see I got those. So the requirement was we want to find out the student name, section and marks from student collection where the section is A. So you are not only using the match, okay, but also using what? The selective details. Like this you can implement it. Okay, that's where exactly the projection really works. So projection gives you lot many opportunities which you can utilize it for your own, and also it comes with lot many predefined functions like in some AVG and all. So let's talk about those functionalities too. So this is the first thing which we have seen, aggregations are taken place. Now in case if you would like to perform the group, like if I want to find out the total marks, group by, okay, section, like each and every section I would like to confirm the total marks in every section, then how will I basically do that? So let's try to get this example also. So here let me try to go back, and we will not be using match here because I would like to use the group part. So after this curly braces we want to use $group. Okay, that is called group by. In RDBM is how you use it. Here we use this curly braces. Again here we are passing this underscore id. Okay, you have to provide underscore id in a group because you cannot skip it. That part you need to be always remember. You really can't skip $id whenever you're trying to talk about called group. This is a compulsory field, you need to have it. After that I'm using this section. In this section we are saying $section because we would like to make it on a section basis. After this, closing, and here we are using what? Total marks, colon. Here curly braces, again dollar sum, okay, colon, on which behalf I want to use in marks, so I can say dollar marks. Naming convention is very important because it is a JavaScript, so it is a case sensitive. Okay, then, and you can see now section wide I'm able to get all the marks. Isn't it amazing? That's where exactly the aggregations are playing very important role while retrieving such kind of records. So hope you are clear about how we utilize this together. So in a previous example we got it like how we are basically taking this marks in my application. Fine. So we are clear about how we are picking that up. But what in case if I would like to take marks for the specific section? So it is also possible. So we'll be using the same group, but the only thing is what we'll be bringing the match between, because here we are trying to get all the section marks. But if you would like to bring it only for the specific section, we know it very well what we need to do. So here, before I talk about called dollar group, we can use one more curly braces here. Okay, so we can use this option called dollar match. Okay, and here we are using this option called section A. Sorry, here in dollar match we are giving this call section colon, here we are giving A. So closing this, followed by the other areas like in group which you want to start now. So you can start with this curly braces. Hit enter, and you can see now only the specific section you're able to receive the records. And that's very simple now. Okay, so that's where exactly you would like to perform. And there's another option, like in case if you would like to perform an average. Suppose if you want to fetch the count of students in each section and total marks and average marks as well as. So total marks as well as the average marks we want to get it. So how are I able to take it now? So it is very simple, as you have seen earlier also into our code how we have taken call group underscore ID section. We're talking about section total marks with the sum. We are also using this. After that we can also use the average. Okay, so this is we have taken called group underscore ID sum. So here onwards we will start. So when we say sum marks, after that we can just put curly braces and we can just use count. Okay, and after this we'll be using this colon, curly braces, and use dollar sum. Okay, colon 1. Okay, and after that I'll put comma here and we use average, and inside this average I will use in curly braces we can say dollar avg. Okay, colon of what? Dollar marks. Very simple. So curly braces is closed. Okay, so total how many? 3 curly braces will be closed, 1 square bracket and round brackets. And now you can see you got the average markings in each and every section. So just imagine how easy it is for you to deal with the aggregations. So aggregation seems to be a very simple approach provided by MongoDB that really create a difference of how the aggregation changes the way how you react to. Okay, everybody. So after going through the idea of like how we can utilize the concept of aggregation, it's time to talk about like how when it works with MongoDB. MongoDB is properly known for, I will say, for replication, that is called high availability, and that feature comes by default with MongoDB. You really don't need to install any software for this because it is a built-in feature for the MongoDB. So when you download that, it comes along with this, so no additional configuration setup is really required when it comes to the MongoDB part. Okay, so let's get started and talk about how MongoDB can offer the replication. See, the idea behind the replication is what? The idea behind the replication is like you are replicating it. Okay, so when you talk about replication, you are replicating your data to where? To the multiple childs. So here in MongoDB, we have one concept available. Okay, that is known as called master. Okay, and slaves. Okay, master is one and there will be multiple slaves. Okay, so these slaves where your records are actually stored, and this is a master which will be responsible to replicate the data to all its childs when the request comes. Due to that, in case if one particular node fails, so automatically the data will be taken from the other nodes. That's the beauty of having this master and node slave process. So to make this possible, we have a very simple option available. In MongoDB, we have a one concept like called MongoDB Atlas. So there we can go and get our cluster ready. So here we start with the concept name called MongoDB Atlas. Let's search for MongoDB Atlas, and here I see MongoDB Atlas Database as a Service. See, this is a free tool. It's a cloud environment where you really don't need to install MongoDB in your local machine. It is a cloud-based MongoDB support which is free to use with a limited amount of space, but yes, for the testing purpose it is the best suitable. So I can start with the start free, or else I can say the login here. Okay, from there onwards I can go ahead. Now it is getting ready. Now, this is a place from where you can start working on your cluster. See, as I've told you, like initially when you will be working on this MongoDB, it will ask you to create a cluster initially. Okay, since I already have a cluster with me, okay, so I really don't need to create it, and as a free tier, it will not allow me to have more than one cluster setup ready. So if I say create a new cluster, okay, and I say by default AWS, okay, and let me close down this notification. AWS, you can select any other cloud provider, and 8 GB RAM, cloud backup, cluster name. You can see now it is taking me 0.54 per hour. Reason being because I already have a cluster with me. Hence, more than one cluster is not allowed in a free tier cluster. So I have to cancel this. But you can go and create a cluster the way it was offered there. So if you want to create, you can just go ahead and do nothing. Just select by default AWS, select your location. Okay, give the name of the cluster. You want to give anything, you can give it here. Otherwise, let it be the by default name cluster and say create cluster. It will take a while, minimum 2 to 3 minutes, depends on the availability. It creates a cluster for you, and your cluster, once it is ready, it looks like that. Okay, so here in this application, you have to go back and understand what is there in a cluster. So when I click on cluster 0, you can see now here we have got 3 nodes available. One is called primary node, which is called master, as I suggested earlier. And now we have called slaves. Automatically when the clusters are created inside this MongoDB, by default it will be 3 node cluster, where the 1 will be the primary and 2 will be secondary, based on your package whichever you have taken it, you can increase the number of nodes later on, but as a free, I'm gonna get, or I will be receiving total number of 3 nodes available here. So records, whichever will be stored, it will get stored automatically in both the nodes, secondary nodes. And from the primary, I can insert the record, and secondaries, I can read the records. Remember, you can't insert the records into the secondaries. You can only insert the record only in your primary record. Secondaries are not allowed to insert. So this is your replica set. Okay, these are the nodes which are available to you. So when you click on this primary here, you will see it is telling you no data available. Nothing is there because I haven't stored any records as such. So I just go back to my cluster. So initially I would like to go back and create few things now. Okay, I would like to go back and set up few initial things at a time of creating the cluster, because when a cluster is created, clear now, so in that point of time, no setting is configured. You have to do few settings now. First setting is you have to put it, remember the steps. First step will be your network access. So in network access, you have to go and you have to say add IP address, and in this add IP address, you have to select this option from which location you would like to accept. Only those IP addresses will be whitelisted. Otherwise, what you can do, you can see here in my options, I have given 0.0.0. That means all IP addresses are acceptable. So all IP addresses are used. Okay, so this you have to enable it, otherwise you won't be able to get this network access from any third-party locations. Next, you have to talk about call database access, which is required for you to create a new user. There are already some new users are created, but it is recommended that you to go and create a new users here. Okay, so you can go back and add a new user. So by default, it is username and password is given. So you can go back and create a new user. When I say add user, you can give the username as well as the password as per your own convenience. So new user, I'm going to create it. That is known as called SL. Okay, user, and here we're giving call admin 123. So SL user admin 123. Remember, this will be the username and password. I'm saying add user. New user is automatically added. SL user admin 123. So once you have provided this network access, database access, next you have to create a new data. So what you need to do, when you go back to your statement, okay, network access, database access, it will ask you like you want to create a new database. So I just go back to my project 0. There will be an option called collections. You have to go back and create a new collection here. Now it is retrieving the list of databases. Now you can see there are already some collections are there. AmrDB is one of the database which is there. DemoDB is there. Lot many databases are there. So you can go back and create some new database and connect through. So if I just create database, I already have a Simplilearn DB with me. User app is already one collections I've created. So creating a database in collection is very easy. If I give you the quick demo, I say create database, give the collection name called SL demo, okay, and give the username called AMP SL demo and employee. I say create. Now you can see SL demo and create. It is there with me. So there is no record right now, and once it is there ready, so remember SL demo and employee. I'll go back to my code again, project 0, and from here I can say connect because I want to connect it. So to connect it from, because your MongoDB is already there, so you want to connect it through. So to connect it through, we have a very simple option available. You can just click on this connect option. Multiple options are there. Through MongoShare, connect your third-party application with the MongoDB Compass. So since I already have a MongoShare with me, so Mac OS, I have this Mac OS with me. So you can just use this line. Okay, so if you have a window, you can select your window. Since I have this Mac OS, I'm selecting this line, but I need to replace with this, you can see this username. Okay, and you have to give the username here. I'll select this. I'll open my terminal. Okay, and this is, I'm just closing this and opening up another terminal here. Since I want to connect with the Mongo shell now, so what I need to do here in this, I'll just paste that, the command which I have it now. Username is, you remember I told you, you call some users which you have already created. Let's check. Here, SL user, I say SL user, I hit enter. It will ask me the password, so I've given the password admin. And now you can see it is connecting with me to this particular, it is connecting me to this particular replica set. You can see in a logs it is telling you very clearly, okay, saying that it is a username 4.2, and you can see it is connecting with your shard cluster, the cluster which is created, and this is where exactly I have it with me. So I'm connecting with this environment. So primary is there. So if I just want to go back and say show collections, so I can go back and create a new collection here. Okay, so it's up to you now. By default collection which is their employee, so I can say db dot employee dot insert, and now here we can just add name. Okay, now you can see some exception is raised. So you understand. Now you can see the records are added into my primary cluster. So if I just go back and go back to my project 0 where we have got collections, here you will be getting the SL demo employee, loading the documents. So it takes time to get this, but this is where exactly you see the records will be stored. Okay, so that's where exactly it works fine for all of you. So we have this record. Okay, so when I say show collection, so we have a call employee, and I say db dot employee dot find. So I can see we have got new collection name call. This is added right now. Okay, so like this you have got the first connection established and the records has been inserted. In this particular tutorial, we will help you to connect your MongoDB with the front end that is called Python. As we know it very well about the popularity of Python in last recent years, it is growing like anything. So we thought, why not to offer you this connectivity where you can have the MongoDB not in a local environment but in a cloud environment. So here we will tell you how to create the MongoDB complete environment of cluster in your cloud, and we can have this connectivity with our Python which is running local to my system. So I show you about few important things one by one. So why Python, MongoDB? We understand MongoDB is one of the most important database, which is so-called document-based database, available in market, and it is fantastic, phenomenal in terms of speed and the reliability. It is purely called NoSQL database, okay, and helps you to go schemaless. Now, Python is one of the most commonly user-friendly programming language for creating a complete web-based framework. So it offers you huge amount of libraries with flexibility of connecting wide variety of applications. So we would like to give you the idea of like how Python and MongoDB works together. Okay, so you can use both the products together to develop different varieties of applications which can suit to different type of ideas. Now here we have one of the very popular tool available named called PyMongo. So PyMongo is actually the Python library, which is a kind of a driver through which you will be able to connect with your MongoDB and perform basic operations whichever you expect. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on those demos. Okay, so we will start with creating a MongoDB environment with cluster in one of the very popular tool that is known as called MongoDB Atlas. So we'll be opening our website and go here and talk about called MongoDB Atlas. I search for MongoDB Atlas, that is basically the MongoDB way called database as a service. I'll be selecting the first option and go to the start free because it's going to offer you by default some 500 MB of free space. I say sign up with Google. Going ahead and selecting this. Okay, I say accept and say submit. Okay, so it is starting up now. It'll ask you about a few things. I would rather say to select skip and continue. Well, it'll ask you about which environment you would like to take. So I like to take this shared cluster. I say create cluster. Now here it will take a while to get yourself ready for. We can see it is offering the sandbox of having 512 MB of free space. And this MongoDB no backup, that is the by default cluster name. You can give the name of the cluster if you want, but let it be by default cluster 0. I'm saying create cluster. So my cluster is being ready. So it will take a while to get your cluster set up. So just wait till the time your cluster is getting ready. So I tell you about this cluster is going to give you by default 2 child and 1 parent, so called a 1 master and 2 child nodes where your cluster will get ready. So you really don't need to set up any kind of cluster in your local environment, and that is the best environment I would suggest for most of your development, where your time reduced. There will be no software requirement because sometimes version to version it changes, and you can get all the benefits of clusters. So we're just waiting till the time the cluster is getting ready. So once the cluster is ready, you will be seeing some options where will help you to create the clusters in your upcoming demos. So friends, your cluster is now ready. You can see now in this cluster you have got this environment. So in this environment you will see there are some options they have given you one by one. Build up your cluster, create a first database user, add an IP address, multiple options they're telling you now. So how to set up? So the first build of the cluster, which we have anyways done. Next is called create your first database user. So select this. So it will highlight this area. Now you can say like database access, and I'm going to create a first new database user and new database user, giving the username called admin. Let's keep very simple username and password admin123. So admin123. Yeah, same, and say add user. Now I can see the user is created. Now let's go back to the next option. It's telling me the network access. Now go here and say sorry. Now say add IP address, and I'll say allow access from anywhere so that I can take it from anywhere. I say confirm. Now it is telling me about the progress. I select this Now tell me about which type of collections you want. Okay, so I select this, and inside this I'll be selecting this called collections. Okay, and it's getting ready. So it is giving me some options. Well, two options it will give you: load sample dataset, add my own data. I'll say add my own data. Give the database name SL demo. Give the collection name EMP or employee. Remember, database name SL demo, or I can better give the name called SLDB. SLDB and employee. I say create. That is getting ready. Okay, so my database and table is ready. That's it. So I think we are all set with this environment. Okay, well, once it is ready, your collection is also ready. I'll go back and click on my project 0, and here, yeah. So once it is there, then I'll be clicking on this option called connect. Now it will give me the multiple options how to connect. So it will say connect with the Mongo shell, or it will say connect with your application, connect with the Mongo Compass. I'll select the Python version 3.11 or later. So certainly I'll be using those version only. Okay, and in this I'm having this, so I will be using this to connect with my backend. So that's how exactly you have the setup of MongoDB cluster. Everyone, so we are all ready now with our setup cluster we have already created earlier. You remember about we have taken Python 3.11 or later. So here if I just go back and check, I have a got 3.8.5, which is Python 3 version, which is available. So you can select based on whichever we have it. Say 3.11 or later, we can say 3.6 or later. So there'll be no much difference if I just see, even if I just talk about 3.4, there's some change, but here 3.6 or later, it is same. So I have a 3.8.5. Okay, so I can use the same option. So here in my VS Code editor, I am using for my development. So here's a simple demo.py I have used. Welcome to check if it is working fine. So yes, it is working fine. I'll start working with my first program with MongoDB. So I just go back and say demo py, or I can say py demo.py. Okay, and here if I want to go back and start working on the development, remember one thing we need: first dependency called pymongo. Okay, what I need? Pymongo, and for this we have already installed this dependency here sometime back. This is how you need to install. Okay, so we have this statement name called what? Pip install pymongo. That is the first dependency which you need to download in order to work with this. Okay, so that's what we have taken, this install pymongo. So if you just see, you can go back and start developing this statement. Okay, so let's go back and start working on this. Step number one, you need to always say import number one. The one dependency which you've installed is called pymongo. So I can just say pymongo. That is a dependency we have recently imported from. Okay, let me go back and search from next point. So import pymongo from, here we are saying pymongo. Okay, pymongo, and we're also saying import mongo client. That's the first thing you need to remember. Okay, after that, we would like to go back and use the cluster. So we say cluster equal to Mongo client, and here I'll be passing the complete values, the one which we have taken. So this complete line, I just take it, go back, and here I'm pasting it. Now here I have to basically replace this password with admin123. Okay, and we are all set. Okay, now once it is ready, we can go ahead and define db equal to cluster and provide which database you're talking about. Okay, so you remember about we had a database which was available to us that is known as called SLDB. So I can just use the same SLDB there, and accordingly I can use which collection I'm connecting it to. So accordingly I can go back and insert a record. Okay everybody, so I can see I have got this file with me. Going forward I have to tell, so this is what exactly the connection URL you have received. Now I have to define which database you're working on. Let me say db equal to cluster, and we have to provide in double quotes the database name called SLDB. If you remember, we have used this. After that, we have to mention which collection it was. So collection equal to DB, and here we just give the name called employee. That was our collection name. So once it is ready, then I have to basically perform some insert operation. So I just say post. Okay, it's just a name equal to, and here we just provide the properties like I would say name. So it is a JSON based database, so I can just use the name. I say Amar, and once again I can just say email and say amar@email.com. That's it. So this is just the data which I have. Now I want to insert, so I can certainly say collection dot, because I want to insert only one record. You can see I have one functions coming up, collections dot insert one, and pass post as a parameter. Now we are all done. Let's try to run this. So I'll be running this with Python 3 py mongodemo.py, hit enter. Now it's done. Let's confirm. Here into my code, I will just go back and check here inside my applications. I can just go back to my collections, and in employee, yeah, there we go. We have got some records coming up here. Okay, so these records are nothing but the one which we have recently inserted in our application. Okay, so fantastic. So first example is working perfectly fine. How we can have the records coming from the Python and insert it there. Like that, I can have as many number of records I can add it. So how we can basically add, if I want to add more than one records, let's see this now. Here, in case if I want to add more than one records, so I can just use called post one. I copy this URL and paste it below, and I say post 2. I say Amar, G email amar12@mail.com, and rather than saying insert one, I can use insert many, and inside this I'll be using this square brackets and pass post 1 comma post 2. That's it. Okay, so let's change the little name because it is already there. Let's insert. Yeah, records are inserted. Let me verify once again by refreshing it. Well, now we have a total number of 3 records are available. Yeah, There we go. So records are added. Perfect. So like this, you can have as many number of records you can basically add it. In a similar one, the way we have basically used this, I can also perform the search part too. Okay. So in case if you want to perform the search part, we have a very simple statement available with us. What? I'll go here the way we have added this. So in this, I'll just these records which are added inside my application, I would not execute this. Rather, I would like to go back and say, um, no, they are basically commented now. And in fact, I would like to use this also. Okay, I'll go here and find results equal to same collection dot find. If I want to find a name, we can just use curly braces name colon amarche. Okay, so let me say print and plus results. Okay, let's run this. Okay, so it'll print what the results for me. Okay, so it is just printing what the cursor object for me, saying like, hey, this is what the record is available to me. We can also change in case if we do not think the correct result is coming up. We can also go back and we can use some alternative option that is called for. Okay, so what we can do, let's take a look here. We can use for. With this for, I can say result. Okay, in results and print this result. That could be one option through which you can get the details with you. Okay, so what you can do, you can run this code again. Oh, I forgot to put this semicolon here, or we need to check. Well, that was my requirement was, so I'm having this. Let's try to run this. Well, I got my result, and this is what the detail which I have available to me. So very simple how you can basically find a record and how you can basically retrieve the records. At the same time, if you want to have the specific field rather than all the fields, so here in my code, in this result, okay, you can just put the square bracket and tell which field you really want it now. Suppose if you just want ID or else if you want name, you can basically pick that up. Okay, so if I just want that ID, only ID is printed. That's it. Okay everyone, so you have seen like in my previous code how we were basically trying to fetch all the records. We were using this find. Now in a similar line, you can also have the option available, because see, when we used to talk about called find, it gets me lot many records. Find, and because of that we were using this loop. But in case if you want to fetch the individual records, I'll be clear. So in such cases, you really do not want to use find. You can just use find one. So what you can do is, rather than using find, I can also use one more option called find one, and for which I can come back, just remove this all. Yeah. So here in this case, rather than using this find, I can use find underscore. You can see this option called find one. Here we talk about which are the properties you want to skip and which are the properties you want. So I can just use this option called underscore id, okay, colon 0. Okay, I just remove this underscore ID 0, and here just print what results. That's it. Let's run. So that will try to fetch some of the records for you, because if you do not have that ID which you've overridden, it will certainly not found. That depends on what you would like to take. So if I just say is having some issues, but no problem, but you know it very well how it basically takes. Now in a similar line, we would like to also perform one more activity to talk about delete. So for which what I will do is this, I just want to uncomment it. Okay, and I would like to insert some records here. So here I want to add the ID by my own with name. So we already have this name. Email, I have it. I would like to use underscore ID. Okay, so we have this property underscore ID colon 101. Okay, comma, like this. Copy the same, using it here, and this time I'm using 102. Name and everything, it'll be taken. Let me say user1. Here we try to say user2. Okay, so collections dot many result find one. I'm just deleting it all, and let's try to execute it first. Okay, so it's executed. Going back. Okay, so I have some records with ID 101 and 102. Now here I just delete this and perform some actions here. Here we say results equal to collection dot delete. See, the options are available: delete one and delete many. It totally depends on what you really want. Okay, so if I just talk about called delete one, it will be only deleting one record. Delete many means where the matching records are available, you delete it. Fine. So I'm just using this option called delete many. Okay, wherever the property names are matched, cause quite possible names sometimes match or whatever it is. So it's delete many. So the option is up to you now how you want. So the selected name, you have to offer it, whether you want to match it with the name or whether you want to match it with the email or whatever it is. So that will be offering it. But there's also an option available where you would like to delete everything. Are we clear? So if you're planning to delete it everything, what you can do, you can just leave it as a blank and try to run this. So collection dot delete underscore many. Let's check. Great. All records are deleted. So as I told you earlier also. So delete many means what? It will delete all the records whichever are present in your code now. Clear? In a similar one, if I want to perform insert, so you remember about we have an option called what? Insert many, and here we would like to pass post 1, post 2. Let's execute. So it will add the records inside this. Okay, and next time what I want to perform, after adding this record, I would like to perform the update part. Okay, so what I really want in my update, let's take a look. Update means certain properties I'm looking forward to be get updated. Okay, so in case if I want to check whether record has to be updated, I would first go and check whether the record does exist or not. Yeah, we have two names, user1 and user2. Let's go back and update part. Here, I just say collections. Okay, dot update one. Update, you can see update one here. Very simple functionality. Here you will go and tell which ID you would like to perform an update. So I say underscore ID colon. Which ID you want to consider? I'm saying 101. Okay, and what else? So I just use another curly braces and I say, sorry, dollar set. And after this, I use this colon, use the curly braces, name, okay, and use what name you want to use it. So suppose there is a user one, I'm saying user 123. Okay, let's see. It is loading and you can see the record user 123 is updated. Perfect. So your code is absolutely working fine. So you talk about either insert, you talk about what update, you talk about anything, it works. So insert, update one, delete one, insert one, as the name suggests, they'll be taking care about inserting, updating and deleting one records. But the moment you use many, they'll be performing multiple records. So this is a very simple way like how the Python will connect with your MongoDB.
In this video, we're going to learn about the differences between MySQL and MongoDB. Now, I'm sure you must have heard about these database management systems, but do you exactly know what set them apart? Don't worry, I'll help you in this video. First, let's look at what exactly is MongoDB. Now, as you all know, MongoDB is an open source, document-oriented NoSQL database. It is document-based, which means that the data stored is represented in a hierarchical relationship using a single record. And also, MongoDB is schema-free, which means there's no set schema to define how the data is being stored in the database. This causes lesser data migrations. But what exactly is MySQL then? Now, MySQL is an open source relational database management system. Unlike MongoDB, which is document-oriented, MySQL is a relational database system. Now, this uses something called as a structured query language, and this is used to access data which is stored in the form of rows and columns. Now, as mentioned earlier, data here is stored in the form of tables with rows and columns, and each data field comes with an index representing the data in the table. And SQL is developed and maintained by Oracle. So then what exactly sets them apart? So in the coming section, we'll look at some of the differences between MySQL and MongoDB depending on certain features. First up is the data structure. Now, MySQL requires you to define your tables and columns before you can store anything. And every row in a table must have the same columns. In MongoDB, you just drop the data in these documents. Also, the data in the MongoDB database is stored in a binary format called as BSON. Next up, we have schema. Now, as discussed earlier, MySQL requires a set schema to define the tables in the database. Now, the database administrator is requested to define a schema which defines how the different tables are being stored in the database. Now, this schema is crucial in case of MySQL. On the other hand, MongoDB doesn't require a prior definition of a schema. Next up is languages. MySQL uses the structured query language to perform actions on the database. It is used to retrieve data, add data, update, create a new dataset, etc. In case of MongoDB, it supports a JSON query language to work with data. Next up is foreign keys. Now, MySQL supports the usage of foreign keys. Now, if you don't know what exactly a foreign key is, then SQL uses foreign keys to link one table to another. Now, these foreign keys make data retrieval easy, especially when there are multiple tables interlinked with one another. In case of MongoDB, there's no support for foreign keys. Next up is replication. Now MySQL supports the master-slave and the master-master replication. In this setup, data set from one master database server can be copied to other servers. In case of MongoDB, it uses something called as sharding. Now sharding allows partitioning of data across multiple servers using a shard key. Don't worry if you're not able to understand these concepts well. In the coming videos, we'll explain these concepts in detail. Next up is scalability. Now SQL database can be scaled vertically, while MongoDB can be scaled both vertically and horizontally. Now horizontal scaling means scaling by adding more machines to your pool of resources, while vertical scaling refers to scaling by adding more power, like for example CPU or RAM. Moving ahead, let's look at performance. Now MySQL is optimized for high performance joins across multiple tables, while MongoDB is optimized for write performance. Talking about community support, some of the popular GitHub repositories on MySQL currently are mysql.js/mysql, and then there's MySQL Server. And at the time of writing, there were about 222,000 repositories on GitHub with 7 million commits for MySQL. In case of MongoDB, few popular GitHub repositories are MongoDB/Mongo and Doctrine/MongoDB. And at the time of writing, there were about 177,000 repositories with about 923,000 commits. According to Google Trends, MySQL is largely used compared to MongoDB. So now the question arises, which one should you choose? Well, if your application requires multi-row transactions, like for example an accounting system, then a relational database would be more ideal. But if you're using MongoDB, then it is more suitable for real-time analytics, content management, Internet of Things, mobile applications, and so on. Also, MySQL is a great choice if you have structured data and need a traditional relational database. In case of MongoDB, it is an ideal choice if you have an unstructured set of data. So you could pick your choice. And if you're partial towards one DBMS, let us know in the comment section below as to why you like that particular DBMS. Let's go ahead and begin with what is React. React is a JavaScript library used to build fast and interactive user interfaces for both web and mobile applications. Now, one thing that makes React extremely powerful is the fact that it's open source. Any user can access its source code, modify it, and enhance it. In a typical model view controller architecture, React defines the view part of the application. It is also responsible for how the app looks and feels. Fun fact, React was built by Jordan Walke, an engineer at Facebook. Now let's go ahead and see how React works in real time. Consider a typical web application, say Instagram. The entire UI of the web page is divided into several components. We have the search component, a profile description component, stories component, and a post list component. These components make the code easier to debug and always remain discrete. Components also make development and maintenance of web applications faster, as multiple developers can work simultaneously on different components of the same web application. Now let's see why React is so popular these days. React helps in creation of dynamic web applications. It also provides performance enhancements. Now there are several performance enhancements like virtual DOM and one-way data binding. We'll learn about these topics a little later in the video. React uses reusable components. Now this helps decrease the development time. React involves unidirectional flow of data. React also has a small learning curve. Compared to other frameworks like Angular, React is much easier to learn. React can also be used for mobile applications. React recently released an extension called React Native that is used for developing mobile applications that are cross-compatible. It also has dedicated tools for easy debugging. Now let's dive into the features of React. First, let's understand JSX. JSX is a syntax extension to JavaScript. Using JSX, we can add HTML to the JavaScript file. All coding in React is done using JSX. It also helps in making the code easier to understand and debug. Ultimately, JSX is a combination of JavaScript and HTML. Now let's consider a small example. Const simple here is a JavaScript notation. H1 tags indicate HTML. Again, the semicolon indicates JavaScript. Note that the semicolon is not mandatory. However, it's a good practice to include it. Moving on, the next feature is virtual DOM. DOM, which is an acronym for Data Object Model, actually defines how documents are accessed and manipulated in a web page. It represents the entire structure of the web page in the form of a tree. Now let's see how this actually works. React creates a virtual DOM that is the exact copy of the real DOM. Traditionally, whenever something changes in the web application, all objects in the real DOM are updated. This makes it extremely slow. Let's see how React counters this. Now consider two objects whose states have been changed. React now compares the virtual DOM with the virtual DOM snapshot that was taken right before the update. By comparing the new virtual DOM with the pre-update version, React figures out exactly which virtual DOM objects have changed. Now React only updates those objects on the virtual DOM. This makes a big difference when it comes to speed. Coming to the next feature, performance. React uses virtual DOM. As discussed earlier, virtual DOM impacts the speed of the web applications. We also took an example of Instagram and learned how multiple components can affect the development time. They help improve performance drastically. The next feature is one-way data binding. This means information flows in only one direction. One-way data binding is specifically used when information is displayed and not updated. Remember that the components of React are functional in nature. That is, they receive information through arguments and pass information via their return values. The next important feature is extensions. React has many extensions that we can use to create full-fledged front-end applications. It provides server-side rendering, which means that the application is rendered on the server rather than in the browser. React Native, which is a React extension, is used for developing mobile applications. There are many other extensions that React provides for every scenario in web development. Now let's look at a few of them. React Native lets you build mobile applications using only JavaScript. A React Native app is a real mobile application and not just a web application running on your mobile devices. Thousands of applications like Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, Skype use React Native. The next popular React extension is Flux. Flux is the application architecture that Facebook uses. Flux implements a unidirectional flow, which makes it easier to understand what actually is going on. Now let's see how it works. When we trigger an action, the dispatcher will get notified. The dispatcher receives actions and dispatches them to the stores. A store is what holds the data of an application. Stores will register with the application's dispatcher so that they can receive actions. Data from stores is displayed in views. Actions define the internal API of your application. They capture how anything might interact with your application. The last feature of React is debugging. React applications are easy to debug thanks to the large and active developer community. You can practically debug React codes within your browser. Now notice the small React extension icon at the top right corner. This developer tool allows the user to inspect the code and also easily debug it. Moving on, let's learn about the building blocks of React. Components, state, and props are the essential concepts that one should know before implementing React. They are the foundation on which React is built. Now, what exactly are React components? Components are the building blocks of any React application. React divides the user interface into multiple components, wherein each component defines how a particular element is viewed in the application. React components remain discrete and are processed independently. Another feature is reusability. Components can be reused multiple times across the application. This reduces the development time. Consider the following code snippet. A component is implemented as a JavaScript class having some state and a render method. State is the data which we want the component to render. The render method is responsible for how the UI looks and feels to the user. The next concept is state. State of a component is an object that holds some data. This data influences the output of a component. Every time the state of an object changes, the component is re-rendered onto the screen. Now let's see what props are. Props, or short for properties, allow us to pass arguments or data to components. Properties help make components more dynamic. It is important to define all the properties, their types, and their default value. Props are passed to components in a way similar to that of HTML tag attributes. Now consider the following code snippets. This shows exactly how properties are passed to components. Also, detailed illustrations on components, props, and state will be shown in the upcoming videos, so stay tuned for that. Moving on, let's go through some of the things that you should know before you can actually start working on React. You should be familiar with programming concepts like functions, objects, arrays, and classes. One should also have a basic knowledge of JavaScript and a familiarity with HTML. Don't worry if you feel like you're not good at them. Once you start working on them, you'll get a good hang of it. Finally, let's go through the impact of React on the IT industry and get insights into the salaries of React developers. Statistics show that React developers earn way more than other web developers. According to PayScale, the average salary for a React developer in the United States is a whopping 91,000 US dollars. The average salary for a React developer in India is 7.25 lakhs per annum. Over the recent years, React has gained immense popularity and is being adopted by many companies. According to the data by Google Trends, React has had a better growth scale compared to other frameworks like Angular and Vue. Statistics show that front-end developers have wholeheartedly adopted this lightweight framework, foregoing other available options. If you are skilled and have a knack for front-end development, React can help you gain fantastic career opportunities. Lastly, talking about a few companies that use React devotionally, we have Facebook, Instagram, Netflix, Dropbox, WhatsApp, among others. In today's video, we'll be learning all about React installation on Windows. So without further ado, let's get started. To set up the React development environment, we need two things installed: Node and a text editor of your choice. So let's begin by installing Node.js. We can head to the official Node.js website, say download Node.js. So here you can see the Windows installer. Depending on your system, you can either download the 32-bit version or the 64-bit version. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the 64-bit version. Since it's already installed on my system, I'm not again installing Node. You can follow the installation guidelines and download it. Once you're done with Node installation, you can go ahead and download a text editor of your choice. So I'd suggest VS Code. So let's head to the VS Code page. Say download VS Code. Click on the first link and download the 64-bit version for Windows. Once you're done with the installation of both Node and your text editor, you can start creating your first React application. So for that, let's create a folder. I'm creating it on my desktop, while you can create it in any of your drives. Let's call it first React. Now open your command prompt. Now you can type in the path for the folder that you just created. So say cd users first React. Now go ahead and type in the command npm install -g create React app. Okay, so this command installs all the necessary ReactJS modules. Now to check if the version is correctly installed, you can type in create React app version. So you can see the version here. Now let's continue and develop your React application. Type in the command create React app and you can give a name to your application. So I say my app. Now this should take a couple of minutes. Okay. Once you've successfully created your application, they say to begin by typing the following commands. So let's do that. Say cd my app and npm start. This should typically start your application, and here we go. Alright. You can also open your application in the text editor that you've downloaded. So let's go ahead and open VS Code. VS Code, file, open folder, go to your desktop or the drive that you've saved your folder in. First React, my app, and I say select folder. So as you can see, all your modules have been imported. You can click on app.js and start editing. In today's video, we'll be learning all about the most basic infrastructure of ReactJS called components. Without delay, let's begin and look at what's in store for us. So we'll be touching on topics like what are components, types of components, nesting components, higher order and pure components, and a brief description about component lifecycle. Alright, to begin with, what exactly are components? Components are the building blocks of a React application, wherein each component represents a part of the user interface. Now, to make it more understandable, consider the Facebook homepage. The entire UI can be broken down into several elements. Say we have the credentials component, the sign up component, the image component, and the logo component. Notice that each component adds something to how the homepage looks. Alright, reusability is one of the salient features of React components. One component can be reused several times across the application, and this improves the development speed. Components can also be nested. One component can internally consist of several other components. In its minimal form, a component must define a render method that specifies how exactly the application looks and feels. A component can also receive properties from its parent components. Also, you'll get a better understanding of all of these when we start working hands-on, so don't worry. So, moving on, let's look at the different types of components. First, we have the stateless functional components, and then we have the stateful class components. Now, functional components are typical JavaScript functions that return HTML. Now, they can be contained in a .js or a .jsx file. Coming to class components, these are regular ESX classes. However, it's mandatory that they contain a render method that in turn returns HTML. They can also be contained in .js or a .jsx file. Okay then, let's go ahead and build our first React application using components. Alright, so I've opened my text editor, that is VS Code, to build my application. Also, I suggest you watch the React installation on Windows video to help you get started. The video briefly explains how to install Node and how to start building your first React application. In my case, I've opened a folder called React Component Tutorial, and here in my source folder, I have app.js. Now, app.js is the main component that gets rendered to the DOM. Let me show you that. Here in index.js, you pass app.js, which is a component that gets rendered to the React DOM. So app.js consists of several other components that can be nested. So as you can see, app.js is a functional component. And before moving on, let me get rid of all the unnecessary code. So let me delete all of this and return an h1 tag that says hello, welcome to Simplilearn. Let me save it, and if you look at the browser, you'll have hello, welcome to Simplilearn. Now let's go ahead and display another message. Say h1. This video is about components. Right, let me save it and let me check the browser. It gives you an error. So JSX uses a conventional rule which states that all HTML tags have to be enclosed within a div tag. So for example, I say div and I enclose it. So let me save and check my browser again. Here you go. So multiple HTML tags have to be enclosed within the div tag. Moving on, let's create a first functional component. To do that, I'll first create a folder in my source folder, say components. Within that, I'll create a file, say functional component.js. Alright, so the first thing we have to do is import React. So I say import React from React. The general syntax for a functional component involves the keyword function and say functional component. Now you say return an h1 tag, or I've already used h1 tags, so I'll say paragraph and I say this is a functional component. Alright. Before explaining to you how these components are exported and imported, let me show you the general syntax for a class component. So I create another file, say class component.js. I again import React from React. The general notation is using the class keyword followed by the name of the class extending from the base class React.component. So going ahead, I say class component extends React.component. Now the key feature of a class component is the usage of a render method. So I say render, within braces I say return a paragraph tag saying this is the class component. Alright. So moving on, let's see how these components can be nested into the main component, that is app.js. Components can be nested into the main component using import and export keywords. So as the name suggests, export feature is used to export a particular file or a module, and import is used to import a particular file or a module into the current existing module. So we have two different types of exports. You have default export and just export or named export. So a default export is used to export just one object, be it a function, a class, a variable, from the file, and there can only be one default export per file. And when you're importing it, you can specify the address and use the word import before it. So let me show you how it works. Let's go back to our editor and then functional component. And here I say export default and the name of the functional component, that is functional comp. So let me save this, and going back to my app.js, I say import name of the functional component, that is functional com from, and I pass the path, this components / functional component. Also, let me get rid of these unnecessary files here. Now let's define functional component in our app.js component. So here I say functional comp. Let's compile it and check our browser. Here it says this is our functional component. Moving on to my class component, it's the same syntax here as well. I say export default name of my component, and in my app.js I import it. Import class comp from the path. And again, I'll have to define it in my return method. I say, so let me compile it and check my browser. It says this is the class component. One unique feature of default export is that I can rename the file while I'm importing it. So for example, I can rename it as say FC, and while I'm defining it, I'll have to make sure I use the same naming conventions. So I say FC again. And when I check it, it says this is the functional component. There's literally no difference. The next type of export is the named export or just export. So a named export can be used to export multiple objects, be it functions, class, etc. from a file. Now there can be several named exports from a single file. One hack is that while you're importing, it cannot be renamed. So let me show you how this works. Okay, so let's create another class in our class component. So I'll just copy paste this. Let me give it another name, say class comp1. And the message that I want to display is, hey, I'm another class. All right. So when I'm exporting it, I don't want default. So let me take it off and say export here. All right. In my app.js, while importing it, I want to import both the classes. So I'll include them within curly braces here. I say class comp, comma, class comp1. And then again, I define it here, class comp1. Let's compile it and run it, and here we go. Here you can see, hey, I'm another class. So we've successfully exported both the classes from the class component and imported it back in our app.js component. One advantage of using named export is the fact that I can choose to import the classes that I want to. Now say for example, I do not want to import class component here. So let me take it off, and here let me comment this. Now let's compile and see. Hey, I'm another class. The second class got imported while the first class that was defined earlier is not imported here. Alright, so next up we have higher order and pure components. Now I won't get into the nitty-gritties of it because they're advanced topics, but to give you a brief insight, higher order components are basically functions that take in a component and return a new component. The whole ideology behind higher order components is to facilitate the reusability of component logic. Okay, so let's see how this works. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's create a component in our components folder. Let's call the component click.js. Alright, so here we define a class. I use the snippet RCE. Here we go. We get the entire format using the small snippet RCE. And here I'm going to make use of a button. Now say I use the tag button and I'll say clicked one time. Every time the user clicks on the button, the value gets incremented. So for this, I'm going to use a variable say count, and I'm going to use the concept of states. So let's go ahead and define our variable count and initialize it to 0. So for that, I'm going to use another snippet called rconst. And here, this dot state equals my variable count, initializing it to 0. So let's define the count variable in our render method. So I say const count equals this dot state. So every time we click on the button, the count value has to get incremented, right? So we make use of an event called onClick equals this dot update click. Now update click is going to be another method that we have to define now. So every time the button gets clicked, this method is called. So let's go ahead and define the function. So it is update click equals, is going to be an arrow function, and I say this dot set state is nothing but count this dot state dot count plus 1. Okay, and here we say count times. Alright, so once this is done, let's import our component in app.js. So here again, I say import click from components click, and let's define it here. So let's check our browser. Every time we click on the button, the value gets incremented. Alright, so let's go ahead and create another component, say counter.js, wherein every time the user hovers the mouse on the button, the count value increases. So let's go ahead and do that. I say counter.js. I'm again going to use the snippet RCE to create a class component. And here in my div tag, I define a button and say incremented to, for now I say X. So now let's go ahead and add the event. Say button on mouse enter. I'm going to call the method this dot increment count. Okay, so once you're done with that, let's go ahead and define the increment count method. I'm going to copy the same code that I've mentioned in my click.js. So I say copy this. Alright, so one change is that I'll change the name of the method and call it increment count. Again, let's define the count in our render method. So I say const count equals this dot state. And here I change X to count. Now let's go ahead and import it in our app.js. So I say import counter from components and counter. And let's define it here. Alright, let's save it and let's run the code. Okay, so as you can see, you see another button here incremented to 0, and every time I move my cursor on the button, it increments. Mind you, I'm not clicking, I'm just hovering my mouse. Okay, to learn how higher order components work, we'll have to pass counter.js and click.js as parameters to give birth to an entire new component. So for that, let's go ahead and create another component for our HOC. Let's call it higher order.js. Okay, so I say import React from React. After that, I say const updated component equals original component. That's going to be an arrow function again. And within curly braces, I define my class. That is class, say, new component extends react.component. Inside, let's define a render method that returns the original component with a modification, that is, I want to type the user. I want to append the user before the actual message is displayed. Alright, so let's go ahead and close the tag and return new component, and let's export this. Say export default updated component. Now we import higher order.js in our counter.js and click.js and pass these components as parameters. So let's do that. Let's go to our counter.js, and here I say import updated component from /higher order component. And here, while exporting, I say updated comp and pass this as my parameter. Let's do the same to click.js. Here I import updated comp from higher order component, and here I pass this as a parameter. Now here in our higher order component, we've defined a property name and initialized it to the user. So we'll have to include this in our other components, that's counter and click. So let's do that. And here, right before incremented to, I say this dot props dot name. Let me save it. Let me do the same thing here and say this dot props dot name. So if you go back to our browser, here you can see it says the user clicked 0 times and the user incremented to 0. Okay. So this basically shows how React implements reusability of components. Moving on, our next topic is pure components. Now, another way to create class component is by extending pure component from React. A pure component avoids unnecessary re-renders. Now, how does it do it? It does not implement the should component update method. Now, you'll learn about this method a little later in the video. Now, this method enables re-rendering of components to the DOM. But a pure component, on the other hand, ensures a shallow comparison of states and props and checks if a re-render is actually necessary. Only then does it render to the DOM. A React component can be considered pure if it renders the same output for the same state and props. So let's take an example to explain pure components. So let's go back to our VS Code and create two component classes, one for a regular component and the other for a pure component. Now using this example, I'll show you exactly how pure component is more helpful. Okay, so let's create a pure component.js file. I say pure comp.js. So here I'm going to use a snippet RPCE that is going to create a pure component class. Let me get rid of this export. And And here in my div tag, I'll display the text, say, I'm the pure component. Alright, now let's go ahead and create a regular component. I may call it regular component.js. And here I'm going to use the snippet RCE. And the message that I'd want to display is, I'm the regular component. So to draw a comparison between the regular component and the pure component, let's create a parent component for the two. So let me create one here. I'll call it parent component.js, and this is again going to be a regular class component. And here I display the message, I am the parent component. To change the state of the component, we're going to make use of a constructor. So let's use the snippet rconst, and here let me create name. You can give anything, and I say Simplilearn. Now we make use of the component didMount lifecycle method to set a time interval. Now don't worry about this, we're going to learn about it a little later in the video. So moving ahead, I'm going to make use of the method and say component didMount, and here I say set interval. And the first argument is going to be an arrow function, and the second will be the time interval, and I'm going to be setting it to 3 seconds. Now within the arrow function, I'll make use of the setState function to set the state of my property. However, I do not change the name, I keep it Simplilearn itself. Moving on, let's import pure component and the regular component into our parent component and then pass name as a property. So to do that, first import pure comp from pure component, and then I say import regular comp from regular comp.js. And here let's say regular comp name equals this dot state dot name, and I say pure component name equals this dot state dot name. Now let's include the property name in both our regular and pure components. So to do that, let's just say this dot prop dot name, and here I again say this dot prop dot name. And finally, let's import parent component into our app.js component. So here I say import parent comp from, okay, and here let me define parent comp. So now if you look at the browser, we have I'm the parent, I'm regular component Simplilearn.
To set the state, and we're going to set the state for search results to whatever is passed by the system. So the search results are going to be returned as a callback, and that's what we'll store as an updated state. Now coming to the add track method. So let's scroll up and we'll say add track, and this will take the track to be added. Let's declare a temporary variable called tracks equal to this dot the current state of all the tracks that are there in the playlist. Now if tracks dot find, I'm going to call the find method. So if we are able to find, which means that the track is already there in the playlist, then we would not want to add it. If it's not there in the playlist, that's when we would want to go and add it. The triple equal to is an equality operator that will check for both a value match and a match on the data type as well. Okay, so if the track is already saved, do nothing. If the track is not saved, just track the track ID, because that is the track that will have to be added. If it's already there, then just return. If it's not there, then we've got to go to this variable called tracks. We'll use the JavaScript method called push, and we will push the current track into this tracks array and then update the state. So we'll want to set the state of the playlist tracks, and this is how your state management that we discussed in detail is actually being practically implemented here. Okay, so the track has been added. Now let's talk about the remove track. So that's the remove track function, and that's the track that we want to remove. So let's let tracks equal to this dot state dot playlist tracks. Those are the set of current tracks that we have, and let track search, another temporary variable, equal to this dot the current state of the search results. Then let's take the tracks array equal to tracks dot filter. So filter is a JavaScript function that will again allow you to remove a certain value. Create a temporary variable called current track, use the lambda operator, and if the current track dot id is not equal to the track dot id, which means this particular track is not there in the list, Okay, so you need to remove that, and again I have a method called as unshift, which will actually get rid of the track in the array. And then we've got to, so we'll search whether that track is existing in the tracks array. If it is, then we simply want to remove it. If not, we do nothing. So we set the state. We need to update the state of the playlist because a track has been removed. So the playlist tracks will have to be updated with this tracks array. Okay, then we go for remove track search. That's the next method. That also will take a track as a parameter. Okay, here we are going to say let tracks, which is another temporary variable. We'll give it the current state of search results, and then we are going to say tracks equal to tracks dot filter current track dot id not be equal to the track dot id. And then this is where we would want to say this dot set state, and we'll pick up search results, and let's go and assign that to track. So that's the updated set of tracks after making that change. Let's remove this and correct it. Okay, so that's fine. So the remove track is now, the remove track and the remove track search is now in place. Let's add the these functions, which actually again takes track as a parameter. And here we'll say this dot add track. Okay, so it adds the track and then it removes the track from the search criteria. So the search component, which is managing searching of the tracks, that will go and remove it from there after adding the new track. So that's a combined operation we want to execute. Then I've got update playlist name, which will take the name of the track to update. And this dot set state, the playlist name is what we need to update with the name that is passed to this function. Then we've got to save playlist. So here let me create a constant variable. Constants are variables whose values will not frequently change. We'll take all the track URIs. Dot state dot playlist tracks will be dot map, create a temporary variable called track dot URI. So we actually want to go and now save this on Spotify. So that's the reason we'll access Spotify's save playlist method. This dot state dot playlist name comma track URIs, and if that is successful, we then go and do a callback. So that's the callback anonymous function, where we're going to say this dot set date, and the playlist name that we want to create on Spotify will be called new playlist. So that's the custom name that I want to provide. And the playlist tracks, define that. This closes here. Okay, so that's for the update on Spotify. Now here is where the render method is going to return the HTML. Now this HTML is the view, and React simplifies this by having the JavaScript and the HTML in the same file, so you can actually go and access the variables you've declared in the script directly in your HTML view and synchronize and bind the data together. So it helps from a maintainability perspective. So even though everything is in the same file, it's well classified and differentiated into different code blocks. So we'll add the anchor tag and we'll say href is HTTP localhost. So that's the default server port on which this application will run. Okay, and we want to give it a custom URL name of musicophile. So the h1 terminates. We'll then say div class name equal to app. Within that, this is how we're going to inject our search bar. That's going to be the search bar component. Inject it here, and on search, so that's the custom event, we will call a method called search. So on search, we bind to a method called this dot search. Then we'll open up another div. Here we'll have class name equal to app dash playlist, and if you remember, that's exactly the CSS class name that we referred to in the CSS file. We have another component called search results that we're going to inject here, and that's going to be search results. Here search results will be equal to this dot state dot search results. So that's how we can actually go and bind. So that's simple data binding. The component is going to be displayed with the data bound. And if somebody says add, if I click on the add button for search results, do these. So it will add that new track to the playlist by calling binding to the do these function, and it will remove it from the search results text box. Then we have another component called playlist, and here the playlist tracks will be bound to this.state.playlist tracks. Okay, so on the top, if you look here, we started with defining all the function declarations in the constructor. Then we provided the function definitions. Okay, that's how. And this that we passed refers to the context of the current component itself. So whatever you put into the app component or into the respective component, those values will be then passed out here to these individual functions. Okay, so that's with the playlist. Couple of things we'll have to do is if somebody changes the name of the track. So on name change is going to be another custom event where we'll have to call this dot update playlist name. And we also have remove functionality. So to remove a track, we would say equal to this dot remove track on save equal to this dot save playlist. Okay, so that's done, and we close this. So we seem to be pretty much on track. The export app will make this all of these functions accessible across other components. It's very similar to the public access specifiers, etc., that you provide in other programming languages. So that's done. We've created our app component. Now let's create another folder under components, and we've got to define all our various components here. This folder is going to be for the search bar, so we'll name it search bar. We'll add 2 files within it, the search bar.css, okay, and another file that we'll need here is search bar.js. So that's in terms of the search bar. Let's start with the CSS file. So we'll start with first styling search bar. We will say that the display should be flex direction should be column. We want all the items to be aligned at the center, so that's align item center. Then we'll add up padding. So padding top is going to be 6.94 rem, and margin bottom is going to be 6.33 rem. All right, now let's add up for the search bar. So that's search bar. We'll add for the input element, we want the width to be 287 pixels, the padding to be 0.880, the border should be 1 pixel solid white, the border radius will give a slight rounded edge to give a web 3.0 look and feel, so we'll set up the border radius. Then we've got margin bottom, so we've got a bottom margin that we want to add up. Then we have color, so let's add up the color, C3F, so that's the color, black. Then let's add text alignment of center, and let's add up a font size of 1 rem. Okay, so that's how we've set this up. Let's add the search bar. Input is going to be, so if someone focuses, so focus is the got focus, so if someone clicks inside, so if the end user goes and clicks inside the text box, we change the outline to none. Okay, and so for the search bar, we are interested on input, and if the input is focus, so that's the event that we are looking for, and then we would have a button called search button. So on the search button, the cursor, we'll set it to pointer, so that's the cursor pointer. The width, we set it to 8.11 rem. The padding, we are going to set up to 0.77 rem and 0. The border radius, we'll set it to 54 pixels, so we get a slightly well-defined search button with a nice little border. Let's also add background color, #1db954. So that gives me a color. Then I've got my text alignment. Let's set that to center. Then we've got our font family. Let's set up the font family to the same standard font, AT, and it's a part of the sans serif family. Then we'll set up the font size to 0.833 rem. Correct this. And finally, we will need transition. So all of these are basic CSS properties. So that will add a slight transitional effect with a delay of that many milliseconds. So transition, background color, we've provided. What else? Let me scroll up. Let's also provide a border here. So we'll remove, in fact, let's remove the border. We would not want a border on the button, that would look odd. So I'll get rid of the border. And color, we'll specify as per our standard color that we've been using. Okay, so that's the color we've specified. And then I've got font weight of 500. Finally, we'll take the search button, and on the search button we will register for the hover event. So if someone takes their mouse over the button, that's the hover event. In that case, if we hover around the button, we would want the background color to change, so it will appear to have a slight little glow there. A mouse pointer moves over the button. Okay, so that's the opacity and the RGB combination. So that completes the CSS file for the search bar, and we obviously now need to go and get the code in for our search bar component, and that's exactly what we are going to do next. So let's start with setting up the code for the search bar. First thing, let's go and import React from React. Next thing we would want to do is import the search bar dot CSS file. Then we define our class called search bar, which extends React.component. We define our constructor, and we go and pass these parameters to the base class. We also define the state. We'll just need one variable here, which is the term to search for in the search bar. And then let's say this dot, we'll define a function called handle term change, which is going to be equal to this dot handle term change dot find. So that's going to be the first function. Then a function that will do the searching for us, which is this dot search. So that's the search function, and we'll have it bind to this. Then we've got this dot handle enter. So the moment we enter into that search text box, handle enter dot find this. So the functions are ready. Now let's go for the first one, which is handle term change. We'll pass it a system defined keyword of event, this dot set state, and for the term we will use the event keyword. We will get the value that is there inside that text box the moment the search term the user has entered changes. So the search criteria changes, we trap the updated value. Then in the search function, we will update the local property props.on search. Okay, so we'll access the on search and pass it the updated term, and then we got the handle enter, on which we're also going to pass the system defined event keyword. So if there's any data flowing along with the event, we're interested in it. In this case, the data is the key code that the user is pressing, and if it is 13, that indicates that's the ASCII key code for the enter button. So if the enter is hit, then the user is completed entering the search criteria and we need to start searching. And that's where we write our render method that's going to render the HTML view, and we return the complete view here. So that's the view now that we want to return. Let's say div class name equal to search bar. Then on the input text box, we will use placeholder equal to enter song, album, or artist that you want to search for. On change, on the on change event, the moment the term changes, we connect that to handle term change. We already have a function that manages that. And the moment keys are pressed and released, so on key up is where we would want to connect to this dot handle enter. Okay, and this is brace bracket that I'll have to put up here. So in the render function, we're going to return a value. I shouldn't forget to export the search bar. Okay, so that's what I want to export. So we've exported that. Okay, so at the end of this, what we've done is we've written a render method. We've written our div tag. Here is where we'll go and close the div tag. We've added an input, and here is where I'm going to add a button, provide a class name called search button, and the moment the end user clicks on the button, we're going to connect it to this dot search, and we close the button tag. Within the button tag search. So that completes the render function. So in the render function, again, let's run through all of what we've written. We started with extending React.component. We then added a constructor, passing props to the super class constructor. We created state. We set it to a value of term and null. So the state currently we defined as term. Then we said handle term changes, search and handle enter should be functions that we want to add. Then handle term changes we defined, search we defined, and handle enter we've also defined. Then we used render. Render we said is going to return to us the HTML that we've specified. Okay, we dumped all the HTML that we want this component to return to us. So on change and on key up are both two functions that or two events that we connected to, where we called handle term change and handle enter. Then we added a button where we registered for the click event and connected it to this dot search. So all the three functions that we had actually written. So two things we've completed now. In the app class, okay, if you look at the app class, we've actually defined a set of functions here that deal with the playlist and adding applications, etc., adding tracks, removing tracks. Then we've created the search bar. Okay, so we saw that the search bar also, we have specified a set of functions, and all the functions that we defined, we have taken care to structure every component separately. So the search component is doing something completely different, which is managing the search bar. We have the core, the root app component, in which we have imported all of the other set of JavaScript classes that we are creating. And that's how the entire application is now structured. So, and that's the core concept when you're working with React, where you would actually have every separate block of code or every separate functionality handled in a different component altogether. So we've completed the search bar component as well. So two components done and two components good to go. So we've got to start up on the next set of components that we will need to build. And the next component is the track component that will manage individual tracks. So a new folder, a new file called track.css and track.js. So that's going to manage the tracks for us. So let's start with .track. We would say display is flex, align items, center, border bottom, 1 pixel, solid, RGBA, 256, 256, 256, 0.8. That's the opacity. Then let's come to track action. So we'll use all of these classes when we write up the HTML view. We'll add a padding here of 0.5. We'll set up a font size of 1.05. Set up a transition color of 0.25s, border of 0 pixel, and a background color of RGBA 0000 color hash. So that's the color that we continue to use. Then we bring in track, another class, track action, and if we hover over this class, we want the RGB values change to 265, 265, 265, 5 is the last parameter. So that's the hover. Then we have track information. So track information is the next class that we're dealing with. We'll add the flex parameter first, display flex, and then flex direction is going to be column. Let's have justify content set up as center, and let's have height as 180 pixel. So that's track information. Let's have another track information and the h3 tags nested inside that. For all the h3 tags nested inside that, we'll need a margin bottom of 0.22 rem. Finally, let's have track information and paragraph tag. We'll have the font size of 0.83 rem and a font weight of 300 and a color as well that we'll add. So let's add up a color here, RGBA 256, 256 and 0.8. Okay, so that's in terms of the CSS, and let's move to the track and we'll move into the JavaScript file. So let's move into, so let me take what we added in the search bar. I'll go to the track.js. This will change to track.css. Okay, the constructor, this will change to add track. So add track, change this to add track. This is remove track, change this to remove track, get rid of this. And that's going to be the add track function. And here we are going to say this dot props. So we'll modify this dot props dot on add this dot props dot track. And then we have the remove track. So that's going to be the remove track function. This function is not required. So this dot props dot on remove, and this is the track that we would want to go and remove. We'll add up another function called render action. So this is going to be a function that we are defining called render action, and in this we'll just check if this dot props dot is remove. If this dot props dot is removal, so in that case we would want to return. So this is a view action method that we are adding, which is going to go and add this button with a class called as track action that we've already written the CSS for, and this button will actually get added via this render action function, and this dot remove track is what it's going to map to. Let's close this. This is going to bind to this specific function. So that's the closing button tag. Okay, so the closing button tag is what we've added there, and the binding is what we have done to this dot remove track. And we will terminate this here. So now the render action, let's also have the return here, and we just add up the button, and this is going to add track. So you can look at how the component is completely dynamic in nature. So we have two buttons that are going to be added. This button with a hyphen is going to remove the track. This button with a plus sign is going to add the track. And you can actually see how simply it was done in a render action function. So the render action function actually helped with checking that if on the value of the props, and if the user, depending on the action performed, you will actually be able to remove a track or add a track from the existing playlist. Okay, and then the class name here is now going to be track. The class name for the enclosing div inside it. So let me get rid of this. The class name for the enclosing div here is going to be track dash information. Within it, we'll add h3. We'll bind to this dot props dot track dot name. So the name of the track is going to get bound here. Then in the paragraph, we will bind to this dot props dot track dot artist, and with some gap, this dot props dot track dot algo. So that's what we've data bound to. And then let me add an iframe. An iframe allows us to very easily inject some content into the page within a small embedded window. The source parameter of the frame is going to be https open dot. So here I'm connecting to the Spotify stream, spotify.com/embed/track, and close this. So that's the Spotify stream that we are going to connect to, and this dot props dot track dot id. So that's the track id. The width is going to be 300. The height parameter, the height parameter is going to be 80 of the iframe, and the frame border is going to be 0, and the allow transparency, so that's the opacity, we'll say true. Let's add allow encrypted media. So if Spotify has encrypted media, that also would be embedded here, and we can also have the title set to preview. So that's with the iframe. Okay, at the bottom is where we would want to, so this could be an empty element, and we can close it right around here, so we wouldn't need this part. And then here I'm just going to say this dot render action. So we call the render action method, which will actually give us plus minus button to add and remove new element. Okay, and that's what we can actually go and add up there. So let's check now whether all that we've done is good to go. Fine, so everything looks good in terms of the track component now, and we have all of the functions in place. It's now time to jump into the next component that we would require after the track component, and that's going to be the track list. So this is going to be a list component that will comprise of a list of tracks inside it. So we'll create a new folder, call this track list, and that's going to have track list CSS, and it's going to have track list.js. So that's the track list component now, which we're going to go ahead and use. And the CSS, we don't need much, so let's just say track list, and we just provide a width of 100%. Okay, that's all we'll need in the CSS. So let me add this in the CSS file, save this, and come to the JS file now, which is going to have the track list code that we will need to add up. So here again, I'm going to say import React from React. We'd also want to import track list.css, and we'd also want to go and get track, because this component is going to be made up of a collection of tracks, individual tracks. So we want to get this from track/track, and we'll define class track list, which is going to go and extend react.component. We just need the render method here, because this just needs to go. It does not really have any state of itself. It simply goes and returns a list of individual tracks. So this class name is going to be track list, and we'll bind to this dot props dot tracks dot map, create a temporary variable, and this will go and return the track component, which is going to bind to individual track data. The key is going to be track.id. So the key is going to be track.id, and on adding a new track, we want to bind to this dot properties dot, and we already have on add defined, so that's what we connect to. We add up my brace bracket here. Okay, and then we would also need is removal equal to this dot props dot is removal, and the on remove will to this dot props dot on remove. So that's for the track removal, and so we've got our track list. Oh yes, we'll have to go and also close the div tag correctly, and also we'll need to go and export. So we'll have to go and export the track list. So we've got one more component done, which is track lists, and let's move on to the next component now. So we've got app, which is root. We've got the search bar that takes care of entering the search criteria. We've got individual tracks that are searched and returned, and we've got a track list that manages a set of track records. So the track is more relevant to the playlist, and then we've got the search results also to manage. Once we search for some set of tracks, so we'll add a new folder which manages search results, and this is going to have search results.css, and it's going to have search results.js. Okay, so we need a search results.css and JS, and here in the CSS file we'll keep it simple for the search results. So we'll say search results. We'll set up the width of 50%. We'll set up the height of 950 pixels. We'll say overflow Y is scroll. We'll say padding is 0.88 rem. Background color will be RGBA 95 23 23 0.7, and we will use the box model. So we'll provide a shadow, dropping shadow of 4 pixels, 2 pixels, 2 pixels, hash, and then let's add a scroll bar. So WebKit and MOZ are the constants specific to Mozilla and Chrome browsers. So they target certain animated features, etc., or properties that are specific to those individual browsers. And that's the reason we use those constants. And then we'll also add a media query that if it goes with a max width 1020 pixels, in that case dot search results width is 90% with a margin bottom of 2 rem. Okay, so forgot to add the hyphen, so it's hyphen WebKit scroll bar 0 pixel width, and we've set transparent background. So that's about it with the CSS. I need to get to the JS file. Now let's move to the search results JS file, and that's where we will now have to go and add up the component code for search results. And let me pick this up from track list, add it up here. This will be search results, and we'll need the results will return to us a list of tracks. So we'll have to get track list. This will be track list, and I'm just going to return class name will also be search results. So that's the component, and this is going to export out search results, so it's accessible across other components. Then we've got h2 with results. Let's go and create track list with a set of tracks, and we will bind it to this dot props dot search results. And on the on add, we are going to bind to this dot props dot on add. So we already have that. So that basically completes search results, and that leaves us with the last component, which is going to manage the playlist for us. So we'll add up a new folder in components, and that's going to be playlist, and within that we will have a playlist.css and a playlist.js. So that's our playlist component now that we're going to work with. And the playlist component is we'll first set up the CSS that we will need to add up to the playlist, and I'm just going to pick that up from my code snippet. So that's my playlist, and let me get all of that CSS here. So that's just the CSS for the playlist, nothing to do with React, again pure CSS. Let me get into the JS file, and that's where we will need to go and add all of our component code. So again, let me go to the track.js, the track list rather. Let me get this and add it out here. We'll make some small changes. This is going to be playlist. I need to import the track list because the playlist is going to contain a list of tracks. This is going to be playlist, and let me here, this will be playlist, and we'll leave this for later. Okay, let me also get the constructor in, so we'll add up the constructor here, and just one function that we will need here, which is handle name change. If I need to change the name of the playlist, so handle name change, and that's exactly the function that we will need to write code for. So that's the event, and this dot props dot on name change, that's when we'll say event dot target dot value. So we get the updated playlist name. Coming to the render, we'll now need the input. Input is going to be on change equal to this dot handle name change. The default value we have already provided with a hard-coded value, which is new playlist. So that's the default value. If not provided, then we'll just pick up the default value. Then we've got track list. So track list is what I will add. The tracks I'm going to bind to this dot props dot playlist tracks. So we're going to bind this to playlist tracks, and here we will say is removal equal to true, and on remove equal to, we'll bind that to this dot props dot on remove. Finally, we'll need a button. We will use class name equal to playlist dash save. That's what we've added in the CSS. Click equal to this dot props dot on save, and here we're going to say save to Spotify. So that's with playlist, and yes, we need to go and export playlist and not track list. Now we'll need to do a quick lookup in Spotify. So let's go to this website called developer.spotify.com, and once we sign in and create an ID, it takes us to our dashboard. That's where we can create a sample application. The name of the application will be musico file. Okay, and we'll say that we are building some kind of desktop app, for example, for which we want to connect this to, and we'll also need to provide so we'll say next, refresh the dashboard. So it's asking me for a login, so let me log in once more. So moment I log in, that's going to be description, and I'll say maybe this is why I need it. I'll say no, not commercial integration, agree with the terms and conditions, and we will say submit, and that's the application that has got created. And now I can say edit settings, and the redirect URL here is what is important. So it should accept connections from HTTP localhost 3000. That's the port on which we will host our application. Okay, and we'll say save. Okay, so that's now there's a client ID that is generated here for my app, which is unique. So I'll just copy that up. Let me come up to my application. Under the source folder, I'm going to add a new folder called util, and under that a new file called spotify.js. So we will start with adding our code to the spotify.js file that we've just created as a new file within the newly created util folder. The first line of code is going to define a client ID variable that equates to the client ID that we will generate on Spotify. So this is going to be the Spotify generated client ID, which is a unique ID associated for the developer to connect to the Spotify API. And we will look at the source of that as we go through the demo. The next variable that we'll create is the redirect URL, or let's call it redirect URI, and that will equate to localhost :3000, which is the port, and we'll create another variable called the access token. Let's also create another constant variable called Spotify, and this will work like a function expression. So we'll equate it to a function called getAccessToken, and we will say if access token is true, then return the access token. Now let's declare a constant variable called accessTokenMatch, which will be equal to window.location.href.match, and we will say this is equal to access token, which will be equal to, and we will give a regex expression to do a pattern match ampersand, so that we can actually get into the URL and extract the token information from that, and hence the pattern match is crucial here. Another constant variable called expiresInMatch equal to window.location.href.match. Here we will read the expiry information using another regex expression from the URL ampersand asterisk. So that's the second constant variable we've created. Now we will say if access token match and expiresInMatch. In that case, the access token should be equal to access token match of 1. Then we create a variable called expiresIn equal to, we'll do a typecast to number, and we will take the first parameter from the expiresInMatch. That's done. Then we will say window.setTimeout, and we're going to say access token equal to comma expiresIn multiplied by 1000. Then we will say window.history.pushState, and we will say access token. We'll pass the second parameter as null, the last parameter as slash, and close this, and we will return access token. Else we will say const access URL equal to https accounts.spotify.com/authorize_client_id equal to $client ID ampersand response type equal to token ampersand scope equal to playlist dash modify. So we are actually building the URL that will now get generated. So we'll say modify dash public and redirect URL equal to $redirect URI. So we have constructed the URL now that will go out and get generated in the browser, and here we are going to say window.location equal to access URL. Then we'll add the search criteria function, which accepts a term as a parameter to search on. Here we will say constant access token equal to Spotify.getAccessToken. So we get a reference to the same access token. Return, we call the fetch function, and we're going to pass https api.spotify.com/v1/search ? That's the query string that we will add. Type equal to track and ampersand g equal to $, and we will pass term, comma. As the header information, we will need to pass the authorization, where we will say that the bearer is $access_token dot then response return response.json dot then. So the return of this function, once it completes, we will then call the next function, so JSON response, and then we will say return response.json. After that, another then block, so we'll now say JSON response, and if not JSON response dot tracks, in that case we will return an empty array, else we will return JSON response dot tracks dot items dot, and we'll create track as a variable with a lambda expression, and we'll create a temporary JSON object with ID, and that's where we want to associate track.id that was returned as the search result. The name is going to be associated with track.name. The artist is going to be associated with track.artist of 0.name. The album is going to be track.album.name, and the URI we will equate track.uri. So that completes this block. We'll open the next, and this will be the save playlist, which will take the name and the track URIs, and here we will check if not name or not track URIs dot length. In that case, we simply return out of the code, and then we declare a constant variable called access token, which will be equal to Spotify dot get access token. So we get a reference to the access token. We then declare headers. Authorization bearer is going to be $access token, and we'll create a user ID, and now we will return the fetch result, where we will pass https api.spotify.com/v1/me. So that's the URL, comma, headers will be the header information. Then we call the then function, declare response as a variable, use the lambda expression, and access response.json. We use the then block to declare JSON response. Here we say user ID equal to JSON response.id, and then we return fetch https api.spotify.com/v1/users/user ID/playlist. So this is how we've constructed the URLs manually. Here we will assign headers to the headers variable. We'll assign method as post, so the data is sent as part of the body and not as part of the URL. And as the body, we will say json.stringify to convert this parameter name, and then we will generate a response variable to response.json, and then we'll create JSON response with the lambda operation. We'll create a constant playlist ID, which is equal to JSON response.id. We will return fetch https api.spotify.com v1 users $user ID/playlist/$. Again, we are constructing the URL. So playlist ID will be replaced here. Then we will say tracks and close this, comma. And here again, we will say headers would equate to the headers variable. Be constant headers, and this close here. Okay, everything fixed now. So here we are going to say headers should equate to headers, and the method is going to be post, and the body is going to be json.stringify URIs, track URIs. And we close this, we close this block, we close this block, and we close this block. So that completes our code. Of course, one more thing we'll have to do, which is export this class out. So export default Spotify. And that completes the code for the Spotify.js, which is part of our utils class. So let's move on now to the next step. So here is the client ID that we'll have to exactly match. So I'll copy this client ID and provide it here. So that's the client ID that we actually need, and we could also store it out here. So that's the client ID, and that's the redirect URL that we've also defined there. And we just create an access token. If the access token is true, we return access token. So the access token is something that we are going to do a match from the moment we try and connect with this particular URL, and you can look here that this is the access URL that we are trying to connect with, okay, with the client ID and postfixed with the redirect URL, right? And then I've got a simple search function which returns an observable. So we try to fetch data using the search term that we provided. Okay, we try to fetch data using the search term provided. If we are successful, we get a response of the data, and accordingly we'll iterate over the JSON response and get a list of tracks out of it and do a mapping of this JSON object to the track ID, name, artist information, album name, etc. And here, just like a data access layer, very similar to a data access layer, we've got a save function which will save this data to Spotify as well. So I've got a save playlist and I've got search. So these are the two functions which will go and connect to the Spotify service by using this client ID, and it will allow me to access that information in terms of returning a stream of JSON data, and will then allow me to go ahead and push that JSON data into our application. So now we'll actually need to start up the application. So I'll go to the terminal, and rather let me go to view and bring out the terminal. So this is the integrated terminal that's there in the tool, and it just opens PowerShell from which you can actually fire your commands. So I'm going to say node package manager npm start to actually start up this application. So that's going to do a full compile, and so we will fire this up, give access. So I'll need to grant access to that port 3000. Let's give it time to run. And that's the app now that you can actually see here. So this is the search bar that we actually had. Okay, then we had the results, we had the playlist. Now the results is going to consist of a set of tracks which are maintained by the track list, and then you can take individual tracks with the plus and minus button and add them into the playlist. Okay, so that's how it's typically going to work. Okay, so as you can view here, I'm just going to search for an artist, and we'll click on the search button. It goes to Spotify, tries to connect there, and says that I need to agree to the terms and conditions, and I've just agreed to that. So the very fact that it actually gave us a confirmation link the moment we tried to connect and execute our application, that's proof enough that it actually went and connected to the service there and tried to return a value to us. So this is what we did. We just added an artist, we said search, and you can see now it's successfully connected. I've got a list of tracks available from this artist, and you can see the plus buttons getting added on the fly. So that was the render action. These are buttons that got added onto this list of tracks dynamically the moment the search results returned a value. So I can click on this plus sign, and you can see that the track gets added to the playlist. Okay, as and when I click here. So I've added a couple of tracks. If I go back to my dashboard of my Musicophile application and that I've created here in the developers portal of Spotify on developers.spotify.com, it's blank. So now I'm going to click on save to Spotify. Okay, and that clears the playlist. So let me come here, and now when I come out here, we saw that it actually got successfully connected out here. Now I'll have to log in to, so this was the development app that we actually created on the developers portal of Spotify. Now we will go to spotify.com. So I'll just go to the Spotify website, and it says, do you want to launch the web player and all that? So let me click on that. So it just launches, and can you see here, this is the new playlist that just got added, right? And there were 4 songs that had actually added to the playlist, and you can see here those 4 songs have got added out here. Okay, so I can go here and I can delete this playlist and say I want to delete it. Okay, so there's no playlist now. I'll go back here, I'll add 2 tracks, and I'll say save to Spotify. So that's how you actually saw that the new playlist, you can see the new playlist has come back here. Okay, and that's the playlist. The playlist has got generated again, and that's the new playlist that got created. And we deleted it, but it still got created again, and that indicates the connectivity that we successfully created with this React app. And the core concept of the React app was breaking it down into components, which is the search component. Then we created the track component. We created the track list to maintain a list of tracks. Then we created the search results, which will generate a list of results which further contains a track list. And this is the embedded iframe which gave us the response, which is scrollable here. And you can see that the iframes we created allowed us to scroll this with this embedded web page inside the iframe container. So with that, I hope we've been successful with explaining the concept of component-based design and architecture with React and how important it is to create individual components, and the benefit of that being that you can isolate change requests to a certain component. You can promote reusability. Wherever you want the same feature to be implemented on the page, you can just inject that same component, and the same implementation and the same features can be reused. So it promotes reusability, it promotes flexibility to change, it isolates your change request to single components, preventing the massive effort of recompiling and retesting the entire application as a whole.
In this session, we'll be comparing the three cutting-edge UI development technologies, that is ReactJS, Angular, and Vue. We'll learn about the key differences that make them so distinct. All of these technology stacks have been replacing pure server-side technologies, and we've slowly progressed from server-side applications to more distributed applications where a part of the job is done on the client side and a part on the server side. And now we've transitioned to something known as single-page applications, or SPA. And all of these technologies that you see on your screen right now are based purely on JavaScript. As a result, they're lightweight and aren't dependent on any third-party runtime tools. So let's compare the three technologies and learn about the factors that make them stand out. So let's see what's in it for you. We learn about their features, use cases, and where they're applied, their performance, how they handle data, the languages they use, and their testing mechanisms. We learn about the dedicated user community that backs these technologies, and finally, we'll see the growth curve. First, we'll look into the salient features. Now, React is a front-end JavaScript library, while Angular and Vue are JavaScript frameworks. Now, although the terms library and frameworks are used interchangeably, they're significantly different. Now, library is a set of classes or functions, and the user is in complete control to call them. Frameworks, on the other hand, are like models. They have limited choices and come with a blueprint of their own. And as a result, the user doesn't have much control. So JavaScript, being an interpreted language where code is executed line by line, makes all these tools very efficient. Mainly because converting the code into an intermediate code would require a runtime environment and would definitely encounter a delay. Now these are avoided, and as a result, these tools are fast. Moving on, React is used to develop mobile and web applications, and Angular is used for single-page applications, and you can also develop hybrid applications using this stack, mainly because it's purely based on CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and jQuery. Single-page applications, as the name suggests, are built using single page. Now, the entire page is broken down into several components, wherein each component performs a specific task. Say, for example, one component handles the login, the other one would display icons and images, and so on. All these bits or components are then put together to form a single page application. And moving on, React was developed and maintained by Facebook, while Angular was built by Google, and Vue was developed by Evan You, an ex-Google employee. Now, React represents the Vue part of the MVC framework, and Angular is a full-fledged MVC framework in itself, and Vue, on the other hand, is focused on Vue and the model layer of the MVC framework. Now, what exactly is the MVC framework? Now, MVC framework is an object-oriented design principle that mandates the separation of control, meaning one thing can only do one thing. So the model deals with the entity classes, the data, and the business logic, while Vue deals with the representation and the UI logic of the application, and the controller drives the functionality of the two. Any changes can be easily factored and isolated, and as a result, testing becomes a whole lot easier. Moving on, now let's look at the use cases from the business perspective. In terms of React, we have top websites like Facebook, Instagram, Netflix that use React. On the other hand, we have Angular that is used by Nike, HBO, Forbes, Sony. And Vue is commonly used by Alibaba.com, Grammarly, 9gag, and Adobe. Moving on, we have performance. Now, performance is a very crucial feature. Now, the moment you build an HTML view and render it into the browser, this view to the user is basically just HTML tags. However, if you look at the internal working, the code is actually converted into a balanced tree structure. This B-tree algorithm is extremely fast. So when the user makes any changes to the UI, the changes are reflected immediately. This is facilitated by the B-tree algorithm. So as a result, the performance is improved. So how does React make use of this tool? It uses a virtual DOM. DOM is an API developed by W3C. It stands for Document Object Model and defines how the document is accessed and manipulated. This DOM parser converts the HTML code into an inverse balance tree structure. So React uses the virtual DOM, while Angular uses the real DOM and Vue uses the virtual DOM again. Now the virtual DOM looks at the differences between the current and the previous HTML pages and only changes the parts that need to be updated. Angular, on the other hand, updates the entire tree structure regardless of any changes made or not. And Vue again only updates the ones that have changed. Since there is no time spent on making unnecessary changes to the entire tree, React is extremely fast. On the other hand, real DOM updation is time-consuming, risky, and error-prone. Vue also ensures faster and bug-free performance. Now let's talk about data binding, the core reason why we would use single-page applications. Now consider a scenario where you'd log into an e-commerce website as say user 1. Then you should be able to see the items in your shopping cart, while user 2 would be seeing different items in their shopping carts and so on. So identifying the user and retrieving data corresponding to that specific user is facilitated using the help of data binding. Data binding is a process that allows an internet user to manipulate web page elements using a web browser. Now it is used in interactive components such as calculators, tutorials, games, etc. Now React supports one-way data binding, meaning you can take the data from the view and push it to the model or vice versa. Angular, on the other hand, uses a two-way data binding, while Vue also uses a similar two-way data binding. In React, every time the model state updates, the view changes accordingly. However, the reverse is not true. In case of Angular, any changes made to the view are immediately reflected in the model part of the architecture. Vue follows the same principle. Now, this hugely influences the performance. Due to one-way data binding, React is modular and fast, improving the performance. Angular's two-way data binding adversely affects the performance. And Vue, on the other hand, performs according to the input type. Moving on to scripting languages, React combines UI templates and JavaScript logic, resulting in a new language called JSX. So React only requires the knowledge of JavaScript. Angular uses templates, again in HTML. You can also inject JavaScript code into HTML using a clever implementation in Angular called directives. So you can create a class and then inject it into HTML. Angular also does something better. You can also write code for an Angular application using a newer language developed by Microsoft called TypeScript. It is a compiled language and is very similar to Java and C# in terms of syntax. Now Vue again uses HTML-based template. It uses HTML5 throughout for the UI and a combination of JavaScript for business logic. All Vue templates are valid HTML and can be passed by HTML parsers. Let's move on to testing. Now Jest is a framework or an API that is developed by Facebook and is used to run tests on React applications to ensure that they are bug-free. Now it is embedded typically in every React library and requires zero configuration. Now Angular, on the other hand, uses the Jasmine framework. Now this framework allows various functionalities to write different kinds of test cases. This also ensures that the application is error-free. The Vue CLI or the command line interpreter has built-in options for unit testing with the help of Jest or Mocha. Now Vue typically has single file components and hence these components can be tested in isolation. This makes it modular and extremely fast. Now let's talk about community support. Since all these tools are open source, they have a large developer community. There are a few popular GitHub repositories for React such as ReactJS 101, reactjs.org and so on. You can raise queries, solve a few and connect with the larger community that's working on React. Here are a few repositories for Angular. Vue also has a few popular repositories. You can commit, download third-party plugins and also explore these stacks even deeper. All of them surely have a very happening community. At the time of writing, there were about 1 million repositories, 5 million commits and 1 million issues with respect to React. Here are the figures for Angular and here are the figures for Vue. According to NPM Stat, over the past 2 years, there have been approximately 360 million ReactJS downloads. There have been around 38 million downloads for Angular and around 63 million downloads for Vue. Now let's look at the future scope. Learning a new technology always comes with questions like what's in it for me, what's its growth potential, how far will it take me in my career, and so on. So let's go ahead and see the growth rate of React, Angular and Vue. According to Google Trends, over the past 12 months, React has been on a way faster upward trajectory than Angular and Vue, which have considerably lost their momentum. Now this indicates that React is growing faster than the other two with respect to popularity, industry adoption and community support.
Welcome to this session on how to connect ReactJS with Node.js. And in this session, we are actually going to look at how do we connect React.js with Node.js. So a very warm welcome to this session on React.js connectivity with Node.js. And in this session, we are going to focus on how do we connect our React.js application with the Node.js platform. So we are going to dive into creating a hands-on demo, which will have two parts to it. We would have the client application that we will first create as a React application. We will then create an Express.js application with Node.js, and we will then try to connect both of those applications together. So Express.js is a rapid application development framework that allows us to create a web application very quickly on the Node.js platform, and we'll use it to create a custom API and then connect that endpoint to the React.js client application. So let's dive into our demo, and let's start with creating our client and Node Express applications and see how to set them up and then get them connected to each other. Let's start with our hands-on demo, and we will first go to the Node.js website, nodejs.org. We can download the LTS version, which is the stable version of Node.js. The moment I click on this, it will prompt me for a download. It will download the MSI file, and then all I need to do is double click on it, keep clicking on the next button and install. That would install Node.js for us. Next, we'll open our editor. You can use any editor of your choice. So I'm going to use an editor called Visual Studio Code, and let's open up the terminal here. And I also have the command prompt open where I've navigated to a folder that I've created called ReactJS demos. Now we'll invoke the npm package manager, which is invoked by the command npx. So npx will not only install packages but also execute them once they are installed. So once they are downloaded, it will execute the package, and we will use npx to go and create a React application called client. So while we give it time for the installation to complete, we can then open it within our editor. So we'll give it time so that the installation completes. So the installation is completed, and so we have seen here that the installation is now completed. And let's go and open up this project. So I will say file and open folder, and let me pick up that folder and we will open this application called client. So that's my client app. Let's fire up the terminal. So okay, so that has launched the terminal for us, and here all we need to do to fire up this application and get it running is npm start, which will compile and start up this application that is created. Let's close this. We'll go to the browser, and now let's say localhost 3000. So that gives us our startup page, the sample default startup page for the first client application. And this is going to work as our client. We'll now go and try to create the backend application, which is going to be another application that we will set up. And to create that, let's say npx express generator API. Okay, so this will create an Express application on Node.js called API, and let's give it some time for installation. Okay, so that's done. Clear this screen. We'll come out here. We'll open another instance of the editor. We'll say open folder, and that's the API application. We'll say select folder, and the API application is opened. Let's go to the terminal. Now in the terminal, we will attempt to install all of the packages that are required that would be logged in the package.json file. So the package.json file here would be listed. So you can see we have a list of packages that it uses, and npm install will go and install all of these packages that were pre-listed here. So let me ensure it's executed correctly, and we'll fire that once more. That's done. So npm install has installed all of the packages required, and let me terminate this run by pressing a Control C. So this terminates the client application that was executing, and now we will say npm start so that this application executes, and let's refresh. So that's the standard Express application now that has got installed. Now let's go to the API application. We'll go into the bin folder, and here we'll have a file called www. We will change the default port number from 3000 to 9000. Let me stop this application from executing. We've just updated the port number. Now let's go to the routes and we'll create a new file in the routes folder called testapi.js. Here we will say variable express equal to require express, and here we'll say variable router equal to express.router, and here we will say router.get. We'll open this. So that's the default route. Root route is going to be slash, for which we'll add a callback function which will take the request and the response parameter and next pointer in case there is another function to call post that. And here we will just send a simple message saying API is working. Okay, a simple message sent out for the root default route, and we'll have to export this. So we'll say module.exports equal to router. All right, so that's done. Let's go to the app.js file, and here let us import that. So here is where we will import this by saying app.use. We want to use the test API file, and that is test API router. And this is exactly the same variable name that we will declare here, which will be equal to require, and we are going to say routes test API. Alright, so let's try launching this now. We would say npm start after adding this code. Let's go out here, and 3000 test API is going to be the URL to hit. It's not 3000 but 9000 now because we just updated the port. So 9000 test API, and there we have our message which says that the API is working properly. So this is tested. Now let's go to the client application. In the client application, let's go to the app.js file. Okay, this is the file that we would have to revamp a bit. So let's revamp this. Here we will declare a class app which extends, so that creates a new module. So it extends react.component, and here we have constructor. We will accept the props. Here I would pass props to the superclass constructor and set the state to API response. Currently it just has an empty value. Next we'll add up a new function called call API, which will generate a call to that API URL, which was HTTP localhost. 9000 was the port, and test API was the URL. Once this is called, we will then call the then function, declare response, generate a call to response.text, and then we will again say this dot set state API response is going to be equal to the response that comes in from that URL, which is nothing but a string which says API is working. Another function called component will mount. So the moment the component is initialized on the screen and loaded, we will generate a call to this function we created called call API. Then comes the render function. In the render function, we would go and return a div, class name is app. This would be app header, the standard logo, after which in the paragraph, we wouldn't need the link here. Right after the header, we'll add a paragraph where we will print this dot state and the variable we created called API response, and we will data bind to that. So that largely completes the return. So we simply create this application, that's the React application that will talk to this API that is, and this URL that is hosted on Node, communicate with it, get a simple string as a response, print that string inside this React application. So once that's done, we have the component will mount, which is a lifecycle method here. It's a lifecycle event that gets triggered the moment the component loads, and that's when we have actually gone and executed the call API custom function. Let's go to the API application. We'll terminate the execution here. There's one more step that we'll have to perform, which is cross-origin resource sharing, which means that to allow the React application to communicate from another hosted domain to this particular domain server, we will actually have to enable cross-origin scripting and sharing. Otherwise, it will block the request coming from another application. So for that, we'll have to install globally cross origin module, and --save indicates that it's going to do a global install for all applications that are on this particular system. So we've installed this and we'll clear the screen. Let's go to the app.js, and right here is where we would want it to go and use CORS. So we will say app.use CORS so that it uses this particular API, and here is where we will declare the CORS variable and go and import the new library package that we just installed, which is CORS. So looks good. And now let's fire up this application with an npm start. Let's also fire up client with an npm start. And now when I go and try looking for localhost 3000, which is the React application, the React application should go and talk to the API that is hosted on Node.js, which returns to me that string message. So if I go and ping that API separately, which is localhost 9000 test API, you can see this is a standard message. So here I've directly pinged the API that's hosted in Node.js. Now we are consuming it through the React.js application. And if you scroll down, you can see the message returned from Node.js into React saying the API is working properly. So the practical impact of this is to actually host RESTful services, etc. on Node as a server, and you can go and consume the data that is returned there, could be in string, text, or JSON format directly into the React.js, acting as a client application.
Today we're going to cover React with Redux. So with our session today, what we're going to go through is going to cover why you'd want to use Redux when you're building a React solution, what Redux is, what are the core principles of Redux, what are those pillars that drive what you do in Redux, and then finally, what are the pros and cons of Redux. And after we've gone through the PowerPoint presentation here, what we're going to do is we're actually going to go through and actually do a demo of actually using Redux, so you can actually see how this would all look. So why would you use Redux? Well, the reason why you'd want to use Redux is that Redux actually understands and helps manage the state of an object. And Redux was introduced to help address some problems that you're having with React. So the state of an object stores values and properties that belong to components that could potentially change over time. So the state could be modified by actions in your network. There could be changes to the re-render of the component in the browser. The object could also then potentially store multiple properties. And then with Redux, it actually takes in and actually will create take a large application that you could create with React and breaks it down to several components instead of having this massive number of states you have to manage. And so every time that an application will then switch from a current with React, you'd actually be then changing the states. And this is a really big problem. Because when you're doing that switching back and forth, there is the potential for applications to be re-rendered, which reduces the efficiency of your application. And so this is why Redux was introduced. So, what is Redux? So Redux is a way to be able to have a predictable state container for your JavaScript applications. And it'll allow you to run your applications in multiple different variants. So whether it's a client solution, a server solution, or a native app solution. And then more importantly, or one of the key elements that I like about Redux is that it's really easy to test. And so with Redux, you're able to manage the state of your tool. You can actually use it to work with any JavaScript framework or library. And you can actually then store the application and the components in a state store, which makes it easy to be able to manage the state of your application. So in simple words, Redux stores all the state objects in a single store and organizes it. It provides information about the current state of the application. Any changes in the state of the application can be described to the store by the user, and then it notifies any modifications made to the state of that application. So let's jump into the key principles of Redux. And there's three key areas I want to focus in. So the first one is that Redux provides a single source of truth. And that source of truth is being able to store the state of your whole application in an object tree in a single store. And this makes it easier for you to debug and inspect components of your application. It also enables you to be able to persist your app state for development and improve faster development cycles. The second principle is that its state is read-only. That's why you're able to describe more effectively what's happening because it is read-only. And this ensures that no events like network callbacks would create any issues with the code and the re-rendering of your application. And that object actions become then just plain objects. And then finally, changes are made with pure functions. And so what do we mean by this? So we can actually take actions and transform the state tree with pure reducers. And we'll go into a demo later on to show you this. But a reducer is essentially a function that accepts an accumulation value, and then it takes back and returns that as a new accumulation. And this allows you to have a single source of truth value. The user can return the new state objects instead of mutating to previous state. The user can start with a single reducer, and as the app grows, it can then split off into smaller reducers. And then finally, the reducers just become functions. So let's talk about the pillars of Redux. And so there are three key areas. We have the store, the actions, and then reducers. And then the store itself is the actual main object that holds the application tree state. And there are four key states. There's get state, which returns the current state of the store. And when we actually run the demo later on, you'll be able to see that we'll be able to open up our terminal window and be able to get the state store from our terminal window. The second state is dispatch, and this is an action. It's the only way to update the application state. And here we have a action on a button change to actually change the state of the application. And then the final two are subscribe and unsubscribe. And these are ways in which you can actually change the listener to the state. So an action is a plain object that represents an intention to change the state. So with actions, you have payloads of information that send data back and forth to your application store. So you can send any kind of data that can go back and forth. And that actions must also have then a type field that indicates the type of action that has been performed. And finally, with reducers are specify how the application state changes in response to actions sent to the store. And so actions only describe what's happened, but don't describe the application state change. A reducer is a function that accepts the current state and an action and then returns a new state with the action performed. And then finally, you can use combine reducers utility, which can then combine reducers in an app into a single index. So let's look at the pros and cons of using Redux, because nothing is perfect. So a pro for working with Redux is that Redux provides a single source of truth, which is the store. So there's no confusion over where you're getting your values. This then leads to having a predictable and strict outcome. Redux is more stringent about how the code is organized. This makes it easier to onboard developers because there is a very structured way of writing Redux code. This makes it also then easier for the initial render, which allows you to make your solution really optimized as an experience. And then finally, developers can track everything that's going on inside the app in real time. The cons. So one of the big cons is there's no encapsulation. So you're using Redux to test out the code and the writing of your code, but the component itself can access data, and there is potential for security issues. You do have to use boilerplate code. So this kind of takes us back to the structured code format. It is strict in its setup, and it is memory intensive. So with that, let's go in and look at a demo of using Redux to reformat a React application. So in this demo, we're going to use React to show how Redux can work. First thing we want to do is go ahead and download Node.js. We're going to go to nodejs.org to get the latest download. The downloads are available in Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. You can also download and recompile the source code if you want. I encourage you to go with the latest LTS version. It's the latest stable version. There are other versions you can use, but that's the one you would want to use. I already have it installed, so I just want to show you how that looks. So I'm just going to go in and put node -- version. It's going to give me the version number, so that shows that it's installed. I'm going to also use npm, which is Node Package Manager, because we'll be using that. Validate that it's installed by doing node npm -- version. So, okay, so we're looking good. And we're going to go ahead and create a folder on our desktop. Normally you wouldn't put a project folder on your desktop, but this is just for an experiment. So we're going to call this one Redux React, because we're going to be taking a React project and we're going to show what it looks like as a standard project and then what it will look like as a project that's being taken through Redux. So let's just move our cursor to the correct folder. And so we're going to go to cd redux react, and there we are. We're at the correct folder using our command prompt. You use terminal on Mac OS. So let's just type in npx, that's for our Redux, and we're going to do create-react-app. So we're going to create a default React app, and then we're going to also install Redux-app. And these are the two components that we need to be able to build out our solution. One is React, and it's ReactJS, and the second is Redux. And we hit return. And this is going to go ahead and download the latest versions of both of these applications and install them into the folder that we just created on our desktop. I'll just give that a moment. And so it's installing the different packages: React, React-DOM, React scripts, and there we are. Have everything installed. Great. And these are just different commands you can use. And it's recommending that we select npm start to get everything up and running. So we're going to use Visual Studio Code to do most of our work here. VS Code is an open source solution for scripting. It's available on all leading platforms. It is from Microsoft, but it is open source. And there's just a ton of stuff here, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to open up the folder we just created on our desktop. And so here is Redux React app. And we're going to select that folder. And on the left-hand side, you'll see all the files from that folder. We're just going to get rid of the welcome screen. We don't need that anymore. You'll see there's some commands we can use. We can do Control plus. I'm not sure what that's called again. Anyway, it gets us to the terminal window. Not an exclamation point. So you'll see that in our project folder, we have all of the files we need for our solution. We have both the node modules and then the public files. The public files is just the application itself. So we're here on the index.html. You see the index file there. And we're going to actually show what this looks like inside of a as it's broadcast from a web browser in a moment. Now, we're going to create a very simple application here, and the application is going to look exactly the same in both just standard React and Redux React. It's the optimization that's going to be improved. So we just did npm-start. It's going to take us to localhost 3000. Give it a moment, and then we should get our floating logo showing that the application's up and running. There we are. We can go ahead and edit app.js to create our application. Okay, so let's go in and we're going to go into app.js. And we are going to create an application called newcomp.js. And we actually have some code that we've already created that you can download as part of this application. But we're just going to type in here, import React, and then component from React. So I'm going to pull in our React library, and we also import connect from React Redux, and that's the package that we're working in. We'll terminate the batch job, yes, and then I'll rerun npm install --save React Redux. And here we go. Takes a moment just to install that. So our goal here is to show how you can optimize your solution with Redux for the using the store and reducers in Redux. Again, the solution is going to look exactly the same. What's going to change is the performance of the solution. And this is what Redux gives you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to go in, we're going to type in class, new comp, extend, component. And then we're just going to select our constructor, props. And then we want to add in the super props. And then this state equals, I'm going to have a message here, subscribe to Simplilearn. Very simple little app. Don't forget to save your work as you go along. And we're just going to apply some styles. Let's just apply some font style. Make it italics. And we're going to make the color purple. And let's have a button that we're going to press, a button change equals this set state. Oh, sorry, get state. And we'll have a message that comes up basically saying thank you for subscribing. There we go. We have our button. We'll change the state here in a moment. Very simple little application. And we want to run that on the screen. We just have some basic HTML for where we're going to place everything. We use a div tag for our app. Again, we're going to keep this really simple. And we're going to reference this styles for this H3 tag. And so our message is going to be subscribe to Simplilearn. It's all being created dynamically. We're going to use our style. We're going to add in a button. We have a on-click action. Subscribe. And nope, change too many S's. We'll save that. All right, save it. Now let's run a script. Go to app.js. And we're going to actually import that into our app.js script. Get rid of this. And then we'll extend the NoSQL.js component into here. our own font style here. And I'll render this correctly. And we'll pull in the text and styles. Again, very simple little application. I'm going to pull in from News Corp. So we'll actually have a welcome screen, a welcome line, and then pulling the 2 lines of code. All right, let's run that. npm start. And here we go. Refreshes our page. So what we've just created is a basic standard state object. And let's see now. Oh, yeah, this is good. Now we actually can show you that we didn't actually write all our code correctly. So let's go back and fix that. It's newscomp.js, and we have to make sure that we have a correct export feature here, so that everything can be exported effectively. We have an import. We also need to have an export. All right, let's run that again. Okay, should take care of our problem. Hey, there we go. So welcome. And then we have the standard state object of subscribe to Simplilearn. We hit subscribe and we change the text to thank you for subscribing. Okay, so let's kind of go in and modify this now. So it goes from being a standard state object to one that uses store and reduces. So we're going to go ahead and terminate our batch job and essentially reset everything. And what we're going to do now is install Redux. This is what's going to help us. It takes a moment to install Redux. All right, so we have Redux installed. That's good. And now we want to start our package. And it looks the same, but now we're going to make some changes. So let's go to our index file, index.js. And here's our React DOM. Now we're going to add in cont store. So this is going to be our Redux store. So we're going to create a new store. And it's going to be a reducer. And we're going to pull in strict mode. Okay, reducer is not defined. Let's go ahead and define that. So we're going to come over to our new comp.js file. And what we want to do here is we're going to take out the one class file that we just created. And just kind of stripping it down here. Now let's go in and let's map our state to props equals state, and we're going to do return message, is state.message, and then construct map dispatcher props, and this is going to be our dispatch. And we're going to bin return, and we have our button change. For dispatch, we'll type in what the message is. And we can have message change. It's type from the button. Okay. So we'll pass the value over. All right. And now we're going to actually connect as part of our export, and in our connection, we're going to do map state props and map dispatch props. All right, now we're going to go in, and it's going to be for our new comp. Now we want to switch over, and we're going to just change some of our linking variables here. So instead of to button change, we're going to do props.button change. Otherwise, we won't be able to find it in our code. This is some pathing. And we go ahead and create a new folder, and then this one is going to be our store. And again, this is going to be our Redux store. We're going to call the store reducer.js. And const initial state equals. This is what the default state will be for when the page loads, which will be subscribe to Simplilearn. And then the reducer, we're going to point to where the reducer is. And const new state. And it's going to be an if action dot type. I'm going to change the message. Here's our news comp. So that's the action there. We're going to pull that so it's identical. And then new state.message equals thank you for subscribing. So we have the default, and now we have the new message. Again, this might seem like extra work, but it actually makes your whole application much more efficient. Export default, reducer. All right, so make sure we saved all our files, which we have. And now let's go ahead. So we have, let's just inspect everything. It's all looking good. All right, now terminal window, we're going to do npm start. Let's see what happens. And our web browser should load up. Oh, we have an error. That's good. So now we're learning stuff. And this is all part of standard coding, is just hunting down errors in your code. So let's go to index.js. And let's say we're going to pull in here. So we have reduce, and it should actually be spelled correctly. There we go. Okay, all right, everything is now as it should be. Let's go back, recompile. Let's rerun our file. Do we want to move our file? Let's just go ahead and move the store. And I'm going to update all the links to the store. And we're going to be making sure our provider store is referenced correctly. Okay, let's rerun our application. And there we are. So let's go back through. Our application is running much faster now. We're able to manage our changes and our elements of our application as different objects. We're able to change the messages after you click, and it's able to then create the new message. Again, this is a very simple application, but you can see how for more complex solutions, how this become useful, and you can start using the different components you create for your whole solution. And that's our demo.
Hi guys, welcome to this video on React Native. If you wish to build mobile applications and are confused as to which tool to use, then you're in the right place. This video on React Native will explain what React Native is and guide you through it. But wait, before beginning, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, then make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. So here's what you'll be learning in this session. First, we'll understand what exactly React Native is. Then, we'll look at why React Native is being so widely used of lately. Moving ahead, we'll look at the differences between React Native applications and platform-specific applications. After understanding why React Native is used, we'll understand some of the prerequisites for building applications using React Native. Then, we'll understand React Native fundamentals like view, state, props, and style. And lastly, we'll end the session by looking at some of the industry trends of React Native. So let's begin. What exactly is React Native? Now, React Native is a framework that combines the best parts of native development with React to build user interfaces. These applications that are developed using React Native are downloadable on Google Play Store and Apple Store. Plus, because most of the code you write can be shared between platforms, React Native offers a wide collection of UI kits and makes it easy to simultaneously develop for both Android and iOS devices. But you must be wondering, why is React Native used? So let's look at some of the reasons why React Native is used. First up is cross-platform. Cross-platform means that the applications can easily be run on Microsoft Windows, Linux, and macOS. So you can build your code base once and then run it on any platform as opposed to software built natively for a specific platform. Next up is performance. Now, the React Native apps are compiled into natively written code, which enables it to not only work on both the operating systems, but also functions the same way on both the platforms with no lags at all. Moving ahead, there's quicker development. Now, React Native offers excellent developer experience. It provides strong developer and debugging tools with meaningful error messages. So working with this tool becomes very easy. A large developer community. Now, there are several GitHub repositories on React Native and groups on Facebook. Stack Overflow is an excellent website with several developers interacting about issues on a regular basis. Next up is wider audience. Now, since React Native applications run on both iOS and Android devices, there's a huge user base. And lastly, React Native has a great career scope. Considering the pace at which the framework took over the market and its simple approach to resolving development problems, the future of React Native looks more promising than ever. So these were some of the reasons why React Native is being widely adopted. So now let's go ahead and look at some of the differences between React Native applications and platform-specific applications. As discussed earlier, React applications work on multiple platforms, while in the case of platform-specific applications, as the name suggests, these applications are built for the specific platform only. Developers have a stronger web development background, while in the case of platform-specific apps, they have a very strong platforms language background. In this case, when you consider iOS, developers have a very strong hold of Swift, which is a programming language used to develop iOS applications. And talking about Android, developers have a very strong hold on Java. When it comes to React Native, it has a faster build time and is less suitable for complex applications. Comparatively, platform-specific applications have a slower build time and are suitable for complex applications. React Native is best for small development teams with limited resources, while in the case of platform-specific applications, it is best used by experienced developers who have adequate experience in building mobile apps. So now that you know what exactly is the difference between React Native and platform-specific applications, let's look at some of the prerequisites for building apps using React Native. First up, you should have a strong hold on programming concepts like functions, objects, arrays, and to a lesser extent, classes. Now, understanding JavaScript and all the JavaScript libraries and frameworks is crucial. And lastly, you need to be familiar with HTML and CSS concepts. So as long as you have a strong hold of these, then React Native development becomes very easy. So now that you know what React Native is, you've understood why it's being used, some of the prerequisites for React Native, let's look at the basic concepts like view, state, props, and styling in React Native. Let's begin with view. Now, view is the most fundamental component of building a UI. It is a container that supports layout with flexbox, style, some touch handling, and accessibility controls. Now, view maps directly to the native view, equivalent on whatever platform React Native is running on. So here you can see there's a simple code snippet and the output for it. So as you can see, there's a hello world message in a render method, and the same is being rendered. And the view component here is being imported from React Native. Now view, as mentioned earlier, acts as a container with support for flexbox layout and other styles. So flexbox is designed to provide a consistent layout on different screen sizes. Moving on to state. Now there are two types of data that control a component. One is props and the other one is state. Now props are generally set by the parent and are fixed throughout the lifetime of a component. But for data that is going to change, we make use of state. So here you can see I've made use of the this.state.myState in my render method. You can also use the setState method when you want to change it. Moving on, let's look at props. Most components can be customized when they're created with different parameters. These created parameters are called props, short for properties. Now props are passed from one container to another as a way of passing data between them. So here, using the name as a prop lets us customize the message in the component. So we can reuse our component for each of our TV shows here. So this is how we can use props in our component. Lastly, talking about style, React Native uses the conventional JavaScript styling for components. So the style names and values are similar to how CSS works. Now to style, we either use inline style or style sheet. So you can see here we've provided inline styling with a background color, a color and a font size, and accordingly the output is displayed. Moving ahead to our last and final section, let's look at the industry trends today. Talking about salaries, the average salary of a React Native developer in India is around 6 lakh Indian rupees per annum, and the salary of a React Native developer in the US is around $96,000 per annum. Now, as you can see, React Native has a higher growth trajectory compared to other frameworks. As a result, it's being readily deployed by many companies. Applications like Facebook, Instagram, Netflix, Pinterest, Uber Eats, among others, are developed using React Native.
Welcome to this session on React Native versus Flutter. In this session, we would look at identifying some of the differences between the React Native and Flutter frameworks. Let's start with understanding the core areas of comparison as part of this session. We will be looking at key aspects to identify differences between both the frameworks, predominantly on the language front, the UI aspect, the performance, the documentation, the popularity, the community support that is available for both these frameworks, along with the industry trends in terms of the industry adoption for both these platforms. The core objective of the session would be that at the end, you should be able to decide and make an informed decision as to which framework is the best among those available. Let's start from a language perspective. Now, if you look at React, React is basically completely written and built in JavaScript using the ReactJS API. On the other hand, if you look at Flutter, it is basically written in a very new language called as Dart, and we do not have too many developers that are skilled on Dart. However, every browser and every platform being shipped with an inbuilt JavaScript execution environment, that makes JavaScript platform the language of choice for developers. So every browser today or every browser manufacturer would have inbuilt support for executing JavaScript programs. Similarly, most popular platforms, mobility platforms like Android and iOS, have default support for executing JavaScript programs. And that's the reason when you compare this with Flutter, Flutter uses Dart, which is predominantly a newer language, and you really do not have too many developers who are skilled on this. So that really is the selling point and the USP of React Native, because when you work with React Native, you really do not have to relearn a lot. You don't have a sharp learning curve. Most of the JavaScript developers who are working with MeanStack, already working with HTML, CSS, and DHTML can easily align to this. That, as we have discussed, is pretty new in the industry and would not have that much of penetration in the developer community. From a UI perspective, when you talk about React Native, it's based pretty much on native components for the Android and the iOS platform. And Flutter, on the other hand, uses a very proprietary set of widgets, and it has its own page structure that needs to be set up. So it's a closed ecosystem as compared to an open ecosystem in React Native, which allows you to go and implement third-party widgets and UI frameworks as well. Now, this is really what allows you to pick and choose with React Native, because you can go and decide whether you want to use Kendo UI or a set of delivery controls or any other third-party UI framework can be implemented. But for Flutter, you have a pretty closed ecosystem, and that's the reason the UI components that are available out of the box and built into the platform are all that you can use. From a performance perspective, when you talk about React Native, it basically is built and uses JavaScript out of the box, and that's the reason when you want to write any code in JavaScript that connects and tries to access native services on that specific platform, it uses a bridge to do that. But when you're using Flutter, on the other hand, Flutter does not need any kind of bridge. So there's no concept of you write Flutter code and then it uses a bridge to go and connect to the native set of components to interact with. And this is what really impacts the speed and the performance aspect of developing and executing applications between both these frameworks. Because if you look at React, the speed of development is a little bit slower when you compare that with Flutter. And that's because it has an intermediate bridge that it has to communicate with, and every layer of additional communication and computation that you put in between two tiers in an application that you build obviously would have a performance impact. From a documentation perspective, if we were to compare, Flutter typically has a very well-defined documentation repository, and it allows developers to go through it in a very simple manner. So it's all structured, it's all organized. Unlike what you see on React Native, because in React Native, it actually, since React Native is an open ecosystem, it allows you to implement third-party widgets, and you can do a lot of configuration and plug and play. And that's the reason the documentation also is not very strong, well-organized, and impactful. And that's the reason most developers would find it a little challenging to go through the React Native documentation when you compare that to the documentation available in terms of Flutter. Popularity is always a key when working with platforms, and that should be a crucial decision maker, because when it comes to open source technologies and you're stuck somewhere, you obviously go to the community to go and find out how best you can solution the problem. Now, Flutter being relatively a new entrant into the market, it does not have a lot of developer penetration, and that's the reason the popularity in the community is not very strong. React Native being there for a while now, it's been around for some time, and that's the reason it's pretty popular among developers. Also, since it uses JavaScript, it's a natural transition and a progression path for those who are working with HTML5, CSS, and are building web applications, or have been building hybrid mobile apps. Find it very easy to migrate to this, because Flutter requires you to learn a new programming language, which is Dart. And that is one more reason why the popularity of this is much, much better on the React Native front as compared to Flutter. Again, if you look at Google Trends, you could actually look at both of the lines here. The red line indicating Flutter, it started on a very positive note, and then there was a plateau, and then suddenly a spike. React Native has been much more steady in terms of its growth, and ultimately, if you look at it now, both of them seem to be trending at par with each other. So the community support, as we were speaking about, if you look at Stack Overflow, which is one of the most popular websites to go for any kind of developer trends and movements, and for a Q&A that most developers would have, you can actually look at the number of questions here. And also React Native is part of GitHub, as it's open source. It was released in 2015, and it's because of the huge community support that it becomes easier to implement this. You have a lot of confidence as a developer when you start building on this stack. Because if you're stuck somewhere, you will have a lot of help available on the way. On the other hand, if you compare that with Flutter, you can look at the question count here on Stack Overflow. And this being a new entrant in the market, it has a smaller footprint on the community aspect, but of course, that keeps increasing every day. Again, from a React Native perspective, and you talk about stability in terms of stable releases, there again, you would see that React Native does a much better job as compared to Flutter. So the industry trends are something which all of us have to be aware of, specifically if we would need to make a decision in terms of our careers, the technology that we are learning, what is the growth aspect, what is the industry adoption, and how we could really move ahead on our career graphs in terms of the opportunities market, the job market, etc. So again, getting back to Stack Overflow, which is the benchmark for understanding technology trends in IT sphere and on software development. If you look at a recent survey conducted in 2019, 62.5% of developers seem to have shown interest in React Native as compared to a marginal rise of 65.4% where Flutter seems to be doing much better. And of course, that could be due to the time frames that both these technologies have been around. React has been around for quite a while, and hence the job prospects are much better. A lot of organizations implementing this. Flutter has been a new entrant, and hence slightly fewer opportunities, as the penetration still needs to happen in the opportunities job market and from a developer skills perspective. So these are some of the big names that are using React Native in their implementations, right from Facebook to Pinterest to Wix, Skype, Tesla, Insta, Bloomberg. You can actually look at the implementation across industry, which is absolutely crucial when you're learning something new, because when you want to join a large logo, obviously, if there are a lot of logos using this, that enhances the credibility of what you're learning puts a justification to why you would want to learn this technology. Flutter, on the other hand, associated with big names like Google, Sonos, Alibaba, the largest retailer out there. From a conclusion perspective, if we were to conclude on what we've discussed from a language perspective, obviously we said React is much more popular since it is a natural progression for developers to work on JavaScript and then move to this as compared to Dart, which is relatively a new language. From a UI perspective, the open source plug and play capability of configuring and adopting seamlessly to newer platforms of widgets and third-party UI platforms are much better as compared to Flutter, which is a closed ecosystem and depends on inbuilt widgets to implement. The performance aspect we discussed because of the bridge from the code that you write to the native component access exists in React and is isolated and not any longer required in Flutter, and hence the performance is impacted because of the additional layer in between. The documentation much better in Flutter because it's a closed ecosystem and they can control what you can use. React Native being open-ended, it really has a lot of third-party integration you can do, and hence the documentation is not really well organized. The popularity perspective, React Native much more popular among HTML5, CSS3, MERN, mean stack developers, since it's all JavaScript. Flutter needs you to learn new skills and you need to spend additional time for that. From a community support, React Native has been there for a longer time as compared to Flutter and hence has a stronger community support as compared to Flutter. And that translates into better job prospects in the industry for React Native as compared to Flutter. So if we were to give it a score, React scores much better with a total score of 5, leaving Flutter with a total score of 2. So I hope we were able to understand the differences between the React Native and Flutter, and this will help you make better decisions with planning your career and deciding which technology you should latch on to.
So our demo is going to be about creating a calculator using React and Node.js. And so we have here just a basic calculator, nothing crazy, but the whole thing is going to be created with React. And so we'll be using JavaScript, we'll be installing React and installing the various components such as Node.js and the different NPM solutions that we need. So as you can see, the calculator works just fine. And now let's go ahead and let's go and install the different tools that we need. So the first one is going to be Node.js, and we do a Google search on Node.js. We always start with Google searches because it's the easiest way to find things. And so we go to the default Node.js site, and you can go to downloads. And there are Windows, Mac OS, and also Linux installers. You can also download the original source code and compile it yourself if you want. You'll also need a text editor. I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code. It's just my favorite text editor. It's free, works across all platforms. It comes with a ton of extensions, so you can get up and running really quickly with it. So we're just going to go ahead and install the Windows version. I already have it installed, so I don't have to download it again. You also want to make sure that you have the latest version of Node.js installed with the Node Package Manager. So we're just going to open up our terminal window and validate which version that we have running. And we can do that fairly easily. We can just put in node -- version and it'll tell us which version, which means that's installed. And the same thing with npm Node Package Manager. We'll do npm -- version and that will give us back the version number. Again, you have to have them installed for them to be able to do that. And we're going to also now create a React app. So we're going to do install and then it's going to be create -react -app. That's the command to create a new React app. And we're going to install it right off our desktop. So let's go in and we'll put npx create -react -app. And then the app is going to be called Calculator, which will install a folder on our desktop with all the appropriate React code. And this will be just a template application, but it'll have everything there that we need to get started with. Hit return, and that'll take a few minutes just to install everything. And here we go. And so as we go through some of the components that we're going to be creating today, we're going to be creating an app component, and there'll be the main component that has all the information that will then be displayed on the screen. Then we have a layout component, and there will be the actual look and feel of the calculator, and the output component, which will be the results from the calculator, and then the output row. And this will be all the different tools that we will need. And here we have our new folder right there on our desktop. But we're actually going to go now into Visual Studio. And if you've seen any of the other Node.js videos that we've created, you know that I like to work with Node.js in Visual Studio Code because I can run terminal window right there. So I'm going to open up the folder that we just created. That's called calculator. I'm going to open up the whole folder, not a file, but the whole folder. And here's our folder on the left-hand side. We have all the different files. Here's our JSON package that has the instructions for what the calculator looks like, including which version of React and the DOM. And here's our default element. And as you can see, because we're using React, it's going to embed the code into a HTML page. And so we have a div with the ID of root that's going to reference some class files that we create. And so the app.js file has the application code that we're going to be modifying in a little bit. And you'll see that it actually then references up to our index.js file. And if an index.js file, it has the ID element root, which ties back to the ID element of root in our HTML file. So we're constantly referencing and cross-referencing our application. And this is where we're going to be doing most of our work. All right, so we're going to go ahead and open up the terminal window. And the first thing we want to do is start npm. And it's now going to have everything running on, it's going to have localhost and everything running on port 3001. We'll give that a moment, and this will actually then bring up just the standard default React boilerplate app. It's just taking a moment to load. Should probably get a faster computer. Oh, hey, there we are. Just not patient. So here we have our basic boilerplate ReactJS application. Nothing too crazy here. So let's actually go in and start working in some of our code. So let's see now. Yep, everything's running where we expect it to run. All right, so let's go into app.js. And we can actually go ahead, and if you want to type Control+C and actually stop the app, or you can in the terminal window, you can actually stop it. You can also go up into the terminal command to stop it as well. And if we do stop the app, then we'll get an error message. There we go. The site can't be reached. And you'd expect this. We're going to go back in, and we're going to just restart our application. Everything should now be working just fine. We're going to refresh the page, and we'll see our default React app. Coming up on port 3001. And there we are. Looking good, looking good. Okay. So we're going to delete out what we have there because we want to put in our own content. And we're going to call this one class app, and we're going to go in and we're going to be modifying that class here in just a moment. We'll put in default layout. I'm going to create a new folder. This folder is going to be called components. This is going to be for our calculator. And put a new file in there. I'm going to call this one layout.js. And this is where we're going to start breaking down the structure of our layout. And we're going to select import, layout. And then we want to do the path to our layout. Components, layout. And you notice that we have the dot because we have to go up one folder. That's the command for that. So dot up one folder, components folder, layout. Notice we don't have to type layout.js. It automatically knows to add the .js extension. Constantly making sure that we're saving. Let's go over to layout.js, and this is our layout. And we do this using CSS. Then we're going to import React from React, and then select import. And then we're going to link to layout CSS. This is going to be a CSS file that we're going to create. So we're going to have to type that in, layout.css. And notice we had to write out explicitly that it's a CSS file. And so here we have, and then we're going to put in the constructions for the layout, what our props look like. And then we'll export default layout so it can show up correctly. Okay, so we go to our web page now. Yep, that's good. We were expecting to see that. So we need to change some of our pathing here just quickly. So let's see now. We're going to move a file so that it can be accessed appropriately. Rerun this. You know what? I think we didn't. We have to update. Yep, I know. We have to go back to layout and we have to start adding in some values here so that the application knows to lay content out. So we just put in a hello world. There we are. Okay, so that shows us that everything is pulling through correctly. So we want to get rid of hello because we're going to replace that with our own application. I'm going to change this div so that it actually starts pulling in the application. I'm going to put in the class name for calculator, and this will be a CSS reference. Okay, so we need to have some image files. And what we're doing here is we're essentially building up the different elements that will need to be presented on the screen. And then we'll have a CSS file that we'll use to create these elements. And as you can imagine, I've already got this written, so I'm cheating a little bit because I know what I'm putting here. But bottom line is that the calculator really is a bunch of form elements, such as buttons on the screen, but we're going to use CSS to reformat them so that it looks more like a traditional calculator. That's one of the things that you get comfortable working with when you're doing web applications, is how to take technologies that you're used to using and then modifying them so that they look different. And so in this instance, we're used to using button elements within an application. So why not use the same button elements, which consistently work from browser to browser, and then just simply update the look and feel of them with some CSS so that they look good. And here we are just doing a very simple on-click command. This is some basic JavaScript that will render inside of the browser itself. Okay, so now we see, boom, there's a button. All right, so, and again, you want to be constantly testing and verifying that the code you're writing is working correctly. And we're going to do another button, and this is going to be the delete button. So we're going to start building out our different buttons here. Alright, so let's delete. Now we have an on-click event for that. Okay, we're just doing some formatting here. Okay, so we just used going through our code here, make sure everything looks good. And one of the things we can now do, because we've got a baseline that looks correct, we can just copy that, and then we want the percentage sign and then the forward bracket. So this. So it gives us 2 buttons. So we have a new row here. I'm just going to copy everything over just to make it a little bit easier on ourselves. And then we're just going to pipe in the numbers 7, 8, 9, and then plus symbol. Sorry, the multiply symbol. And we'll be able to move these into multiple rows here in just a moment. And we just want to keep going through, making all the changes here so we actually fill out all the different elements. So as you can see, most of this isn't really complex. It's just the, we use the word fiddly. Yeah, I guess I can. The fiddly parts of putting this content together. So we refresh our screen, start seeing all the different elements. Okay, looking good. We'll have to come back and make some updates to our CSS class names. And then we do our final 3 buttons. across the bottom. Okay, so let's now add some styles to the content that we've created. We do that in our layout.css file. And so we already have some styles that we created. So we're just going to go ahead and for the sake of brevity, we're just going to pull those over. We can, if you want to, and have us do a more detailed video on how to create the CSS files, then we'll certainly do that. But I think most of you probably know how to do this already. All right, so here's our CSS file. And so we have our calculator, our keys, our buttons, and the different types of button here. So we can just copy these all over. And so these all have the background color, the border color, etc., etc. And so when we do that, ta-da, here we have our buttons for our app. Easy way you know how. Okay, so we take out the CSS, and then we just have basic buttons. We add the CSS link back in. We have a nice laid out application. So we've got a couple of areas that are still missing. We've got the results screen and the default logo. So let's go ahead and add that information in. And we'll create a new folder called assets. Underneath assets, we'll put another folder called font. And that'll be where our fonts will be. Then we'll create another folder, and we'll call this one images. And we'll put our images in there. So we have our logo image, just Simplilearn logo. And then for layout, we can then just reference that in our image reference. I'm going to import the logo. I'm going to import that from our assets folder. And under assets, we'll go to img, which is where we have our image. And then we'll do the path for the logo.png. So we'll move this, and then we'll do source, and we'll do the source is from our logo variable, which is has the import of the image. So we'll put the width, and we happen to know it's 150 pixels, and there we go, it's 150 pixels wide. And the style that we'll reference from CSS will be block. So just some inline styling here. Generally, normally do this. I normally have all my styling in my CSS folder, but in this instance, because we're just putting up a solution, I want you to be able to see that you can actually do this inline. So there we are, have our Simplilearn logo. Okay, so now we need to have the results screen. Make sure that looks correct. Okay. And so we're going to create a new folder, and this is going to be called our output.js file, and this is going to control the output in that blue screen. We'll import our React objects. And we'll export that. And we'll put a new file called output.row.js. So we'll put our instructions. This is going to be our component the users will put their results into. And output row. And we're going to put our instructions here. So we're going to like export default output row. All right, so we're going to start putting together the code that allows us to construct our solution. We're going to update the output row.js file, and we're going to add in our return value. So we'll put a div, and this will be an input type. So essentially we have a text field that will be read-only at the top of our calculator. And here we see our text field here. And that will allow us to be able to put in our values. And we use the class screen that allows us to go our formatting. And we're going to put a file. It's going to be output row.css. We're going to add in our specific CSS for this output row. And as you can see, we're just using all of our standard HTML5 skill sets here. And let's go over to our style. We'll pull in our props.text size. And then the default value. And so this is going to align with our, go over to our CSS file and we'll update that. And output.js. We'll make sure the results get returned correctly as we're tapping on the buttons. And so this will pull in our output row. And the value will be, we'll put in our text size for output flow here. And we're just going to put some sample CSS styling here. Nothing too crazy. And we're going to have 2 rows. Save that. And our 2 rows will appear in a moment. Let's go into our layout. Let's add in our rows. So this is our output. I'm going to pull in those values. And there we have our two values. And so we can apply some CSS styling to this. So the top row will be the calculation broken out as we've written it, and the bottom row will be the results. And let's go into our CSS file here. We're going to copy over some CSS, and you have some font styling. We have our screen class name. That's our screen here. Again, this is nothing, no rocket science here. If you've done any CSS editing, you'll be familiar with what we've done here. And you see that we're referring to a font asset. We don't actually have the font in there. We'll have to pull that font over. And it's just a TTF font, true type font. You can use any of the internet fonts as well. Google has a massive library of fonts. And there we are. I'm going to change the size of our font so that the second row, the text is a little bit bigger. A little bit small. And we don't have anything wired up yet. We'll do that in a moment. That'll be the easy part of this assignment. All right, so let's go over and now layout. Okay, so let input, set input, and use state. That way we can default the initial state. And for the result, the useState, the initial useState will be just blank. There we are. Just what you'd expect to see. So the results are blank, and this is just when you run the app for the very first time. Okay, so we're going through, and now we want to put in our actions. So we're going to have an event when we click on any of the buttons. We want to take the value of the button, and so it's going to be any of these actions here. And we're just going to put together our script to do the calculations. So as you can see so far, we've put most of this application, most of the hard work has been setting up the base React application, putting together the different files and folder structure, making sure we have the correct assets such as images, fonts, CSS files, laying out our core structure in HTML, form elements. And now the part that we're doing at the end here is putting together the script that will actually do our calculator events. And honestly, this is going to be, we've got this running here. It's just JavaScript. So there are lots of JavaScript calculators on the internet. So you can actually take any of those and use those as a base for what we're doing here. And there we have if there's an error, we'll do math error result. We don't expect to see that. And we'll just keep putting together our code here. So our different results. So depending on which command you use, so for instance, if it's the equal sign, and you have the results. So we're using the value to actually then trigger what we would actually be seeing in which screen. Okay, that's looking good. So we'll capture our value, and this is all concatenated together. And if there are any error messages, so if the value is C from the button, so if we select C, so we want to set the input to 0, which is to reset the screen. And if the value equals, and this will be delete, what we want to do is we want to manipulate the string on the screen, which means we're going to eliminate the last character entered. And this is manipulation here. And this is all reducing the length of the string by 1 character at a time. Again, this is your standard JavaScript control. So we hit delete, and that gets rid of a character, another character. Hit it again, I'll get rid of the 3rd character. And we'll put, if the string is 0, then we'll put that as the value. All right. This allows us to test out our application. All looking good so far. Okay. I want to make sure that we're then calculating our values correctly. And here we have the display and the input. It's all coming from here, our output class. And then we'll put in our results. Okay, it looks like we're lining everything up. Just always want to go back and double check that you have all your commands, all your variables lining up correctly. Eliminate those. And we'll make sure we have the answer and the user entered there. There we have the answer and the user, and we'll change the font size. We save that. We'll go over, and this is our local application. And we test it, we can start putting together our construct, and we'll see that our calculator is working. So clear gets rid of both values. Everything's looking pretty good. And here we have our first application, and this is the sample application. This is the application we just wrote. Here is the original application that we were testing against. And as you can see, everything lines up correctly. And so you've seen how in just 45 minutes, you can actually write out your own ReactJS application with Node.js. And so if we terminate the application, so this is the one we just built. It's going to fail, so it allows us to validate that we had actually created. We'll restart the services. Say yes. I'll run it on another port because we already have an app running on another port. So it's going to run on 3001, refreshing the web page. And voila, there we are. There's our application up and running. Everything looks really good, working fine. It works absolutely identically. Now, if you want to, you could actually then take this application and make it a native application as well. Right now, we're just using it as a web application. And we're just updating some of the CSS, making it a little bit tighter. Everything looking exactly the same. There we go. That's your app, all up and running.
Hello everybody, and welcome you all. So we're going to talk about something very interesting topic of the day, and that is known called hooks in React. See friends, actually what happens when we work on React based development. So in React 16.8 we have introduced a new feature called React hooks. These hooks have really changed the way how the React development really happens, because prior to these React hooks we were writing so much of code. Because of that, it actually increased the complexity into our program. But ever since the React hooks came into this picture, the development time has slowed down, okay, and we have actually increased the productivity of our development. Now, how the React hook really changes the way this, we're gonna see it now in those slides. Now, what are the React hooks? See, the React hook is a special feature that lets you hook intro. Now, what is this? See, they say few important things. They say normally hook allows you to reuse the stateful logic without changing your component hierarchy. Your application can actually divide it into the smaller pieces which later on can be used together. Okay, so hooks let you use most of the React features without using classes. See, actually what happens in React, we have a two type of ways how you write your components. Number one is called class-based component, and second which is called functional component. Now, class-based components are little more heavy lifting because it comes preloaded with state management as well as the lifecycle management. But not always you need these two. So you need to keep your components lightweighted. So if you want to keep your components lightweighted, so you need to basically approach towards a stateless or functional component. So by adding those hooks features, so you can have this normal functional components. On the top of that, you'll be having some add-on feature. That's the beauty of React hooks. Now, the rules of React hooks. So there are few rules of the React hooks which you need to understand, and what those are. Number one, they say only call hooks at the top level. Don't look hooks inside loops, conditions, or nested function. So there are certain conditions. They say Only call hooks from the React functional component. Don't call hooks from the regular JavaScript function. Instead, you can call hook from the React function component or call hooks from the custom hooks. So there are multiple options are available which you can expose or use in your regular React based applications. Okay, so after that we will see the demo how the 3 different type of hooks are used: state hooks, event hooks, and create customized hook. And we will see some demo on the top of that. Hello everybody. So once again we are going to start working with another type of hook. See, in our previous examples we have seen how you can have the state related hook. Now my next event will be all about how you can have the event based hooks. We're talking about something called use effects. So how the use effects really works, let's take a look now. So here in a similar example, if I just give the name call, okay, let's try to make it here only. So what I'm trying to do now is, in my current application I'm already having this count and set count to me, but I can also provide some default values that anyways has been provided. So rather than hard coding it, I can provide it from somewhere else. So how we can, so let's use one property called props here, and here rather than providing this I'm saying props.count. So my question is like, what do you mean by count here? See, count is nothing but a property which initial value I don't know, so which you can set it from outside. So what you can do is here, before you export it, you can say give the name call hooks10 dot default props, default props, okay, equal to, I'm starting with the curly braces, and after this curly braces we are saying count, okay, that value is what, 0. What initial value we are giving? Count initial value equal to what, 0 now. And post this value whichever we are giving it. So what we also do in the same line is here we would like to also perform the another actions for setting the state. Initial value is called count, and this way I can say set count plus 1. Okay, that is anyways fine. So increment, let me copy this. So here let me say npm space start. So I must see some values have been presented. Okay, you can see still initial value was 0. That's why if you see initial value was 0. So now because of getting the initial value called props.count, and now I can say increment. When I want to talk about decrement, so decrement, and here we say reset. So here we can say -1, and this value rather than saying count plus 1, okay, you can say props.count, means whatever the initial value would be, that value will be initialized here. So now the code will work just the way it is. Now you can say increment, decrement, reset. So it's working fine. So in our React hooks, there's one option which is available called lifecycle hooks. Lifecycle hooks are very, very important. That means you're trying to say whenever you would like to call anything related to your lifecycle, like when your component starts, you would like to launch something. When the component, update, you want to launch something. So these kind of activities you can certainly make it. So how are you going to be making it now? Let's take a look now. So initially what I'm doing is I'm just creating a new function called use. You can say it is a predefined, okay, available from React 16. So here onwards you can see it is coming from the same property from React, and under this use effect what I will do is I will just say log, and I'm saying called every time. Now if I just launch my application and see the inspect, you can see it is saying called every time. Even if I say increment, it is getting called, even decrement, it is getting called, and reset, it will get called, because this is a lifecycle method, and the lifecycle method means it will get called. Normally in a React we have a call component did mount and component did update. So it is a combi of both. Okay. However, you can stick this particular use effect to the specific need only. Like if you do not want this to be get called on updates only when the component launches. So what you can do here in its comma parameter, you can make it as a square bracket. This square bracket will contain those values which you would like to watch for those changes. So if you do not keep it anything, by default it will be what? Blank. So now if I just go ahead and start, it is being called every time, and now you can say it is not getting called at all, because now it is knowing that hey, it is a blank value, so I'm not seeing any value, so it needs to be get called only when it is launching, not every time. However, you also can offer the condition where you want to call this use effect only when the changes happens, not every time when it is loading. So what you can do, you can just call this again and paste it again, this use effect, and say called on update, and here you can provide the value which you would like to listen. So actually if I see the state is getting changed for this count, so I can say count, and now once it is ready, I can start my application, and you can say here increment. Now you can see it is getting called, okay, but it is not getting called on loading every time. So you are specifically telling like this use effect should get called only when state changes to the count, and this you are not listening to anything, so you are making it as a blank. I hope you're clear about what use effect is all about. Okay everyone, so the previous example we have seen like how this hooks with regards to your current application works. Like as I'm saying, we're talking about like in this state hook where we have seen use effect, we have also seen another feature that is known as called use state, and now we're going to be talking about our next. Okay everyone, so now we're continuing to our next feature here, and that is known as called use context. See, when we talk about React use context, we always have a one very special feature coming up with us where the reusability comes as a priority. Okay, so if you really want to use a reusability, okay, you always think about an option called use context. Now first of all I would like to show you the problem, and then we discuss about the solution. So now here I'm gonna say use context.js, and in this use context.js, what I'll be doing it, I'll be creating some few functions here. I'm saying function main app. Okay, so in this main app I can create const, I can say user, set user equal to use state, and initialize the value which call what? Admin. That is the initial value we are saying, like in main app user set user use state admin. And now after this I'm using return, and in this return with my div tag I would like to offer the message. Okay, so we are giving the name called h2, and within this h2 we are using this a value called welcome, and with this $sign we can give the value like a user, whichever the initial value will be, that will be represented here. So that's what my first component. Likewise, if I want to share the data to the other components, how I basically try to use, that's an important thing I would like to consider it now. So this is my first component. Like I also want to create another component which is accepting the data and utilizing its own way. Okay, so like this I can copy and say user2. With this function I'm creating this user2 now. In this user2 I will not be defining any state as of now because it is there already defined. Okay, so in this it will be expecting, here it will be expecting user is in parameter. Okay, so return, you can define it anything. I can say paragraph. In this I can say user2 component. Okay, and I'm saying component 2, and now I would like to pass this value further to the another component now. So what I'm trying to say now here, if I say user2, let me copy this, the whole bunch, and paste it below here, and I'm saying user3, which is also taking this data, and here I'm defining this value called user3. Okay, space user equal to user, like this we are providing it. Okay, so that's where I'm trying to use this functionality. So we are having this function user2. Okay, so after this we are taking function 3 and adding the data right over there. Okay, so this div tag, whichever you're taking it, so we have a call main app, we can say user2 and followed by user3. So the data we can keep on passing from one component to the another component. So we have got this component with me, user2, and at the same time we have a call user3 now. Okay, and this user2, whichever is available to me, okay, when we are saying hello user, this user2, I can provide this data right over here. Okay, so in my main application I can say user2. Okay, and with this we can provide the value called user equal to, once again, user, like this. So you can see here we are passing the data down the line to all my components whichever we are utilizing it. Okay, so that's fine. So after this what you'll be doing, because we are passing the data just like that, but the only thing is, what if this main app wants to pass the data directly to the user3? It cannot pass. Okay, it can pass the data to the user3 only from its immediate child, which is the user2, and that's what the problem. I would like to sort it out, but here let me say export default, the name is called main app. Okay, let's make initial capital, that is always good. Okay, export default main app, and let's add this main app right inside your app.js. Okay, now let's see. See, the value is coming up, welcome admin, welcome admin, welcome admin. So that's pretty fine. Components are basically rendered, but there is no reusability. If you see, like, it is a plain old technique. You pass the data to the child and you cannot pass the child to the grandchild. These are the certain challenges. Okay, so let's try to sort it out, this issue. Okay everybody, so it's time to basically talk about a solution. We have already seen our problem. There is no reusability, there is no sharing of the data. And the sharing of the data is happening from parent to child only when you are a direct parent, otherwise not. So how are you going to be fixing this issue? So fix this, what I'll be doing is, we'll just want to say const app context equal to create context. Okay, so we're going to say equal to what? A create context. So as usual, the states are there. Return. Now in this return, what I will be doing it, I will be using this context. So anyways, I'm having this div tag, so I'll be using this option like an user context, or the context which we have created, that is called app context. So we are saying what? App context here. Okay, dot, you see there's an option available called provider. This is the one which will be helping you to share the data to all the components, value equal to user. Okay, and this app context, I would like to cut it, okay, and paste it after here. Okay, and here user2 equal to user2, whatever it is, the value is there, so you are passing it to user2. Okay, and later on you can pass to any components those who want to really use it. Okay, so whosoever wants to access your context, it can be easily available. Okay, so you really don't need to pass this data again and again. So if you are in second component, okay, so you're anyways wrap this second component right over here. So here in your second component, you really don't need this any data like this, and you really don't need this like that. So you can easily pass this value to the user3 also. Okay, so it's very simple and straightforward. So let me try to remove this value from here also, and you can get the data the way you always want. Okay, so you're saying value equal to what? User here. So after that you're saying user equal to what? User, whichever value you are basically passing it. Okay, and say use context.provider. Okay, and the second component, when you say user2, you just say you really don't need this. In fact, I would say you can even remove it. Okay, and the same you can remove it from here also. Okay, and when I see my components back, see, it's still working like the way it is expected. Okay, so that becomes the idea of what your use context, okay, which is designed for sharing the data between and among the components. Okay everyone, so now it's time to basically discuss about our another very important topic, that is called useref. Okay, useref is basically what? The useref, you can say it is the kind of hook which allows you to persist value between the renders. Again, I'm telling you, useref allows actually to persist the value between renders. Normally, you can store or you can use to store mutable values which are changeable. Okay, that does not cause a re-render when updated. Okay, that means you can persist that value in its storage, okay, as a mutable value which does not cause a re-render when the updates actually happens. So normally it can be used to access your DOM element directly. Clear? So how it can be? Let's take a look with using one simple example, so you all can understand how we can utilize this. Okay, so I'm going to create another one here, name called useref.js. Inside this useref.js, so let's get started with this implementations, the one which we're looking at it now, so called useref. So once again, I'm creating a function app, and inside this I would like to say const input val comma set input val equal to user state. Okay, we want to use it. Now we want to use one more, const pref value, okay, equal to, now we would like to say use ref. You can see it is coming once again from the where, from the React here. In this use ref we can pass initial value blank. We do not have initial value, so we are sending it as a what, as a blank. Now post that we want to create, first important thing is we would like to use the use effect first. Use effect, you have already seen the use effect earlier because it is holding the lifecycle related conditions. So now here we are saying pref value, okay, dot current equal to input val, okay, and after that which value you are seeing to be get updated, so we are passing input val for sure. Okay, post that, once it is ready, okay, I'll be saying return. Okay, inside this return I'm having div tag, and here in this div tag we can say input type equal to text, okay, value equal to which value would like to take it, so we are giving input val, okay, and we are also saying on change equal to taking this e as an event object here, and we are calling set input val with e dot target dot value. Okay, so we are holding the values just like this. Okay, and after this, once it is ready, I just want to use the h3 tag to show what is the current value. So we can say updated value. Okay, here I'm having this input value with me, and now I'll be using one more h2. We are saying last value of, we are saying pref value, okay, dot current. So that's where you are basically using. So this will be offering you what the kind of value you are actually expecting into your program. Okay, so useref hooks can be used to keep track of the previous state values. This is what we're doing it now. Okay, so this is because we are able to persist use reference value between the renderer. So now let me try to say export default, and I'm just giving the name of app, and this app I'm using it here in my app.js app. Let me terminate it and launch it again. Let's say localhost 3000 again. So it is taking some more time, but I'm sure we'll be able to see the outcome soon into our system. So now you can see these values are coming up. So now when I pass the value call 1, it is containing the 1. When I say 2, you can see it is holding the previous value. When I say 3, it containing the previous value. When I say 4, it holding the previous value. That's where exactly the beauty of this useref which you are expecting it from all of you. So everyone, we have already seen like our previous example, like how we can use the useref in our previous project. Now it's time to talk about our another interesting feature in hooks continuation to this, and that we're talking about called working with a use reducer. So what is a use reducer? See, use reducer is again a hook which is as same as like in use state. Okay, it allows for custom state logic. Unlike the normal state how we maintain using use state, it allows to have having some custom logic also. See, if you are finding yourself where we have a called multiple portions of the state that actually depends on the complex logic, use reducer would be very, very beneficial for you because it contains a centralized logic, okay, and can help the users to develop some more fantastic applications. So let's see how we can really do this and how we can utilize that. So in hooks demo, I'm going to create a new file here. I'm going to give the name called node app.js, and in this node app.js I would like to have some initialized state. I would like to make it available to the user. So let's try to use one very simple logic call, const node reducer equal to, here I would like to take the parameter like in state and action. It is just like in normal functionality, we are writing it down, and inside this we would like to use a switch. Here we use a switch and we will judge what type of action client is trying to invoke. Action in the sense what kind of condition client is ready to invoke. I'm saying action dot type. Okay, and here we use the first option, like in case first condition I'm taking it is called populate nodes. Okay, populate underscore nodes, whichever the existing nodes are available, populate it. Okay, and here after this we would like to say return dot nodes. Okay, or else in a default case, we are saying return the default state whichever is available to me. So that's how the condition is. Now going back, I would like to also check what are the type of states are available which I would like to show it back to the client. So we are using this option like it, const. Let's create a states first. So we are saying const nodes, comma, dispatch equal to use reducer, and inside this reducer, first parameter we are passing is called node reducer, whichever we have taken it as an action here, and comma initial state which I'm making it as a blank. I do not have any states, I'm making it as a blank. Again I'm using this option again, const title, set title equal to use state with initial value blank. So that's how we are passing it now. Okay, now the next thing is, like, I would like to check in my code how to basically display the list of nodes back to my application. Okay, that's what the whole logic I want to write. Okay, so let's check in case if I want to return the bulk of nodes, how will I do this? So here let's try to create the nodes app. So this I would to make it, that was the reducer for us. Now here we're going to create const node app equal to and I'm closing it here. Okay, so we're having these two properties with me, and I can have n number of actions also, but let's talk about return. In this return we want to display the list of nodes which are available to me. In case if I'm having it, I will display it. So I'm having the div tag. Inside this div tag I can say h2 nodes. After this nodes dot map. In case if I'm having a array of nodes, map is a predefined function for me. So here we're using what? Node. Okay, so inside this we would like to provide the object where the details will be available to me. Okay, so I can use the div tag where I can have the property with me. So I can use the div. Okay, so I can use key equal to, you can just use the default state which is available called nodes. equal to what nodes and provide the other details too. Like if you want to iterate it, so you can just provide the data accordingly. Okay, so that's what the whole idea is. And here under this we would like to provide node. Okay, and here if I want to have some data that can be displayed. Okay, so now say export default node app, and this node app I'll be making it as a child of app.js. Okay, so you can see I have got initial data displaying here. So in case if I have few more records, suppose if I set data, okay, so you can basically make this data also available here. So you can see I've got list of records are available to me. Okay, so that's make your development even more easier, and that's the beauty of how the nodes can be used for the further development. Okay, so I hope you're clear about what in case if I want to use this reducer, so how we can further utilize it. So initialize the data with this, but later on if I want to add some actions, I can also add it. Okay, but this is what the initial state which we are using it in case if I want to display the data in my code. Hello everyone, so in the previous sections we have seen like how we will be utilizing our use reducer applications. Now I'm going to tell you about another React very popular tool that is known as called use memo, which is once again a very popular tool. So what is a use memo? It is again another hook. So use memo hook returns a memorized value, what was the previous value was. So we can say think of memorization as a caching a value so that it does not need to be recalculated. It already contains the value within that. So the use memo hook only runs when of its dependency update. Okay, so use memo is one of the very popular tool, but it can be little expensive, resource insensitive function. Okay, so it is use memo can be used to keep expensive and resource oriented function to avoid needlessly running. So we will see how this use memo can work. So let's check this out and see what my intention is in my application is like use memo is basically perform some actually memorized your complex calculations so that it doesn't need to run unnecessarily every time. Okay, so it does a kind of caching behavior for you to make your life even more simple. So let's see how it works. So accordingly you will also get the implementations. Okay, so you need to understand the use memo hook accepts the second parameter, okay, to declare dependencies. So the expensive function will only run when this dependency has been changed, otherwise not. Okay, so let's see how we will be using those. So now here I'm creating a new file and give the name call memo app.js. Okay, so inside your memo app.js, what you do is just take a look. Let me try to close rest of those. Yeah, so here we say okay, so we are saying set count equal to user state initialize value with what I would say 0. for a time being I'm trying to use now. Okay, and after that, if I want to perform some calculations, I can do that, but let me try to perform this job only. Okay, count and set count according to my rule. Okay, now what I'm planning to do now is, in a similar line, I want to offer one more feature here called const to do's equal to use state. I'm making it as a what type? Array type. Okay, and I'm saying const calculation equal to expensive calculation, and here we are passing what? Count as a parameter here. Okay, now let's perform some functions. I'm saying const increment equal to set count C plus 1. Okay, and we are using we're calling this set to do's here. Okay, and use all the previous states whichever are available and new data. This will get added. So 3 functions we are basically calling. After that I'm saying return. In this return I'm having what? Div tag. Within this div tag I can use another div tag here, and here we're using my app. After this h2 we would like to use to-dos dot map slash what? Index, and here we're saying return paragraph, sorry, key equal to add task. Okay, and here we are, sorry, equal to what? Index here, and here to do's. Okay, to do you make it. Okay, so this is how we have it now. After this we would like to create a one button. Inside this button I can say add to do, and here we will say on click, and in on click we will be calling add task. So this is what it is happening now. Okay everybody, so here after this div tag is getting closed, HR is getting closed. Again we are opening up another div tag here, and here we are saying count, and here we are using, in this button we would like to click on plus increment, what we're calling it here, increment here, and call something called calculation, just like a normal message, and here put what? calculation. Okay, so once it is done, so your div tag is also closed. Both the div tags are getting closed. Okay, and they're also getting closed. And now we would like to perform one function, whichever I would like to use it for my standard calculation. Okay, so let's see what we are trying to do. So here I'm saying long running calculation equal to okay, and we are using this log button. Inside this log button I'm saying calculating here, and post this with things called for let I equal to 0, I is less than, okay, and we're using what, I plus plus, and say num equal to 1. Okay, and after this I can say return num, and after that I'll be rendering this function by saying export default memo app. That's it. Okay, so this would be my application here. Okay, so now here in this example, the expensive function, which is called long running function, okay, whatever I'm talking about, the long running function, okay, will only run when the count is changed and not when the to-dos are added. That's a whole picture about this code here. Okay, so you can just see here we're using this statement, and here we're gonna give the name of this long running calculations to here. Okay, so I'm calling it there. Now this memo app, I'll be using it in my app.js. Okay, so that is what we have it now. So I'm clearly saying like here, so in this application, hook accepts second parameter to declare a dependency. So the long running functions will only run when the dependency have changed, otherwise not. That's the whole picture. So it is adding it, saying calculating it, and then it is getting changed. Okay, so that's what the whole picture of what we have done. So I'm sure like you all are clear about how this memo is really performing some job, the one which is actually expected. And once again, we're going to start with another feature of hooks, as we have got many hooks seen in our development. Okay, and now on the top of this, I'll be working on our new concept, that is what's called use imperative handler. It is again a new concept, as we have already seen multiple different type of hooks into our development. Now we'll be talking about use imperative handler. Now, what is the use of this particular hook? Look, when we talk about use imperative handler, if I just get you this, so if I say use now, when we talk about use imperative handler, okay, so this use imperative handler and the use reference, what we've already done, allows to pass a reference object, but the later, which is called use reference, which you've already seen, this use reference doesn't allow to customize the instance that are also passed with the ref object. So use imperative handler hooks is a different from use reference, because it allows, again, it allows handling and customizing the return value. It allows handling and customizing the return value. And it also allows to replace the native instance of the ref object. Now how it works, let's try to understand in our development. So here we're going to start working with a very simple approach into our code. Okay. So we're going to create a new one that is called imperative demo.js, and after this we are writing function button. Okay, here we are passing two parameters here. One is called props and second is called what? Ref. Two parameters we are passing it. Now here we are saying const use ref. Okay. Now after this we are using use. You can see we have a called use imperative handler comes from this one. So we are using this use imperative handler, and here we are passing what? Ref as a parameter. Okay, and okay, now in this case we are using one type of functionality called blur. Okay, and here with this blur, and we are using log and writing custom blur is called. After this, once it is ready, I would like to say return. In this return we are saying button. Okay, and with this button I want to use ref, okay, equal to btn and props. We both are passing, and here in this we are saying click. Okay, that's it. And once it is done, then we would like to use this, okay, into my application wherever I can actually access this in my application system. So once it is ready, I would like to make it available. So by using, I'm saying export default, and I'm using something called forward reference. You can see it is again a part of what? The React application. We are using this called forward reference, and here we are passing what? Button. So that is what my code is. Now here I will be making it as a child of, but in my app.js, so we already have this earlier memo app. So here in my application, I'm just using const btn equal to use reference. I'll be using what? Use reference. So React, and I'm using okay, so we're using this option called use reference here, and we're passing null here, and after this value whichever we are having it, we just say cut and passing it here, and this under this return keyword I'm using button, and in this button, in our options, I can provide the events. So inside this button we would like to, one second, yep, so inside this button we are saying on click equal to, we are saying btn, okay, dot current dot, okay, so we haven't imported anything, so let me import a button from here. Okay, so we say import button which class you have created here? Imperative demo. Okay, so once it is there, so we're providing what? btn.current.blur. So closing this here, and along with this we are saying ref equal to btn. That's it. So this is where exactly the options are. So you understand, in this particular example we have developed a custom button component that has a user defined instance attached to the reference object. Attached to the what? The reference object now. So we have developed the button component that has a user defined instance attached to the reference object. So button component is a child component of the app component. Are we clear? So when we click the button here, the button is clicked. Okay, it called user defined blur function, which is attached to the past reference object. Okay, so that's the whole idea. Now so I haven't written anything into the button, that certainly I can add it. So under here okay, so now okay, so here the things are working the way we were expecting. Okay, so you see, like what we did it here is, now we are now using this approach. Okay, you see, like we are using this approach with using this use imperative reference. So we have a call function button. We are passing two parameter props and ref. So we're getting this use reference object, and use imperative we are passing this ref and this object here. So we are using this blur as a kind of custom objects where console.log custom property is getting called, and reference button equal to button, and we're saying dot props, click here button, and export default forward reference button here, and followed by app.js. We are just using this normal app component, const btn equal to use reference null, return, we're returning this button, on click, you see here equal to btn. Okay, it's just a reference what you're using, dot current dot blur, and after that it is getting closed, you're saying ref equal to what? btn, whichever you're referring it, and that's it. So the job is done. So friends, now after this, the previous example we have seen called imperative, now it's time to basically discuss about another very interesting example that is called use layout effect. There is another hook which is available to you. So this use layout effect actually works similar, okay, to use effect, but rather working asynchronously, like what a use effect does, because use effect works asynchronously. It fires synchronously after all DOM loading is done. Again, I'm repeating, the use layout effect works similar to use effect, but rather working asynchronously, like how the use effect works. Okay, what it does is it fires synchronously after all DOM is done loading. So this is pretty useful for normally asynchronously re-rendering the DOM. Okay, so it is very useful for synchronously re-rendering the DOM and also to read the layout from the DOM. But to prevent blocking the page loading, we should always use effect hook, otherwise it will block. So the use layout effect, okay, works in the same phase as component did mount and component did update methods. We should only use effect layout effect if use effect is not outputting the expected result. So let's take a look with a simple example, the one which we are looking forward for. Okay, so here in my code, what we're doing is we're going to give the new file name called use.js. Okay, so let me add const layout. Okay, and here we're using const equal to use state and give any value whichever you would like to give it. Okay, let's say welcome, and after that you come down and say use layout effect. Okay, and say if value equal to welcome, I'm saying set value welcome to React hooks. Okay, so that's an expectations, and after that we are using what the log, and inside this class we're saying use layout is working, okay, with value. So we're using what the value here. Okay, and whenever the value changes, so we're using and listening to what the value here. And after this, when we talk about return, so we have to return the values too. Okay, so we say return inside this div, we will say value. That's it. And after this, layout, and here okay, so once it is ready, you will see here in your program here we need to check so if value, okay, fine. So here I need to use to make it. Okay, so now I go to the inspect, go to the console, and let's refresh, and now you can see it is loading synchronously. Okay, so your application is now loading the way it is expected. Use layout is working well, use layout is working, we can do the React. It's perfect. So that's where the idea of this particular example. So in this example, we have built a name changer application that changes the name of the state when the use layout effect is called. Okay, and it's working fine. Okay everyone, so now if it is ready, then we'll be talking about our next feature here, that is called working with use debug value. This is once again another hook of the React based development. So when we talk about use debug value, so what use debug value actually does, and what we really do with the use debug value, this we would like to understand. Okay, see what happens, not too many developers nowadays know about use debug value hook. Okay, though although it provides a much better debugging experience when it comes to the debugging custom hooks. So use debug value is a simple inbuilt hook that provides more information about the logical of a custom hook within a React Dev tool. So React Dev tool is a tool which you can get it downloaded for your Chrome extension. Okay, and it allows you to display the additional information, okay, next to your hooks with optional formatting. Okay, so that's what the Redux React views debug value is basically be useful for. Now, how you basically use this? So you can just consider in this way. If I just go back and create a new file and give the name called use debug value. Saying use debug.js. Okay, so inside this use debug.js, here we would like to use function, and in function we can use this option. I can use friend status. Use friend status. So here we can say friend ID, and here we can use const is online set online equal to user state. We are providing the value called what? Okay, and now here we use this option like in what use debug value, and here I told you is online question mark. Here we say online, okay, and here we say what? Okay, and after this we are talking about this option like in what? Return is online. Okay, so that's where exactly you perform this condition for. After that, what you can do, you can just use this option like in export default trendline online status. So this is where you can basically perform this online debugging, the debugging for all the React hooks, whichever you're looking forward for. So this is very popular and utilized and useful option for the regular users. Hello everybody and welcome you all. So today we have a very interesting session coming up for this React, which is called React Router. So let's get started with React Router and see what it offers. So friends, the first important thing about what is a routing. As we know it very well, the routing is synonyms of navigation. Any application, whether you talk about multi-page application or single page application, it always requires a routing. Through this routing, you will be making your applications to be navigate from one part to the another part, like you have a called login page, registration page, and you have got a lot of links available, and when you click on those links, application will take you towards those necessary pages. But here in React, these are component centric architecture, so here you will be having a components loaded. Okay, so as we know, in a traditional web development, routing plays a very crucial role so that you can navigate through. Okay, now React Router. So what is a React Router? So we know that React Router is a client and server-side routing library provided by the React. It is a JavaScript libraries which is normally known for creating the attractive user interfaces. Now here the traditional React Router is available on the web, okay, and the server. So with using traditional Node.js based application, which is it is designed for developing a server-side JavaScript based applications, and on React Native, which is once again for mobile based environment for React applications. Now React Router components. So browser router. So typical we say the browser router is one of the component, because React Router comes with lot many APIs. So here one of the APIs which is called browser router. So browser router is something from where Okay, it uses the traditional HTML5 history API, which is one of the main component. So it keeps your URL in sync with what you are navigating through. Okay, so next we have a called routes. So routes are basically chosen based on what best matches you are providing it, so that when you click on those links, so appropriate route will get loaded for you, so-called components. So now we have a called link. So the traditional link components are used to basically create a hyperlinks like ahref, how we used in HTML pages. So to different from the traditional React application, so it is mainly designed focus on navigation throughout the applications. And now we have a call switch. So traditionally switch, what it does, it renders the first routes and matches the location rather than rendering all the matching routes. Like whichever has come, it is like in typical switch case, whichever comes, it make it available and come out. That's how it provides. Okay, so installation wise, you need to have first, you have to create the React based application by using npx create React app. So create React app is a tool provided by the official Facebook, and the router hyphen tutorial is the name of the project. Okay, so you'll be using this command to create a new project for you, and post that you have to install this particular dependency called react hyphen router hyphen DOM. So this dependency you need to install. Post first, I would say the message is executed. So once the first command is ready, then you'll be going inside this npm install, and then you say react router DOM. So this is how the steps are. And now we'll talk about demo. So let's get started with the demo part. Okay everybody, so it's time to get into some hands-on. So I already have a project ready with me, which we have created with using create React app. So my project name is react-app, and I would like to create a new router based example here. So the dependency regarding react-router-DOM is already installed. So if you see this package.json, React router DOM is already there in place. So we would like to start now developing those router based examples. So to make it happen, what we will do is, here in my src, we will create a new folder named called components. Okay, and inside this components, we will create some file name called login.js. Likewise, we would like to create a register, user details.js, one more name called portfolio. So we have got these pages are ready with me. Okay, out of which I want the first components to be get launched here, that is known as called a landing page. So here I will also create landing page.js. So let's go back and create a new components here, which will be helping us to move here and there. So first thing, in my landing page, my component.js, I have a call app.js, which is a base component for me. So as I can see, this is how you go back and create a new functional component. So I just copy the same, and here in login.js we'll paste it and give the name to login, and here we can say welcome to login. So just, this is my small component I copied and I pasted in a portfolio. So we call portfolio welcome to folio register login. We have got user details, Okay, so we have got these components with us. Now I'll start with landing page first. So I would like to create a class-based component here. So import React from React. Now for default class landing page extends component. Now render return. Okay, so this is the one. So we call div tag here. Well, this is my component which is available to me. So the landing page is a component through which I'll start working on. So I can say welcome to landing. So here I want these components to be available outside. So what I will do is this landing page in my index.js, I'll make it as the first component to be launched, landing page. So when I start my application, I should see here, okay, welcome to landing is coming up. Perfect. So this has become my first component which I want to launch, and furthermore we would like to add few more components here. Okay, so in a previous program we have seen how to create a multiple components and how we can make one of the component as a landing component. Now it's our next program where we will be enabling the routing into our code. So in our landing page we would like to create some more dependency. We are saying import from react-router-dom. So we'll be choosing those dependencies one by one, but from there we want to start working with const routes equal to, first thing as I discussed with you, that is we would like to start with the browser router. Okay, so from this point onwards we would like to start with switch. As you can see, they are taking from the React router down. After the switch we will say route. Okay, so here with this route we will like to say the navigation path. We say path equal to, if it is login, then which component I want to launch. So we can say component, here I'll say c small, component equal to, okay, it's not loading, so we can say import, and since I want to launch the component which is a type of login, so we can say import from login. So if you see here we will call login, so we will be using this login only. Okay, so this is my login component. Likewise I will say from register. So here we would like to say login, and in a similar way we also want to have the another registration. So I copy the same, use this register, register. So this is how the components are used here. Okay, well, these are the quick two components we have created. One is called login and second is called register. After that, what you will be doing, this routes, you will be adding it under this div tag. So I'm removing this landing page, and here we will give the name called routes. That's it. So once this route has been given, Now it's time for us to see what it differs. So landing page, or sorry, we have a co-register also. So say route is not defined. So what we can do, we can also import the route from this page. Now let's go back. Okay, nothing is shown. So now we have to manually type by saying login. You can see I've got this message called welcome to login. Now let's see register. And there we go, register. So 2 components are loaded correctly. Now we would like to import 2 more. Import portfolio from portfolio. Okay, and last we have a call user details. Import a name call user details here. So we got user details. Let me copy these 2. So register, portfolio, so this is how our components are. So now we can see all are registered successfully. Well, in our previous program we have seen we were typing those URLs manually into our browser, but in real time this won't be a solution. In a real time you would like to make this example by clicking on a hyperlink. You would like to make it possible. So how will be doing this? So to make it possible, what you will be doing is, like here itself, you will create a new component called header. Okay, so this is how you're going to create the new component called header. Okay, so within this you're going to add the new tag called header. Within this you will be using navlink, which is once again the tool provided by React through which you can create a hyperlinks. So this is the navlink for you. So within this navlink you will provide the option like in to equal to login, and along with this you will also provide the name. So here I say login. Let me copy the same. Login, register, register. We also have called last we have called portfolio. So this is my component which is available to me, and this I would like to use within my application. So here after this browser router we would like to add the component called header here. That's it. That's the only thing we need to do now. This header component is now the part of routes, and let's see how it makes a difference. Now you can see very clearly it is having those links with me, and now when I click on those links you can see how these are easily accessible to all of us. Okay, so these are the links which are available to us through which we can make our components simple and easy to access. One more thing we can do it here, and what's that? This component whichever we are talking about, okay, this component we can attach to one of my base component. When my component start, it should work automatically. So I can do one thing, let my login component to be the base component for me. So in order to make this possible, I need to write one more tool here called exact equal to true. And here also we have to use the same. So here we would like to add one more property here. Okay, and we will say exact equal to true. Okay, what I would like to use, exact equal to true. That's it, and your job is done. Now let's check. And now you can see the by default login page appeared because the login is in root location. And that's how your URL works. Okay everybody, so in the previous examples we have seen how the links are working, but these links are all internal links. But what in case if I want to go to the external link? So let's try to understand that point. So here let me try to open up I'm opening up Simplilearn link and I'm clicking on this. So the URL is right now https simplilearn.com. That's a link which is available. So let me try to copy this link, and here if we want to go to that location, so what do we need to do now? So to make it possible, here I can just make this another nav link, copy the same, and I give the name called Simplilearn, and here I'll just copy the same, okay. So now it is asking me for the component because I do not have any component here right now. So here what I will be doing instead, I'm making it as a blank. Okay, and here I want to give window dot location dot href equal to the website which is available. Okay, so that will be the link which I'm providing it now, and after this link what is being provided, I'm saying return. That's it. Okay, so that will be the link. So I'm saving this and going back to this location now. So you can see we have a call Simplilearn. The moment I click it here, so it will somehow try to take me towards where, to this external website, the one which we are actually looking forward for. Okay, so this is the way through which you can basically make the application accessible outside. So if I just go back to my browser and refresh this, and I click on Simplilearn, and you can see now it took me to an external location called simplilearn.com. Likewise, if I just go back and open the Simplilearn as a YouTube channel, also just say okay, Simplilearn YouTube. So if any of the, I would say the link which is available, like you can see right now we have got multiple websites. So if I just click on anything, suppose this is a link for me, and I try to create one more link here, just like we have a call Simplilearn. So let's create one more, and I say Simplilearn YouTube. Simplilearn YouTube. So here I copy the same, okay. So here in my browser, whatever the link I was provided, I'll just copy this link and paste this link right over there. Okay, so this is what a link which is available to me. Now I go back to my code. I can say Simplilearn YouTube. I click it. I can see it took me to where? To the another website. So this is the way you see how the links are basically created, and they are simply available to us in a very simplified manner. Okay, and that's where the hyperlinks are basically working with us.
Welcome to this session on ReactJS interview questions. Through this session, we will explore the most commonly posed interview questions that you would face if you walk up to a developer interview on ReactJS. Let's start with going through and exploring the general set of ReactJS interview questions that would be commonly asked in an interview. The first question would be, what are the features of ReactJS? Now, right through this session, we would follow a common methodology where we would explore the question and then look at the best way in which you could have answered that question if posed to you during a ReactJS interview. So starting with the first question, what are the features of React? So React has many extensions for complete application architecture support. JSX is used with React to describe what the user interface should typically look like. React is broken into small components. So you look at the complete application you want to build, break it down into individual components, and a component is typically a piece of user interface like a function that would return a stream of HTML characters. Speedy performance is one of the core features of React, as only the updated components need to be re-rendered on the screen and not the entire page. The one-way data binding feature, on the other hand, keeps everything modular and fast. The virtual DOM is also a lightweight representation of the real DOM, which is again a feature which helps speed up performance and avoids a full page refresh and a full DOM tree shake, which really speeds up performance. So what is JSX? How do you answer this? So JSX is typically the extension used for React, and it's nothing but an extension to the JavaScript programming language, because all that you can use inside your browser for execution typically has to be JavaScript, because in HTML5 you cannot have any third-party plugins installed in the browser, and that's the reason the browser would only ship by default with a JavaScript runtime engine. So by using JSX, you can write HTML structures in the same file that would contain your JavaScript code as well, making the updates to the code very simple. So it's simple to update and make modifications to your code, because the code and the data and the business logic is all composed in a single file. So because the code and the business logic is in a single file, it makes updating and incorporating change requests to the code very simple and easy. So it's basically used with React to describe what your user interface should look like, and it's what you typically would term as the HTML template or the view. Coming to the next question, can JSX be directly read by the web browser? So web browsers cannot read JSX directly. Now why is that? Well, the reason is simple. It's because they are only built to read regular JavaScript objects, and JSX is not a regular JavaScript object. It's a React component. So for a web browser to read a JSX file, the file needs to be transformed into a regular JavaScript object, and for this there is a JavaScript API called Babel, which is internally used by React. So what do you understand by the virtual DOM that we've been speaking about in React? So React gives a very lightweight representation of the real DOM, the actual DOM structure of the page. So DOM is document object model. It is an API created by W3C, and it creates an in-memory representation of the HTML elements as a inverted tree structure, a balanced tree structure, which is the fastest search algorithm when you want to search for HTML elements and do a dynamic update on them. But again, updating the basic DOM tree structure of the page causes a full page refresh, and if you only want to update a specific component, you wouldn't need the entire page to be refreshed, and that is where React comes in. It uses a virtual DOM, which is a layer on top of the actual DOM, which ensures that only a certain part of the page is refreshed, and that speeds up performance. So when the state of an object changes, virtual DOM changes only that object in the real DOM instead of updating all the objects, and this is what makes things really fast. So why use React instead of other frameworks like Angular? First of all, it's very easy to create dynamic web pages, HTML, where you can update the view or the template at runtime. The components are reusable, so you reuse rather than reinvent. The performance is great. Since you're working with the virtual DOM, you don't need a full page refresh. The unidirectional data flow makes data move one way. There's no two-way data binding by default, and that's the reason the page does not have to do a lot of heavy lifting of remembering whether the view is changing, whether the base JavaScript entity class is changing, and that saves a lot of processing time. Again, to debug React is much more simpler, and that's what makes it more popular in terms of its simplicity and speed as compared to other frameworks like Angular. What is the difference between ES5 and ES6 standard? So these are scripting standards, okay, that are defined by the European Computer Manufacturers Association, or ECMA, and all of the scripting languages are a subset of the standard and are derived from these standards to ensure that the code will execute on all browsers, and the code that we are writing is standards based. So these are a few instances where ES6 syntax has changed from ES5. If you look at the ES5 syntax on the top, we are creating a simple React class component, and the render function just returns a stream of HTML content. In ES6, there's a new keyword that comes in, which is extends. So you are extending from the base React component and creating a custom component and then returning a stream of characters. Also, the function keyword no longer needs to be used. So the exports versus export also changes. So you use exports to export out class from a module so that it can be accessed from another module. In ES6, you simply say export and the component. Require versus import. So you would require a third-party component or an API into your JavaScript file to use it. In ES6, it's replaced with the import statement, very similar to the syntax that we use in core Java. So how do you go and create a React app? First, you install Node.js as a base platform, which you can download from the Node.js website. Next, any text editor of your choice, could be Atom, Visual Studio Code, or Sublime Text. Third, you create a React app using a command prompt terminal. Depending on the OS you are using, the command to give is create-react space my first app. Okay, so the command that you would give to create a new React app is create-react-app space and the name of the application you would want to create. In this case, it is my-first-app, and that could be a custom name of your choice. So what is an event in React? Well, on the web, when you talk about dynamic HTML, it's all about interacting with the user. So the user performs some interaction event with the web page, which could be a click of a button, a mouse move, and these events in action can be triggered by a user or any system, or could be pressing a key or a mouse click, etc. And in response to that event, you would execute a block of code, which is called an event handler. So here we have class simple, which is a custom class that extends the base React component, the name of the function work, which triggers a simple alert message box, and a render function which returns HTML. When you click on the button, we would want to bind that to the event handler this.work, and that's how you connect a click event to an event handler function. What are synthetic events in React? Well, a synthetic event is an object which acts as a cross-browser wrapper around the browser's native event. It combines the behavior of different browsers' native events into one API, which makes sure that the events are consistent across different browsers. And this brings in the standards-based development to ensure in this digital age, the code that we are creating for different browsers have consistency in terms of its execution. So here we see a function action link. We see a function handle click, which takes E as an event parameter. E.prevent default ensures that there is no error that the browser is raising in case the event function call is not directly compatible with that specific browser. So prevent default is used to suppress any browser specific errors or crashes. And a simple console.log, which will log into the developer tools window, which says you just clicked a link. And then we've got the return, where we are returning the view or the HTML template, where on click we connect to this event handler called handle click. So handle click is basically a wrapper, and the entire action link is a wrapper object, which is a synthetic event. We don't directly go and bind to the on click and then associate a function with it. We actually associate a synthetic object with it, which binds the base default event that could be specific to a browser. So some browsers would probably understand an on click, another browser would understand a click. And to ensure there is consistency of syntax, and from a development perspective, the code that we write will run on all browsers, we need to take care of using the synthetic events which isolate the developer out from the complexity of writing code specific to different browsers. So you just write generic code which will work on different browsers. So how do lists work in React? So the lists display data in an ordered format. The traversal of lists is done using the map function. So here we see there is a function called list of names, which takes a variable props as a parameter. Props.names will allow us to get a reference to all of the array of names that are passed. Constant list names is another variable created equal to names.map. And we are using the arrow operator, which is now an ECMAScript standard. And again, we are using the opening tag of the li HTML element. The key is equal to the name attribute. So the brace bracket will bind that to the name attribute. Then we just print the name itself and we close the li tag. So that's the names.map function. And finally, we return in an unordered list the list names themselves. So the map function will run through and iterate over the list of names, list them in the li tag. The li tag will get injected into the unordered list and will finally get returned out as a stream of HTML elements. In the next code snippet below, we create a constant variable names. We are associating it with a set of 5 names, and we simply say render list of names, names equal to names. The moment we do that, we are using list of names as a custom HTML element, which is not system defined. It starts looking for the function list of names, passes the names array to it, iterates over it using the map function, which is an inbuilt React function, brings out all of the lists. It's very similar to a for loop that you would write for iteration in other programming languages. And then finally, what you get returned in the get element by ID app is nothing but a list of simple names wrapped in a li element that are printed on the view. So why is there a need of using keys in lists? So keys are very important in the code snippet that we saw due to the following reasons. The first reason, the key is a unique identifier if you would want to search for a name in the list. It is used to identify which items have changed, updated, or deleted from the list. So if you want to perform CRUD operations on the data, you would want to search for which element do you want to update or delete or change. It also helps to determine which components need to be re-rendered instead of re-rendering all the components every time, and it increases performance as only the changed components have to be re-rendered and not all the components on the page. What are forms in React? So using forms, users can interact with the application and enter required information whenever needed. So forms can contain certain elements such as text fields, buttons, checkboxes, radio buttons, etc. And forms are also used for many different tasks such as user authentication, searching, filtering, etc. How do you create a form? Pretty simple. Again, create a custom component called nameFrom that will extend React.component. We create a state variable. This .state is equal to value. We handle the change by writing a handle change event, and we handle the submit by writing a handle submit event. In the change event, we just change the state by saying set state of the value to event.target.value, event being a system defined keyword passed as a parameter. And in the submit, we simply alert that a certain name was entered, and we trap the value that was entered into the form. Prevent default to suppress the browser from raising any errors. On the render function, we return a form. On the submit, we connect to the handle submit event and we bind the data submitted from the form to the handle submit event, and we pass the this pointer, which is a reference to the current context of the view itself. We open a label, specify the name, we then specify input box as text. The value is set to this .state.value, and on change, we simply connect to the handle change event and bind to it and pass the context of the text box itself. So the moment we change the value in the text box as we are typing, the handle change event will receive the updated value and set the state. And when we click on the submit button, the handle submit event handler executes, and we alert out the current value printed in the text box, and that's it. So how do you write comments in React? When you're a developer, if you want to comment out some code, or if you want to set comments to enhance the maintainability of the code, a single line comment is as simple as given in most other programming languages, \* to open, * to close. Multi-line comments follow the same syntax and can span multiple lines to add comments to functions in terms of what the function can do and what are the types that it can return. What is the arrow function and how is it used? So an arrow function is a shorter way of writing a function in React. If you look at the snippet on the top, my input on change equal to, we are connecting to this.handleChange.bind, and that's the longer version of how you can connect it to an event handler. The shorter version is on change equal to e arrow operator this.handle on change. So you don't need to call the bind explicitly. You can replace that with the arrow operator and reduce the amount of code that you typically write. How is React different from React Native? So React and React Native are completely different. React was released in 2013. It's a web-based platform. It is HTML compliant. It generates HTML views. It uses CSS for styling, and it's based on JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. React Native, on the other hand, is targeted to mobility devices. It's meant to create installable apps on Android and iOS. Released in 2015, not based on HTML and CSS, and it basically requires the ReactJS API to create these installable apps for these mobility ecosystems. How is React different from Angular, another popular framework by Google? So Angular, created by Google, completely based on the model view controller pattern, works on the real DOM layer and requires a full tree shake at the DOM layer to update views and components. Supports bidirectional data binding. The rendering is purely done on the client side. The performance comparatively slow. ReactJS, on the other hand, created by Facebook, it's the view layer of the model view controller pattern. It works at the virtual DOM layer and is hence faster. It's unidirectional data binding and not two-way. And the rendering is typically what is done at the server side, and what you get as a response on the client is a stream of HTML characters as an output. Let's talk about and discuss some questions around React components. So what are components in React? So these are the building blocks. You can think of them as Lego blocks. So you break your problem down into small parts, each part identifying a certain solution of the problem, which is what we define as a component. So they are building blocks of a React application, and a single app usually consists of multiple components. So it splits the UI into independent reusable pieces that can be processed separately. A component is essentially a piece of the user interface or the HTML view. What is the use of render method in React? So it is compulsory for each component to have a render method. If not, there wouldn't be any HTML for the component to render on your view. So the render function returns the HTML, which is to be displayed within a component. Like you see on the screen, there is a class app that extends the React component, and it returns a simple h1 element called hello Simplilearn. And of course, do remember to export the app out so that it can be accessed from other components as well. If you need to render more than one element, all the elements must be inside a single parent tag like a div or a form. What is state in React? The state of a component is an object that holds some data within it. The data would influence the output of the component. Now, how do you implement state in React? So state holds the data that a component renders on the web application. For example, here we've created in the constructor this.state equal to, and this temporary anonymous object has two attributes, car and bike. When we return, we simply return this.state.car and this.state.bike. Now this is how you would create stateful components and access the state properties within the view. How do you update the state of a component? By using the built-in setState method, you can go ahead and update the state of the component. So here we have a simple render function that returns the state itself, state.message, and on the onClick connects to a button press function. The moment you click on the button press function sets the state to another message. So the initial message in the constructor is welcome to Simplilearn. The moment you click on the button, the setState triggers and changes it to best place to learn. So the data on the view would be updated. What are props in React? Well, props is just a short form for properties, and that is what allows us to pass arguments or data to a component. Props are passed to components in the way similar to that of attributes that are passed to an HTML element. So how do you pass props between two components? So let's say we have an app.js component on the top and a main.js component at the bottom. At the top, we are trying to return this.props.car and the bike. So two car and bike attributes associated with this props of the app component. In the main component, when you look at the render function, we are associating car prop equal to a value of 1600 cc and bike prop equal to value of 150 cc. And to access it, if you look at the import statement, we are importing app from app.jsx. And this is how you can cross-access properties from one component within the other. So what are the difference between state and props? Well, state holds information about the components. They are mutable, they can be changed, they cannot be accessed by child components, and they cannot have state. Props allow to pass data from one component to the other as an argument. They are immutable, they are read-only, and props can be accessed by the child component, and they can have props as well. What is a higher order component in React? So these act as a container for other components, which helps in keeping components simple and induces the reusability factor. They are generally used when a common logic has to be used by multiple components. That's when you group together a set of components within a higher order component in React. How can you embed two or more components into one? This code snippet demonstrates the app component, which returns a hello text, and it has a custom tag called simple. The simple tag is defined in the component below, and it returns text called Simplilearn. And in the render of the React DOM, we simply go and render the app component. So hello Simplilearn would be the final output, and that's how you can embed one component into the other using this methodology. What are the differences between class and functional components? So stateful components would extend React component in this case. And if you could look at the render, it simply renders this.props.title. The constant stateless component would be equal to props. The div tag returns this.props.title. So you can look at the style, very different in terms of class and functional components. One using the arrow operator, one using the traditional class and render method. So the class component can hold or manage state. Complex as compared to stateless components, can work all of the lifecycle methods of the component, and it can be reused. The functional component cannot hold or manage state. They are simple and easy to understand. It does not work with any lifecycle method, and it cannot be reused. Let's explain the lifecycle methods of components. We've got initial state, which is executed before the creation of the component. Component did mount, which is executed when the component gets rendered and placed on the DOM. Should component update, which is invoked when a component decides any changes to the DOM and returns true or false value based on certain conditions. Component did update, it is invoked immediately after the rendering takes place. Component will unmount, which is invoked immediately before a component is destroyed and unmounted permanently. Let's move to the React Redux set of questions. So what is Redux? It's an open source JavaScript library used to manage application state, and React uses Redux for building the user interface. What are components of Redux? The first is the store, which holds the state of the application. Store contains state, which defines the user interface, which triggers a set of actions, which are then sent to the reducer. So store holds the state, action is the source information for the store, and reducer specifies how the application state changes in response to actions sent to the store. What is Flux? Well, Flux is the application architecture that Facebook uses for building web applications. And it works in this way. The action is triggered, which is sent to the dispatcher. The dispatcher sends it to the store sends it to the view, and the view sends it back to the action. And that's exactly how the steps would continue in sequence. So when we trigger an action, the dispatcher will get notified. Once the dispatcher has dealt with an action, the store's listening to it will get triggered. The view gets updated when the state of the store changes. User action at the view is sent to the dispatcher to then be processed. How is Redux different from Flux? Redux is an open source JavaScript library used to manage application state. The store state is immutable. It can only have a single store, and it uses the concept of reducer. Flux, on the other hand, is an architecture and not a framework or library. The store state is mutable. It can have multiple stores, and it uses the concept of dispatcher. Let's look at some React router questions. What is a React router? A React router is a package which is used to create routing in a React application. React Router is used for developing single-page web applications. It allows multiple views in a single application by defining multiple routes in that React application. How is React routing different from conventional routing? React routing has a single HTML page. It uses, or the end user rather, would navigate multiple views within the same file called a single page app. The page does not refresh since it's a single page file, and there is improved performance since you're not navigating across multiple pages. Conventional routing, each view is a separate HTML file. The user would navigate multiple files for each view. The page would refresh every time the user navigates, which would hence result in slower performance. How do you implement React routing? You can implement React routing using a very simple method. Considering the above components, let's say you've got a component called app, about, and contact. So here you can specify the route path. If the route path is just slash the root default route, it takes you to the app component. If the route is slash about in the URL given by the end user, you automatically navigate and activate and load the about component. And if the URL is slash contact, it would take you to the contact component. Let's talk about React styling questions. How do you style React components? Either you use inline styling by using simple CSS, by simply saying color blue, and that's going to be the output of the H1 element. Or I could use a JavaScript object by specifying a constant simple style object and specifying a key pair value of color, background color, margin, font family, and apply that object as the style parameter, which would result in this styled output. How do you style React components using a CSS style sheet? So here's an external style sheet. So we've written all the styling rules in a separate CSS file, app.css. We've imported that at the top of the app.js React class, and lo and behold, you have the output simplified as generated on your page. Let's explain the use of CSS modules in React. So a CSS module file is created. .module.css is the extension. The CSS inside a module file is available only for the component that is importing it, so there are no naming conflicts. So .button is the CSS styling inside button.module.css, and that is what we've imported from in the app.js file. So when you view the button, styles.button is the styling picked up from the button.module.css file.
So let's talk about some introduction to React context. Now, first important thing we need to understand, a typical application, when we talk about a React application, so data is always passed through what? From the top-down approach. With the help of props, as we know it very well, if we have a component like an A, B, and C, and if C components wants to get the data from A, so A cannot directly pass the data to C because C is a child of B and B is a child of A. So according to the rule, so data has to be passed through the proper hierarchy, that is known as called drilling down the props, which is one of the very complicated area, because when you have a called complex hierarchy, and if you are making a lot of middlemen in between, so this create a lot of confusion in your development, and hence your application gets more and more complex. So to avoid such kind of scenarios, so we have this option like in React context. So in context API, what happens like here, the data can be passed directly to any of the component whichever needs that. So data gets stored in a centralized environment, and from there it gets passed down to all its child wherever it needs, whether it is a direct child or it is a indirect. So this is what the benefit you get it with the help of props here. So if you see, the main component have got a lot many childs. So using the props, you are passing the data to all its child directly. But the challenge here is that all childs are direct child of main component. What in case if we have further childs, so that create a lot of trouble. Okay, so create context is basically the way where you can pass a data directly to the components and cut down the all middlewares, okay, to your applications. And that's what the context API. And the question is like when to use a context API. So as you can see, it is clearly written like context is basically designed to be considered as a global state which any of the components tree can easily get it directly from its parent, okay, without involving any of its child directly. Now you see like here we have a call app component which have the language as a function, and here we have a call select language. So you are passing the data here to its child. Okay, so you see here the language component needs to take a very important extra component that is known as called what lang, and pass it to the selected language. So this could be further painful or more complicated when on every single button the app needs to know the language and what it is passed to the other components. So we want to basically cut down all. So context API we want to use it, okay, with using this areas like a react.createContext. So this create context helps you to create a context in a parent component whichever you want, and let other components subscribe to this, so whenever the changes are happened they would be immediately informed about that. So here we have a call provider. So here every single context, okay, so comes with a React provider. So they are basically trying to consume the state whichever is being available with the context. So using this property like in class.context type, you actually consume the nearest current of the context with using this dot context. Now we have a call consumer. So this particular component which is actually subscribing to the changes, okay, so this let you basically subscribe to the context with a functional component. And here we have a call context.display name. It basically accepts a display name as a string property, okay, which you can easily drag through when you talk about React Dev Tools. Now let's talk about a demo of our development. So now here let's get involved on the demo part. But before that I would like to show you one simple problem statement which you feel it. So this, if you see, we have a context API which is available here. So here you can see this is a property drilling where you have a called parent, you have a further childs, and you have a further childs. So the component properties are keep on going through multiple mediators which you want to avoid. Okay, and the right hand side if you see, this one is basically the parent and immediately passed down to the child. And you see like here it is happening. This is the wrong approach where the data is basically going in a waterfall model. This is better because here the data is being passed from parent to any other child directly. So that's what the benefit you get it. Okay everybody, so it's time to basically talk about some quick demo so that it can help us to understand how we can utilize this React Context API for our development. So here, this is my project which is there already developed. In my browser, when I open up, I see here in localhost 3000, I'm getting this as a welcome message. So nothing fancy, let's get started with creating a new component. I'm creating a new folder. I'm going to call components, and inside this I'm going to create a new file and give the name anything whichever I want. I say index.js, or else I can give some different name called main-app.js. That looks fine. Well, here I need to import import React from React. Well, let's go back and start developing a function. So I'm developing function app because I'm talking about functional component. Return div. Within this div tag, I'm using this h2 tag. And now here we are saying welcome to app component. Okay, so that's just a basic example. We have it. Going ahead, I would like to add few more components like function employee, and the same thing, return, and here once again, okay, and here once again I'm saying h2, welcome to employee component. Okay, so like this I can copy and have one more that is called salary, and I'm saying welcome to salary component. So these are the basic component sets which are available to me. Now certainly you will be having some parent and employee. Here I would like to make okay, that means employee is a child of app, and salary is a child of employee component. Okay, so it's very simple and straightforward, and later on I can have the new component ready in which I can deploy this and make it available to the end user. Okay, so let's see what I'm having it now. So here we have a call app, and here we are saying finally equal to, I'll just give the name called main app. That looks more better. Main app, and here we are using React DOM. So we want to basically render it wherever I want it. So or else what we can do is, on the other side, we can say export default main app. We can do like this. In this main app I can add it under my app.js file. So it came from here, and let's check. Well, I got this message printed here. So this is very simple and straightforward, like you're creating a parent and child relationship. So now the actual job comes when my application is having some of the details which I'm looking at it. Okay, that means I want to have a data. So as I said earlier, that when you're creating the React based component, so you need to have some relationships where the data can be stored in anywhere. So in the next example I will show you how to store the data in a main app and how we can pass it to the others. Now we will be providing the data to our main component, which is my main app. So here I would like to provide const. Here we can have, because we're talking about state management, so we're saying employee equal to use state, and here in our use state we'll provide some of the important information like an ID. Suppose I say 101 and I say name, and I can just give the name called admin, and so we have a call ID, we have a call name. Let's try to put it. Okay. It has to be here. Yeah. ID, name admin, and now we're talking about location. We can say Pune, and let's talk about salary, and you can give any salary like 1 2 3 4 5. So here we have got this quick state which we have created. Okay, so the next thing is like once your state is ready, okay, so you have to provide some input through which the data can be available to the others. And to make this possible, here above this we are providing const employee context equal to React.create context. So we are initializing our context to confirm what we're really doing this now. And in this context, whichever I'm having it now, I would like to provide a data which I can easily access to my other components. So now here, once I provide a context here, okay, so when I see this welcome to this component, you can see we have a called employee available. Yeah, so what I will be doing is now here we'll be saying employee context. We're saying employee context dot provider. Okay, now here we want to provide, I close this. Yeah, so here we are providing value equal to the value object. So what value object we are having it right now here? That is called employee. So this state we are initially providing it here, and this area wherever the context is basically available, we'll be providing this employee object and pass it within this. So this employee object which we are having it, so now you can see the context is closed here. So now within this context we have passed this employee, so the all data will be available to this employee object now. And that's the best part of this code now. Okay, now this context I can easily get it in my employee, okay, and access all the details whichever I wanted. Now if I see here, I can come down and I say let context equal to, now we are using this option like in use context, and inside this use context we are talking about employee context. So we got the details whatever we have set it on the top. Okay, and here I can set the details like we are saying welcome to the employee component. So we have got a lot many things available here. So label, so let's provide the details here. So we are saying employee ID colon, here we can use the details okay by saying context dot, you can see we have got details available like an ID. Likewise I can just copy it, paste it, employee name, I've got employee name. So we also have a part of this ID name location, so we can also pass location. Okay, so we have got those details available with us, and in a similar line, whatever details we have taken it from there, I can also pass it where in my salary component too, where I can display the salary related details into my code. So like here I can just copy this here, okay, so we got employee context which is available, and here I can provide the same number of amount like but this time I may require the name as well as the salary both. Okay, so these two details, whichever you want, you can easily get it and make it available to the client. Okay, so this using use context you're actually trying to retrieve all the relevant information whichever is required, and you can see it is available here. So the same employee which is there, now I can have this employee details under my employee component, and under my salary we have a call salary component. So that's something which makes your context API more interesting, because this is where you avoid bringing any middleware and make this data or component easily accessible outside.
And with that, we come to the end of this full course tutorial. If you enjoyed watching the video, do give it a thumbs up, comment your doubts below, and our experts will answer them for you. Thank you so much for being here. Watch out for more videos from us. Until then, stay tuned to Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.